put on the light, walk away, sail on with no free port and sea. The flood, the fear, wash out through my veins. The oil, the bones of my trepidation. We survive. Oh, alive. I'll take you out for
for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, then tell me when you're denied. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live when you're denied. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live on borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on, no turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black,
closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze, standing tall now.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We got Gnome Red Force going up against Fred at Brion here for our first matchup of the night. It is once again me, Valdez, with Chronicler, except this time we are on an actual desk, the casting desk. And this is going to be kind of an interesting matchup, especially because, unfortunately, with some of the pandemic going around, some of our players are not able to play today, and some of them can only come in for the second game of this match. So specifically on the Nongshim side, they're going to have to play some of their backup players, and we'll see if they can still get a win.
Because where are those backup players coming from? You know, it is challengers. So for me, that's pretty exciting. I do think that contrary to DRX that we saw do expertly, in this case, we'll talk about a little bit later, but not quite the same caliber of players. And I think the expectations, as you're saying, a little bit more in favor of Fred and Brion here today. But we never know until they get into the game. Let's not forget at the start of the split, Peter was just a name to us, and now just so much more.
Yeah, I mean, we all knew about many different Peters, but now we've learned about one more who is quite an epic player, the best one, absolutely. Guys, we do have the points of the match ready to go, so we can hop into what is going to happen in this matchup. Fiesta is starting today. The Fiesta is brought to the LCK alongside a Vital and Blessing for the bottom lane here of Nongshim. Emergency call-up Kana and Dread and the 3 rookies. How will their teamwork be?
The spirit of challengers making its way. The Fiesta, the flips, hopefully not too many of those in this series, although with Fred at Brion's pace, we're definitely going to see some Barons and Elders, regardless of that win or losses. And again, want to reiterate, Nongshim, Red Force and Challengers, it's a decent team, but it's not like DRX, it's not like some of the other individual laners that we've seen. It's a team that has known their fair share of struggles and isn't really that far ahead of the curve. And I think that Kana and Dread are going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting today.
Absolutely, and those 2 guys are top of their class, essentially, top of their roles here in the LCK. First win streak of the season. Bro ends their 3-game loss streak thanks to the Kwangdong Freaks. That was a tumultuous series that we did witness. Will they hunt out Nongshim in Crisis? Definitely is, unfortunately for Nongshim, it's a good opportunity for Fred at Brion to potentially take a big win tonight. And I'm actually expecting them, with their fantastic teamwork, to take the match tonight. But we'll have to wait and see how our younger players from Challengers will do.
Key thing with Fred at Brion to me is that if they think they are the stronger team, then they can really coast. And yes, they play better against stronger opponents, but at the same time, I think their style works really well against players that are going to make more mistakes. It's very calculated, very team fight, front to back oriented, and that should do well. That was something that even with some of the stronger challenge plays that we saw in DRX, as the game progressed, they got caught in side lanes and they showed some of the inexperience. And I'm expecting that if as per usual for Fred at Brion, can get early leads, then he can lead his team to victory.
Yeah, it's kind of the way that they do get the win, and he does have a winning record against Dread. I think that that goes back a while. Both of these players have been in the LCK for at least a couple of years. As we do see some of the team stats, of course, first blood percentage is first, and first dragon percentage as well for Nongshim. But again, with different players, definitely their playstyle is going to change. You'll note that the stats on the opposite side here for Fred at Brion are not so great. Overall, it's just, 10th, 9th, but that's not really where they get their wins. It's generally through team fights and if does get ahead.
And if they are unable to do so, that's when Fred at Brion really falters, as they slowly kind of stumble their way around, and then the pace of the game won't be quick enough against some of the stronger teams that we have available.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do see that at least Fred at Brion have that higher first dragon percentage, but we'll have to wait and see if that does help them out here. As here's the lineup for Nongshim Red Force. Definitely some new faces if you're not tuning into Challengers all the time. Fiesta in the mid lane, and then Vital and Blessing down in the bottom lane, AD carry and support respectively. Going to be making their way onto the stage for the first time. And we've seen a lot of these rookie players show nerves in the first game, and it's very difficult. We even heard the story about ㅅ yesterday, where it was like, I just got the call in the middle of the day, and I had never even spoken to my older brothers on the LCK team. It's a hard ask for any of these young players to come up here and perform 100%.
And it's something that I think we're...
That's Conqui drawing there on the right.
It's really well done.
Yeah.
Actually really like that. Immediately see who we're looking at. And yeah, I'm going to default to Kana and Dread. I think Dread in particular is going to be the most important for 2 reasons. One, he should be the strongest player, especially in the early game on his team. And secondly, and most importantly, if doesn't get going, Fred at Brion will slow down a lot more, and I think the rest of his team needs that. That said, Fiesta, Vital and Blessing have performed fine within Challengers, and I don't think that Fred at Brion really has the type of playstyle that's going to punish you aggressively. It's post-laning phase that I'd really be worried. When the team fighting starts coming through, that's where Fred at Brion, I think, is going to have a big edge.
Yeah, and here's the lineup of Fred at Brion, something we've come to expect. Sword starting up in the top side alongside of Lava, Henna, and Delight. That's just the way this team will work out. And yeah, I mean, I think it'll come down to the draft as well to see what picks do come out here, because nowadays there are so many strong picks, especially with Zeri, the new champion, essentially being a top-tier pick. It's one of those things where, especially if you're on red side to start, you might struggle with banning away everything that is possible nowadays.
And
Is that a sea lion?
Wasn't it an otter?
Maybe it was. Yeah, I think maybe it was an otter.
An otter.
I'm not sure what that's referencing, but basically just praying that all the players can be healthy. And that is definitely what we are all hoping for here at the LCK.
It's always the most important thing. And of course, key player matchup. No surprises there. Both of these two players, I think, kind of core for the team. But Dread normally is flanked by players like BDD that can really turn any situation into a good one. For Umti, he doesn't really get the luxury. His laners are generally fine, but not amazing, not gonna get very far ahead. And there's a reason why his kill participation is so insanely high. It's because he really is the general of Korean.
He does everything, basically.
He does everything. And if he doesn't do anything, then the team just doesn't really get anything going. The rest of the team's not big playmakers. And if Umti gets a slow start, if Drake gets a lead early, I think ㅅ are going to have a tough time.
Yeah, and, you know, regardless of the call-ups, you could definitely see that with the personalities of these two teams, that could absolutely go that way. As we do get the zoom in on both of these players, they both look very calm. Kana as well, definitely, you know, we're going to be favoring him pretty heavily up on the top side, and that's another lane where I think that Nongshim Red Force can get a big lead early on, and we'll see if Kana and Dread kind of work between themselves to make all of it happen, you know? Is Dread even going to visit Fiesta's lane, or will he just live in the top lane?
I'm sure that Fiesta's already Twitch's, everyone in chat's favorite player with the name that he has. Like, there's no way around that.
Pretty much.
Also, I would honestly love, we've been seeing the Alisson pop on more and more. That's one of the big plays that Blessing made throughout challenges where he had a really pop-off game. And that's also the path for Nongshim supports into our hearts. Let's not forget Peter did exactly the same thing.
Yep.
So that is what Nongshim needs to do here today. But as mentioned previously, I think that in laning phase, outside of top and jungle, where I do think that Nongshim, again, with their actual players there, clearly have an edge. I don't expect to see Henna and the Light or Lava really push leads early. It's when we start seeing the roams, when we start seeing the first skirmishes, that's when we really are going to have a good idea of what is the form of these two teams, and is the much praised teamwork of ㅅ enough to take down Nongshim here.
Well, I would bank on it, to be honest. I think that
You're a believer.
Yeah, I'm a believer. When you bring in 3 new players, we see how they struggle as a team, and you know, have these players even played together before? We don't expect it, pretty much. As again, I think the blue side right now, especially with the introduction of Zeri into the mix, it just feels very good, because on the red side it's like, well, what are we gonna ban? We gotta ban everything.
And then you ban Rakan, with all the champions that are out there that are incredibly potent and might be looking towards multiple top-tier picks still available. And this is something that I think shows a lot of respect to Vital as well, right? The fact that ㅅ, yes, Caitlyn and Zeri are incredibly strong picks, but still giving them over to a much weaker AD carry generally could be seen as a valid strategy, especially because Zeri has not had the greatest of success in the LCK thus far. I think it's a safer bet, and there is so much still open. There's Crocodiles, there is Zinzao. Fortunately, there's no Corki. That helps a lot with our collective enjoyment of this match.
Mm-hmm. Now, the thing about the Crocodile, good old Renekton, is that he's currently 0-6. And that Aphelios is pretty good into him, in general. Now, we're going to see first pick blue side Aphelios once again.
And that is a risk. And we've seen 2 different avenues. And I gotta say, ㅅ, this is a brave call, but not one I necessarily agree with, considering your style. Right, and this could also be a Poppy support, by the way. I think Kalista is one of the supports that, Poppy rather, is one of the supports that works really well with the Kalista and her ultimate. Expected, of course, to just be for Umti. But for ㅅ, I think going for the often named Jinx Fresh combo is such a safer bet that is much more in line with your playstyle. When I think of Fred Brion, it's not a team that generally is going to be able to really push the leads the way that you have to with a Kalista.
Yeah.
Provides you a lot of opportunity, but already look at the range that you have here with the Victor, and the fact that Aphelios is going to have a good time later in the game, especially if the set gets locked in here as well. But again, Fred Brion with this comp do have an early way into full dominance of this game.
Yeah, it's almost like they're testing themselves with a new style of strategy. We're not just going to scale and wait for later game team fights. We're going to get aggressive, and it's not a bad time to do it. Again, you know, kind of unfortunate circumstances for Nõmshim. We'll see if it does pay off for them. Of course, I think that both teams have kind of shown their cards already with what style of composition they want to go for, as we're seeing the bans come through here as well.
And honestly, as Nõmshim, if you just draft a lot more disengage here, I think Gragas would be a perfect pick here for Kana. Then Fred Briot's task is going to be really, really hard, right? They're going to have to find flanks, going to have to consistently get access to their backline, and even then you're playing against Aphelios and Victor, you get very little space and room for mistakes. This to me is signaling that Fred Brion is expecting a Gragas pickup here. Oh, sorry, Nõmshim is expecting a Gragas pickup here, and then they can pick the Gnar without being scared of a possible Sylas counter pick. And I think Gragas is a great pickup here for Fred Brion. Provides a lot. Will mean that they're a little as
hello! It's happening! Okay, I love it. Veigar comes into the LCK for the first time this season. And there's been a lot of whispers around the Rift, around the world about how strong this champion is right now.
This is comfort for Blessing, but again, I think the Victor excels into short-range characters, and picking up an Alistar into that, I don't think is going to feel particularly great. Looking at what Nõmshim has, the Xin Zhao also going to suffer. As I know, we're both kind of we were waiting for this. Yeah. And I'm really excited. Actually, ironically, think it would have been better on Nõmshim's side if they could find a way to somehow slot that in, even if it's the Veigar support which of course is very out there. But on 12-2, Veigar rather is incredibly strong. I do think that into the Victor, he might suffer to a certain extent in terms of him being able to get pressure in the lane, but that's not going to withhold him from scaling. And the amount of threat that he has into the Gnar, I think, is a bit of a risk, right? Not only do you open yourself up to a counter pick, but also, especially with the Veigar also there, I think that any form of range and disengage that you can find for yourself would have been really good as Nõmshim. As, wow, Fred Brion really throwing the gauntlet here in this first draft.
I mean, this is, I feel like I'm watching Rascal pick up the Lee Sin here as last pick, counter pick, getting ready to try to carry. This is not my Fred Brion. Like, this is very strange. And it's kind of exciting as well. I think this is going to make this game very interesting, or perhaps very not interesting if they fall behind and it does not work out for them.
That's the key thing here, because Nõmshim's comp in front to back, incredibly strong, obviously. Can engage, can disengage. Gnar, we've talked about it a lot. I think that especially with primary engage, which is there in the form of Blessing, it can provide a lot to teams, can provide peel for the Aphelios and the Victor as well. But that Veigar really throws a spanner in the works, and I'm going to be looking with great interest, a lot of excitement as to how is Lava going to utilize that event horizon. What plays are they going to set up? What build is he going to go for? A lot of different options available to you on the Veigar. And overall, think great stage here for a very exciting first game, Veldes.
Absolutely. We get to see Fiesta on Victor. We get to see Vital on the Aphelios. Stuff that we've seen many times, but we get to see them on standard stuff and see what they've got, you know? I like that as well. Obviously, Fred Brion playing a very different style composition, as well as the introduction of Veigar, is going to be very interesting here for this first game.
Nice. Predator Veigar.
It's the way, it's what you do.
Oh, yeah.
You're hunted.
Really happy. Oh, great skin as well.
Everything's just working so far.
Just already happy, you know. When we actually see LCK teams diversify, it always is met with great interest, because I do think that it is a very valid point of criticism for the region. Ooh, that would have been unfortunate. Level 1, Sett and Kalista, neither of which you really want to mess with. So wards go down. But yeah, the Vega, if you're unfamiliar, he got buffed on 12-2, and he got a lot of changes, mostly just allowing him to stack even faster. The amount of free AP that he gets is ludicrous, and going to be able to provide a lot of value to the rest of his team with that event horizon into picks like the Na, like the Xin Zhao, and the Alistar.
And of course he goes Biscuits and Time Warp Time. I mean,
yes.
You want to sustain against the Victor Poke, I get it. And of course the Time Warp Tonic can help you gain position. But I'm a fan of the scaling when you go for this. You know, maybe even just go like full tank builds, perhaps 1 AP item, and then you gather the Storm, and then eventually 30 minutes hits, and you are just you're a truck.
I know that I know that Vega V2, of course, I think one of the most high-profile players in terms of the Vega, who is also working for C9, is also a big fan of the conditioning and overgrowth, just going for like the maximum amount of resistances that you effectively get for free. And similar form of scaling, but opposed to AP, which Vega, you're going to get AP. That's not really going to be a problem.
Especially nowadays.
Oh yeah, especially on this patch. As taking a look at some of our players here, Fido, of course, also having a short stint in Atlas, his old trotting grounds, as he played in the, I want to say at that point not the OCL, but the OPL, but it might have been just after the rest of the team coming from Academy, coming from the existing structure within Nongshim / Team Dynamics.
Yeah. This matchup in the top lane is very interesting. Sword seemingly going for some more aggressive stuff nowadays.
Oh no!
What happened?
He missed.
Oh, did he miss it?
Yeah. Not only that, but you saw Jonas Strong go for like the little zoom in. It's like, just not only are we gonna hover towards it, but we're also gonna just zoom in a little, and then he missed another creep. Very unfortunate.
Jonas Strong is very happy to zoom in. Gets another little zoom in there. Very well done, Jonas Strong. And yeah, I'm just very excited for this one to see if Sword can actually play something more carry-oriented in the top side. Definitely going against what he used to play.
And might I remind you, and this is something we haven't really talked about yet, but Vega and Poppy actually have disgusting level of synergy, because you can actually wall stun people into Vega kids. Like, that's a thing you can do. There's lead kicks as well. There's Sett slamming people in. Like, there's a lot that this Vega pick provides, but again, it is going to have to come down to the execution of Fred Brion. And thus far, this is looking like a standard Fred Brion game, which means that we're in for a long one, developers. We're in for a lot of time for
I'm fine with that.
Contemplation, relaxation.
19-19 in the bottom side for Kalista versus Aphelios. I feel like a lot of those Kalista wins are ruler wins. But,
they would be,
you know, don't have the stats right in front of me. Definitely one of the first players that comes to mind when we talk about Kalista. And yeah, I mean, I'm happy for this game to go very long and to see all the wondrous nature that is Veigar, especially. I mean, he's going to love it as well. He didn't go for scaling runes, but still going to love it with his AP. The last time we saw it, it was Afrika Freaks Fly versus Nongshim Bay. So
that's a while ago.
And it was a loss against Seraphine. How fitting.
Wow. That was actually, I think, the champion that Bay did look the most comfortable. And then, of course, Bay, after that split, went to Challengers. And Gory came in for Nongshim. They had a whole kind of revitalized look in summer. But then, Bay struggled in Challengers as well. That's where Fiesta came in. As this is very good. Obviously, want to start stacking these early Drakes as Fred Brion. And I think as Nongshim, it's a single Ocean Drake. Can slow them down a little bit, but should just let them have it. As I say that though, clearly they're already scared off.
Yeah, Fred Brion Probably could have, you know, put more pressure onto that objective, but not wanting to go for that here, as it looks like potentially the event horizon is down. Lava just having to run away for now. Might even miss that cannon. It's so low. Cannon might survive, but Lava, yeah, we're getting the zoom in. Thanks, Jonah Strong. It's still alive. We got to follow the life of Edgar here, the cannon.
Edgar the He's like...
Also current coach of Fred Brion.
Lava's there and he's like, can you do it? Can you last hit Edgar, your own coach? You're an evil genius, but are you that evil, Lava? I really want to know. Okay, yeah, you did. You did.
He wasn't there on time. Edgar lives.
Maybe he wanted to save Edgar. Couldn't do
but it was futile. I mean, he went down to the tower anyway.
Veigar is an evil character, right? So he'd probably play it off, but on the inside, I think he might be hurting.
That's why he's evil. He doesn't want to accept what's inside and what's hurting him.
It's just ignoring all of it and pushing it down, hiding on the...
Exactly.
An evil Yordle.
It's actually very sad, yeah. Story of Veigar. Fred Brion have, seems like, defaulted to just, once again, kind of playing passively from here on out, but they will go for the Drake once again. Was waiting for that. It's not a bad time to go for it if you also want to pressure the Rift Herald, which will be coming up in 45 seconds.
It's really nice timing here. Should be able to get yourself the Drake. As ooh, they might be setting up for a dive here. We do see some pings going down, so there's a limited opportunity here. And I think for Nongshim, you'd rather play it a little bit safer. As I say that, the light roaming up to top. Kana is stacking that Mega Gnaw. And Dread, think he just might be looking for a dive. There they go.
Oh, knocked into the wall, and here comes Dread with the red buff. Nice kick as well. Now Blessings here. You can see that Delight is trying to get on in, but doesn't look very likely, as First Blood will be handed over to Kana on the Gnar, and that is right as the Rift Herald is starting. They do get the stun here onto Fiesta, who will take a very big chunk, but it looks like Nongshim with that play will pick up this Rift Herald.
So they're a little bit too early here, unfortunately, for Lava. Doesn't have the one-tap potential just yet. The rest of the team does need to rotate and respect. Can't just let them get in here and steal. And Kana has teleport available. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I don't think you can assume that Fred Brion is not going to contest this.
Yeah, looks like they will, as the helicopter comes out early. And it is not going to hit anyone. As you can see, this is getting incredibly low, as it will be smited away by Umpty. He picks it up, as now in goes the Lee Sin. Gigantic knockup, though, from Blessing. Sets up a huge front line now for the Aphelios. And Fiesta to come on in here front to back. Vital able to pick up that first kill, as Umpty trying to save the life of Delight. And it looks like he will be able to.
Ooh, and in the long run, I'm not sure if that's a trade that you'll take as Fred Brion. Yes, they were able to get the Herald, but Vital, he has the Chakrams, can definitely get at least a little bit of damage on the turret here. And I'm going to try and do as much, so damage might be limited. But yeah, kind of questionable decisions there from both sides, right? On one hand, Nongshim thinking that Fred Brion is just going to let it go when no one has really appeared yet, no one has definitively backed. And then for Fred Brion, walking into a beautiful knockout from Blessing. Like I said earlier, this is the pick that he was really known for within Challenger, or at least the games that I remember, because there were also a lot of games where Nongshim didn't do as well as you might like to see, but thus far, early gold lead here.
Yeah, pretty standard dive. Great timing on this one. Good setup by Kana. Sword tries to survive for as long as possible, but it doesn't work out.
Yeah, the CC chain is not 100% perfect. I think as Nongshim, you can take a second longer, but they were also aware the rotation was coming through, right? So they were working on their time limit. And then this is all looking dicey. Then the event horizon comes through, and it looks kind of disastrous. Dread is extremely low, but then that flash knock-up coming through into a red-white Aphelios. Imagine if Vital has ult here. The devastation that would have followed would have been a possible game-breaking moment for Fred Brion. That's not quite the case here. Yes, Fido's got a kill, but overall, game stayed relatively even, especially when Shelly actually does come down.
Uh-oh, Fiesta's in a bit of trouble. That's that combo you were talking about. Ultimate available, and Veigar's going to pick up a kill already. Umpty throwing out the angry bee. You can see that when Umpty makes the plays, Fred and Breon are looking good.
Look at the counterplay, Valdez. Smashed into
0.
the Vega cage. Yes, well, he had flash. He should have just flashed out of the cage.
True.
That could have done it. But
Uh-oh.
yeah, that,
He always angry bees is the, okay, Dread's going in for this one. Not sure about this. Lava desperately trying to get in there as he will wait for the Crescent Guard to wear off, and another kill is handed over to Big Vagar.
oh, that's unfortunately a Dread that we haven't seen that much this year, but we've definitely seen last year on Afrika. As at least Kana's having a good time. Look at that first item, Valdez. We're in for it again.
It's the new meta.
And I want to, because we've been ignoring the top lane mostly. We've been talking about the Vega, which
Yes.
we should, because it's very fun. And I'm having a great time looking at it. As, yeah, goes for Predator. Event Horizon comes down, and if you don't immediately flash, you are 100% dead. And 2 kills going over is actually really big here. To Lava.
This is it, he says. This is what you gotta do.
Dread could have just been fine here.
Could have just backed away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he does not. And unfortunately, if it was level 2 on his ultimate, he might have been fine. Would last a little bit longer, but this case not happening.
Yeah.
But as I was saying before we were rudely interrupted by replay, Kana is absolutely smashing a lane he got counterpicked in, got the first turret, and has a 2k gold lead, which is basically all the lead that Nongshim has, if you count some of the deficits across the rest of the map.
Yeah, I mean, when I saw the draft, I was, again, kind of surprised that Sword is going to go for this kind of pick, because that's not really the player that I remember him as. As a big knockup comes in from Umpty, definitely trying to set up that Event Horizon. Lots of damage in the front as Fiesta will flash away from Sword, who's coming in from the top side.
Good flash, but that is a lot of cooldowns already being used, and now Nongshim is first to the river. And if you can't find a flank, might be hard for Fred Breon. If you can get a Drake here, it buys you so much time. Nongshim, though, don't want to take the risk.
Yeah, they had some vision on the right side of that blue buff area to see, you know, if anyone would be coming in, but seems like they're still not going to take it until now.
Okay.
Okay, just waiting a little bit. They wanted to push mid first, perhaps.
Yeah, got Prio in both mid and bot, playing a little bit safer. Of course, they didn't have vision of Hannah backing, so didn't know that the window was there. Fred Breon thought that they were already going to get the Dragon anyway, but it buys you so much time as Nongshim. That is something that, barring the Vega, that yes, the damage is insane, but in late game fights, if you can find a window where his Event Horizon is down, he might be in a deep trouble. Whereas for the rest of Nongshim, got Aphelios, you got Victor, you're going to be perfectly fine later on in the game.
See, there's a pretty nice gap of CS down on the bottom side in favor of Henna right now. So that's one thing that has been going well for the Kalista set lane. Definitely want to exert your dominance in that lane and try to get as ahead as possible. The 1 kill for Vital is definitely going to help him out in terms of keeping up. As once again, we have Umpty looking to make a play. As the kick will come in, trying to knock him into the wall. Really nice steadfast presence is now Kana with no hop and no Meganar.
His Hellbreaker, though.
Yeah, he's extremely tanky as the Q goes incredibly wide, and now Sword is in some trouble, and thankfully, with some help, he will be able to survive as Event Horizon. Pretty good ability, you know, 3 people right on top of you. Oh no, it's totally fine. Let me just press E. And Lava gets away without having to flash.
Yeah, that was almost disaster. Kana also showing the value of the Hullbreaker again, even into multiple people. And there, couple of mis-executions, right? Sword going for the early kick, and then Umpty, he does interrupt the hop, but he's not actually able to knock him into the wall. But with Lava not dying there, the outcome is still very favorable for Fred Breon. And yeah, playing Xin into a Everfrost Vega that has flash up as well is a truly miserable experience.
Yeah, I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy at this point. And Lava's so far ahead in terms of gold. I would imagine he's #1 at this point in time with the 2 kills and close to the highest CS. He hasn't picked up a lot of plates. There was that play with the Rift Herald in mid, but other than that, I would believe he's still on top. As the first Q hits a minion, the second Q is, you know, maybe we should cover our eyes for the second Q. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Good movement by Kana as well, right? I think the only unfortunate thing is that flash. If he doesn't know the light is there, you never flash. But VOD might have bought himself the extra second of time, one more activation of the hyper proc. Could have killed Sword, and then you're perfectly happy trading flashes. But turret going over versus the turret on top for Fred Brion, and thus far, very even game. And that Vega is really the saving grace here, because the rest of Fred and comp, I don't think they're going to be super happy going even into a mid-game, late-game scenario, especially with Sword also showing us that there is a reason why Rascal really is the only one that picks up the lead top, and this is not even a slight specifically against Sword, but like Lee is a champion that has, well, more so against picks like this in general, right, where I think that you are making it very hard for yourself to guarantee that you'll have an impact late game.
yeah, it's very true. I mean, he could have gone for a whole slew of other picks, but he decided to take the risk with Lee Sin, which is, again, I think, Rascal only champion here. And, you know, while the scaling on paper, it obviously does favor the Aphelios Victor. That all feels very nice. They have multiple ways to engage themselves. The comp on the side of Fred Brion is still extremely scary. They have like so many different options, like 10+ ways to engage. It feels like with Event Horizon, you have Lee Sin kicks, you have Fate's Call to throw in a set, you have set flanks. Like there's a million different things you can do. And yes, Vital does have cleanse, and you know, as long as the two squishy carries have their flashes, they should be taking later game fights. But we'll see what Fred Brion's able to do. Their teamwork has been very nice, and although it's not a standard Fred Brion composition, it's definitely one that if everybody presses their buttons in the right way and they get that engage off, you're going to be having a good time.
It still fights very well. It is, as you point out, a composition that I think can prey on some of the expected mistakes for Nongshim. A single overstep in terms of positioning is going to be really big. As Fiesta, I really hope that you're not going for a Lich Bane. He will, probably.
He will.
But this is not the type of comp where as Victor you want to auto attack, you know, just build maximum AP and hit lasers and Chaos Storms and whatnot. Stay out of range of everyone.
Yeah. Been having some question mark ping builds over the last couple of days for sure.
Yeah, there's been some, I mean, we talked about some of the reluctance of the LCK to pick up picks. I think the item build is definitely one of the other things. Our players have great hands, but sometimes when it comes to building the right item in the right situation, there is definitely something.
He's going to land it onto the Alistair Blessing, waiting until he takes a gigantic chunk, and then he ults early before the fight even begins. So now not in the right place, has to flash it there. This will be Drake over to Nongshim, but the Alistair goes down, and that is a free Xin Zhao as well, as Kana will be knocked up. Once the steadfast presence goes down, he gets over the wall. So a couple of kills into the hands of Fred Brion here.
Yeah, Blessing baited by himself, wanting to hold on and maybe underestimating the damage, but this is a Fed Vega, just hit his 2-item power spike, so if you don't use ultimate and you don't have aftershock proc, you're going to die very, very quickly. Then use it at the very ends of the Event Horizon to break the CC and get away, but Sword coming in with a flank, and that is a trade that I think is okay as Nongshim. But you're not going to feel great about it. This isn't a soul point for Fred Brion. It's just a second Drake. It's just a single Hextech. And giving up 2 kills, I think, is not going to pay off very well for you in the long run. This is some of that inexperience that we were expecting to see with Nongshim kind of coming into fruition here.
Yeah, I mean, you just gotta get out of this, right? He took way too much damage, and the fight hadn't even truly begun. So he just ran with his ultimate there, not doing anything, not getting any value until it went away, right? And then Sword gets the flank.
Yeah, I think that the call there is just try and rush the Drake, and then you already know that Blessing is dying, and everyone else just tries to get out. I'm not sure if Dread at that point had flash, because otherwise he's guaranteed he's going to get taken down as well. At least Kana was able to make it out, fortunately for him. But this is something that is to be expected with this Nongshim roster. It is not a team that is going to be as well-oiled of a machine. And if ㅅ Brion keep winning these fights, which thus far they've mostly been able to do, then it might spell trouble down the line. Because for Nongshim, it's going to take front to back, it's going to take 5v5, and it's going to take you being very aware of where Sword is and where the light is when you start setting up for these objectives. Because as you pointed out, I think there's a lot of ways for Nongshim to keep people safe between Gravity Field, Aphelios' clans, Flash, and just the safety to pickers in general with the right weapons, Alistair and Gnar. But you do need to know they're coming, and that's really hard, especially with the Hextech gates being available here, making that backline access a little bit easier for ㅅ Brion.
I love Umpty playing the Poppy because he just walks around the Rift like he owns it. Because Poppy, as we all know, is incredibly tanky and incredibly fast as well. So you can just kind of run around, deny all the vision, and now it's like, well, are they doing the Baron? They have a Callista. You don't necessarily want to face check it as Nongshim, but denying vision is going to be very important for this composition of ㅅ Brion, especially as the game comes along. As Blessing caught here once again. This time he's going to use it a bit earlier, but now that's the Alistair ult down.
Very nicely done. Again, Lava just running up with the Predator, and very little counterplay available. Yeah, go for it. Like they're missing one of their big ultimates.
Oh no, Viesta's just dead.
Yep.
Down you go. By the way, if you're new to Veigar, welcome to the best ability in the game, Event Horizon. Welcome.
Definitely,
and,
definitely the best basic ability.
Yes.
Without a doubt, I'd say. I feel like it's pretty absurd. Also looks, don't know if Lava's actually going to go for it, but if he actually goes Force of Nature here, then that makes me very happy. That I think is an incredible item to build. Not against the amount of magic damage that is available for Nongshim, but overall, I think just quite a strong item, and the movement speed it provides is really good on Veigar. We're seeing Lava. He doesn't have any way to get on top of people besides running them very fast. But
yeah, he does that really well.
He does that really well. Between Predator and now the, I want to say, Winged Moonplate component that he has in his inventory, he's gonna keep doing that, presumably. And Fiesta did finish his Litzbane. I was hoping till the last moment for maybe it was a Cosmic Drive, but it's not. It is a Lich Bane, and as you can see, you're very little space to auto attack in this scenario.
Yeah, you're not autoing in this game.
No, it's not happening. No.
Yeah.
She says nothing.
Yeah, he literally says nothing. We got like the Micah Lava just for him to have no comments. He like doesn't want to say anything lest Riot nerf that ability.
Honestly, I do think that one of the cool things about picking things like the Veigar, especially within the LCK, where it's not a pick that we see at all, really, is that I think a lot of mitigation comes from careful positioning that comes with experience, knowing, okay, Veigar is going to try and catch us in the Event Horizon, right? But also, like I said earlier, he's a Yordle, and literally all he has basically is Predator and just the movement speed that he has in the kit. So that is something that I think with enough experience you'll be able to play around a lot more. But like there, Fiesta just walking up like that, can't do it. And now the Baron comes down and the game is starting to rapidly slip away from Nongshim. All of the back is Yordle in the mid lane.
Kana has the experience, and now Event Horizon is down. And that's going to force Lava to flash away. So, again, that's how you counterplay Veigar. You wait until Event Horizon is down, or you try to dodge it, of course. And then you just jump on him, and he doesn't really have much else. He has picked up a stopwatch, which I will be very happy with. This is a Dead Man's Play.
Yeah.
Which, again, I mean,
I think it's better, yeah. In terms of looking at the profile from the rest of his enemies, right? In terms of damage, especially with Lich Bane, I don't think you're worried about Victor. I think Victor's completely fine, and then this provides you with the movement speed that you need. It provides you with an easier way to get in and get those Event Horizons, and it also provides you with just a lot of great resistances into the Nongshim comp. And we keep talking about Veigar, but I feel like that's okay because we never see Veigar, and it's actually winning the game as well. So I feel like it's justified.
He's it's basically all on the hands of Lava, you know, especially as this game comes along. Imagine if he had Gathering Storm or more resistances. It'd be nice.
Honestly, like
level 16.
Yeah, I think that Overgrowth and conditioning would have been insane, right? Especially with the amount of resistances that he's building here.
Oh no. Oh, there's nothing to say. I mean, he was stunned forever, and it's maxed out, right? Which makes the stun last for longer, and he doesn't have time to crescent guard. Lava was already going to be within the circle, potentially. You're just not getting away from that. And nobody on the side of Nongshim is respecting it so far.
They keep dying with flash up in cage. Just flash. Just flash out of it. But yeah, it feels very unfortunate to lose your flash to a basic ability, but you gotta start respecting it. They keep giving over more and more of these kills. Lava sitting on, I think it's like 460 or 436 MR right now, or AP right now. And it's not getting better, Valdez.
Yeah.
That's only gonna get worse. It's a great Veigar cosplay right there.
Yeah. He basically said the same thing that I did during that kill as a needlessly large rod. I mean, it doesn't have to be that large. Why is it so large? He's going to be trucking people, like I said. And, well, Blessing, you better use that. Okay, well, he's just going to accept his death. No objective right now, so I suppose that's just fine. Just unfortunate catch there. The Fate's Call used for another kill.
Yeah, once the death cap comes through, I don't know if Nongshim can win this game. Honestly, I kind of put my expectations in, and either Vital, of course, has to be very careful into the range, but at least we'll have to raw damage, or Fiesta. But Fiesta, especially with the build and the deficit that he's built up here, I don't know what's going to happen. Currently, 550 AP. That is pre-death cap. 292
stacks right now, guys.
Yeah.
Does he have the money for it is the question.
No, I shouldn't be able to yet. That's the one downside, right, of the
stopwatch.
Don't
say it.
I was going to say full hat. That is the death cap, but not going to be able. There's no downside to stopwatch, fellas. Come on. He doesn't need. Do you really think the extra AP gets from a rod matters at this point?
No.
Pretty sure it doesn't. I mean, I'm preaching to the choir. Yeah.
He just needs to stay alive.
Yeah,
it's true.
You know how he does.
That's why. With the stopwatch. Yeah. Also a Dead Man's Plate and
and Everfrost
and the health, that is stacked up here. And we'll see if Nongshim has an answer here, as this is also one way to avoid it. But again, even when you're in the cage, like you just get caught for so long, because then it's Everfrost and then it's the rest of the team. As over the wall comes Delight, and Dread is like, well, I haven't had to deal with this in such a long time. Doesn't feel fair, as now we're going to see the double kill into the hands of Henna. Fred and Brian, I feel like they just got in the jet plane and took off with the last 5 or so minutes and all of the kills that have just been given over to them.
It's not a jet plane, it's an evil rocket, and it's being piloted by lava. I don't know what evil plan he has, but clearly it's working out perfectly here, and now the amount of CC that is available to Fred and Brian is not matched by any damage from Nongshim. Right, because they've fallen so far behind that item spikes just haven't been hit, right? Vital sitting on 2.5 items, can't really do that much. And I just, Lava has had stunned. Lava has had this exact cage like 5 times this game.
Yeah, he could have flashed, by the way, but he waited to flash here, and then it's too late.
Now the real question becomes, do you tilt ban Veigar?
Oh yeah, I think you should. I think he deserves it.
Oh god.
This is my type of introduction to the LCK for Veigar. Very happy with this so far. As they were able to pick up the last Hextech Drake, they're going to be able to pick up yet another one. And they have total map control at this point, so you would expect Hextech Soul for the rest of this team.
Strong. Give him a break.
Yeah.
He's carrying the game.
I know. It's like we don't need to zoom in every time. I've seen Faker playing Veigar on stream before, and he doesn't actually push the... He missed another one. Okay, this is like actually getting a bit heinous now. Like
getting on your nerves?
Yeah. He didn't use his W, he just waited and queued everything. As Dread might just die again. He does have the Crescent Guard, but again, that's the Xin Zhao out of the fight. Just like that, he has to go back into the base. And, you know, Kana's trying his best to go for the split push, but it's a little bit too little too late, as Flash R will be enough, and he will be able to flash away, thankfully, as the timing was not pristine. Blessing trying to frontline here. It's all over the place here for Nongshim as they're going in one by one. Definitely feeling a bit tilted, not being able to deal with this Veigar, as Vital's in there, but no other help from the rest of the team. Very nice dodge with the Gale Force, but at the same time, the entire base is being taken.
That was really clean by Vital, and it also does not matter at all, unfortunately. And that was beautiful, beautiful movement. But the game is definitely over, especially without Blessing.
Okay, well, Sword is a part of this game, indeed. As we have another stasis coming out here from Fiesta, and he's going to get taken out by the second one. So now with the event horizon with such a low cooldown at level 5, he is just going to be using it on cooldown. As finally we have Vital doing something, pulls the trigger, gets a triple kill, and with the Hex Tech Soul, he's coming here for Henna, as Blessing not going to be able to get the knock up, and Henna just picks up a free kill.
Wait, can they end?
Baron recall, and it doesn't look like anyone else is joining the Gnar on the top side.
No, there's no. If Fiesta was alive, then maybe. Yeah, if they get Hannah there, that's probably the end. I don't know actually if they kind of would have had the time, but hey, that's a bunch of shutdown money into an Aphelios. That's good.
Do you believe in miracles?
This game has a. Oh, that stopwatch did not feel good. That's really unfortunate. You want to ideally stopwatch before the damage. Blessing drawing a lot of attention. I think that he has been a little bit desperate in Relics to play, but at the same time has been buying a lot of time. And then we don't get to see the movement that Vital shows her. And then Sword tries to end the game, throws out his life instead. And then it is Vital with honestly just an insane. He just gets ignored here, right, initially. Stays just out of range throughout the entirety of this. Kana's the one that will take the brunt of this damage, and then they...
Perfect.
The free-man Infernum ultimate at this point in the game, especially with the items he has, is just beautiful. Blessing just... Gotta play it a little slower, man.
Yeah, I mean, he flashed. So.
Well, yeah, no, I know. But especially against Kalista, because giving her all those is giving her more mobility.
Yeah.
And I think that if you just let Vital run around the corner and then you play Bodyguard, then you might be fine. But again, this is a player that has not been in challenges for a very long time, so we will reserve our judgment. And also, it might not actually impact the game. But the gold lead now, it's not as bad as it was in the past.
It's not as bad, and you know, this is an incredibly fed Aphelios, right? I think that Victor with Lichbane and Zhonya's is basically going to be doing nothing. But we do have at least Vital with a Bloodthirster who is ready to pull the trigger, and you can see that now the engage is going to come in, and Henna has to hop away. The Crescent Guard getting a decent amount of value. This time around, Veigar not just able to one-tap everybody. Blessing goes in, Delight going to survive, but that's a kill out to Henna, and Vital flashes forward looking for more. As Zumpty tries to escape through the portal, that's not going to work, as Lava will be there. He was playing it very safe. He knows that in this position, if he dies, the team fight is lost.
And truly, this game living up to the Nongshim call-up here. This is a Fiesta Valdez, because can't believe that Nongshim is still in it. And it's the engage that's going to come through from Dread here in a second, combined with the fact that Blessing is going to get slammed into his team. Not really the escape that you want to take there, I don't think. Delight, because that means, again, Vital just staying safe throughout all of this. Great use of the cleanse. And Lava can do a lot of heavy lifting, but not if there's no one to stand in front of him. And now that's two back-to-back fights being won by the Nongshim team. And they're gonna get Soul Point here as well. Oh boy.
This is, it's already a fiesta. It's turning into something even greater.
This is Challengers, Valdez!
It feels like a Challengers game from what I've seen.
Oh, it's very accurate, yeah.
Yeah. Come on, Lava, you can... Oh my god. How many of those are we going to witness?
You know what's even worse is he's still sitting on just the rod.
Yeah, still doesn't have.
Which, yeah, I get finishing the Zhonya's first, but I do feel like the extra AP in this scenario would have provided him with a lot more, especially because outside of the one very obvious mistake on bot side, his position has been very good. And I think that if you have to Zhonya's as Veigar at this point, then you're probably going to get one-tapped by Aphelios afterwards.
Yeah. You're going to be taken out. So he's probably going to pick it up now, though. There's the fancy hat. He's immediately going to teleport mid with almost 1100 AP.
Yes.
He can just cast his R, and it does 1100 damage. Like, there's no, you know, we don't need any kind of scaling or whatever.
Oh, this is Baron.
It is going to be Baron. Veigar is fantastic at taking Baron, by the way.
Look at these W's.
Yeah. This is better than a smite. And he's got Henna there on the Kalista as well. So
this is it's like EMP coming down, you know? Man.
It's a tactical nuke.
It really is, yeah. But whereas Lava's doing a lot of heavy lifting, and I feel that Henna is also trying to do his very best. As time progresses, eventually Nongshim's going to hit item parity, and then it just becomes about who does better. And thus far, I think that Vital, to me, together with Lava, has been a standout player. Especially considering him getting called up on rather short notice.
Yeah.
Really great debut here.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, his positioning has been the biggest thing for me.
His movement, yeah.
Just feels like he's always in the right place at the right time. Even on the kills on the top side with the Rift Herald, do you remember very early on in this game, about 30 minutes ago, he was in position to pick up the kills. He wasn't level 6, but he still picked up that early kill to keep him in this game. As you can see, Lava, he's looking for the picks.
They're learning.
Yeah. Don't run into the cage. Wow. Incredible. As Kana is very far behind the play here, and he's going to get caged in the wall and taken out immediately. Now, that's not a mistake you can really make here, but Vital is in position. The Fate's call is perfect to save him, but they got to get on top of this. Aphelios and take him out. The exhaust comes in, as now the kick is in, and Henna goes into a stopwatch. Vital's still alive, but just barely going to be taken out there at the end. Henna also flashing away, as Fiesta will be taken out with 1 W and 1 Q with the Everfrost. And finally, this game will end, it looks like, as Dread. Doesn't matter what you have in your kit, you will be taken out. And ㅣ2022 will take the win and give Veigar his first win here of the split.
It took a while, but in the end, Lava's master plan working out beautifully. Almost 1300 AP. As for Nongshim Red Force, unfortunately, there were moments there where it looked like they could bounce back. It was a uphill, downhill kind of game, but in the end, ㅣ2022 was able to push through, largely led by Lava there from the mid lane on Veigar.
LOL King Lava, you can't beat me, he says. Tons of ㅣ2022 fans, by the way. Bree wrong. ㅣ2022 strong. Coming down, and everybody, there's a lot of LOL King Lava signs, and I'm sure they're going to be ecstatic with this performance. Now the question is, you know, once again, side selection for Nongshim. They could just pick blue again and ban away the Veigar. I wouldn't be unhappy with that.
I think banning the Veigar is completely fine. However, at the same time, I also felt like as that game progressed, we saw them get better and better at dealing with it. And I think that if the game would be replayed right now, it would be a different outcome. At the same time, maybe you just want to preserve the mental of your players and say, okay, just ban it. It's fine. Like, we'll just take it. There's plenty of champions we can let go through. And from Nongshim Red Force, Fiesta, as we pointed out, I do feel like going for the Lich Bane. A lot of our Victors have done it, but especially in this situation, like, you're just not going to be able to weave in those autos.
Yeah.
And I think that was not what you wanted to see. And yeah, no surprises here. At that Lee pick, not it. Don't want that again.
This was a 4v6, to be honest.
Yeah.
It basically did nothing for ㅣ2022, and I think he's just got to play something else, because the Lee Sin top should be saved for Rascal, I think. He did a lot early on, but then kind of, you know, he was there. There were a lot of good steadfast presences, but as the game went along, it was very hard to lock down those long-range carries.
It makes sense. As the item come through, even Poppy will lose some of her tankiness, and we saw that especially when Vital came online.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that was game number 1, guys. We could have 2 more, but first we will go to a break, and then the analyst chairs up next.
나를 쪽 보던가.
야 나를
서로 사오자.
땡겼어
알리스
나왔어 천천히 해봐 얘들아 천천히 일어나 야 베이가 궁쿨 좀 돌리면서 앞에 로플 야 우리 걸렸어요 우리 걸렸어
오케이, 텔 타줄게.
앞라인부터 해봐 야 앞에 오케이 나 산 거 같아 앞에 시계
오케이.
나이스 얘들아 여기 신짜오
야,
살아있다
노플.
그 태현이 중환이 피해야 돼 중환이 노플이래
어.
잡았다 야 끝났어 이거
아우씨.
야 천천히 잡고 해 괜찮아 아직 안 끝났어 잡아야 돼 칼리 살아야 돼
안 썼어?
예, 미드로. 탑라인.
아, 진짜.
알리 25초.
아, 미드라인으로 와, 미드라인. I'm so sorry, but I love you.
아, 미드 밀어. 아, 나 진짜 너무 무서웠어요, 형. 형이. 아니, 성원이 형. 형, 나 너무 무서워.
미안해,
야, 왜 이쪽 티어부터 쳐봐.
끝났어. 형 맞짱 까자, 진짜.
성원이 형.
나랑 파이트 클럽 찍자, 나랑 파이트 클럽 훈련 시켜준 거야.
야, 스파링 한번 하자, 그냥.
롤도 보고 LCK도 복습하고 영어도 배우는 공부는 공부인데 공부 같지 않은 콘텐츠.
오늘은 왠지 한국 서버 말고 북미나 유럽 서버로 놀러 가고 싶다면 이 표현들만은 꼭 기억해두면 됩니다.
울프쌤과
정연쌤의
레어 클래스
지금
시작합니다. 매주 LCK 친구에서 나온 표현을 가르쳐주는 Call of the Week. Match of the Week으로 뽑혔던 T1 대 농심 레드포스 경기에선 어떤 이야기 나왔을까요?
One starting up the straight. Peter is looking for a potential hook here.
Yeah, and Ghost is just going to get closed in on that play. Was so sick from Carrier.
스레시 스킬 연계 보고 노란 해설자가 That play was so sick! 이렇게 말하는데요. 평소에 우리 글로벌 중계진이 진짜 자주 쓰는 단어예요. 우리가 평소에 아프다는 뜻으로 sick 쓰는 거죠. I think I had too much 부대찌개. I feel sick now. 난 부대찌개 너무 많이 먹어서 제한 것 같아요. 근데 캐리어처럼 슈퍼 플레이한 선수한테 sick이라고 하면 excellent, 완전 멋지다, 끝내준다, 진짜 짜증날 정도로 너무 잘한다 라는 뜻이에요. 지난번에 배운 insane이랑 조금 비슷하지만 insane은 상상도 못한 정제 같은 표현이고 sick은 에이 믿고 있었다고 같은 표현이에요. 원래 좀 아프면은 I feel kind of sick today. I feel sick 이렇게 얘기할 수 있는데 근데 진짜 멋진 플레이 나오면 that was sick 이렇게 다른 뉘앙스로 말할 수 있어요. sick 하고 sick 이렇게 말할 수 있어요. That play was so sick. excellent과 비슷한 뜻의 sick이었습니다.
롤 챔피언 대사로 영어를 배우는 챔피언 세스. 오늘의 주인공은 LOL의 마스코트이자 모든 유저들의 애증의 대상인 티모입니다. 게임을 하다가 정글에서 티모 버섯 잘못 받고 죽은 경험 한 번쯤 다들 있으시죠? 맵 구석구석 지독하게 버섯을 까는 티모가 이렇게 말합니다.
I own this land.
I own this land. 여긴 내 땅이다. own, 소유하다라는 단어인데요. Which champions do you own? 이라고 물어보면 너 어떤 챔피언을 보유하고 있니? 라는 뜻이지만 own은 때론 전혀 다른 뜻으로 사용되기도 합니다. 바로 압승하다, 찢었다 라는 뜻으로요. 예를 들면 게임에선 이렇게 쓸 수 있습니다. 티모 totally owned that game. 티모가 완전 캐리함. 티모 완전 찢었다. Uh-oh. 티모 got owned by Irelia. 이래리 티모 압살했네. 이래리 티모 찢어놨네. I own this land. 티모 대사로 배워본 오늘 숨겨진 뜻이었습니다.
협곡에서 자주 쓰는 단어나 표현을 딥하게 파고드는 rolling in the deep. 오늘은 해외 서버 채팅에서 자주 쓰는 단어를 배워볼게요. 탑에서 라인 좀 풀어달라고 불어요. 넣어주려고 열심히 뛰어가는데 우리 정말 어디냐고 자꾸 물어볼 때 채팅에 OMW 치면 됩니다. OMW, on my way. 나 지금 가는 중이란 뜻이에요. 같이 밥 먹기로 한 친구가 너 지금 어디야? 물어보면 on my way, 가는 중 이렇게 답할 수 있어요. 흔한 채팅 표현 몇 개 더 알려드릴게요. LOL, aka lol, laugh out loud, 큰 소리로 웃는 중. ROFL, aka raffle, rolling on the floor laughing, 바닥에 떼글떼글 그리며 웃는 중. 채팅으로 롤 치면 크크크크크만큼 웃기는 거고 raffle 치면 크크크크크크크크크크크크크크크크크크크크크크크 정도예요. 어떤 느낌인지 알겠죠? 오늘 가르쳐 준 거 까먹지 말고 이제 여러분도 당당하게 해외 서버에서도 롤 플레이하세요. 게임도 보고 영어도 배우는
울프쌤과 정연쌤의 레알 클래스.
오늘은 sick, own, on my way 배워봤어요.
다음 시간에 또 만나요.
See you next time.
That game was so sick, but I wouldn't say that Nongshim got owned. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space, where we learn things like language and also about Viger.
That was a really fun draft. If you take a look, you see the last parts of it after the victor was locked in. Lava locked in the Veigar as well. And this game was basically all about him. It wasn't about Sword getting owned in the top lane. It wasn't about what we thought was going to be a very Hannah-focused game with that early Kalista pick into the Aphelios. They locked in the set, very similar to how KT's been playing this matchup. But nope, it was all about Veigar, his stacks, how much damage he was able to do that game. If we take a look at how many stacks he got that game, it was pretty absurd. We had the Korean observers highlight at one point he had like 1100 AP, 435 stacks of his passive. That is pretty insane.
Yeah, no, that was definitely insane. That's from a previous lesson. If you want to learn how to use that word, you can certainly, check out that one. I will stop embarrassing you now. But yeah, no, it was a massive amount of stacks. And we actually saw at the very beginning, he got that double kill. And I think that was like from 84 to 104 stacks in just that play really started to accelerate the Viger. It wasn't without a few issues. I want to talk about, you know, some oceanic talent in Vital a little bit later on, but I think like the mid game was definitely owned by the fact that Lava existed and had an ultimate ability on his E.
Also, his build was really, you know, quite standard in terms of getting the Predator boots online, but he also teched in this very early Dead Man's Plate, and as Veigar, you don't really want to be auto-attacking basically ever, so you can hold on to that movement speed non-stop, so you can side lane actually pretty safely, and he can also set up those E's, those really nice event horizons really, really easily just by making sure he darts in there and catches an unsuspecting Xin Zhao or an unsuspecting Alistar, which happened way too many times. We have to be a little bit critical of the positioning there of Nongshim. It's a strong ability, it's very powerful, but they also really gave him some freebies.
Yeah, and I really like that the event horizon definitely is named appropriately, because if you build Everfrost, you literally can't ever get out. So yeah, you're pretty much just drifting into a black hole. We are going to go into the highlights though. Let's just have a bit of a montage of how things happened here at the beginning. And honestly, it was not a great look for Sword. We've seen this many times, the Lee Sin into the Gnar. It's something that, you know, a lot of our players like to do, but yeah, not exactly the same as when you see Rascal do it.
So this kill leads into a really nice Rift Herald here, and I mean, the Rift Herald fight, that is to say, because yes, Umpty is able to take this away, but the gold lead goes into Nongshim's favor early on in this game, and if Lava hadn't turned this game around as he did, this could have been disastrous. Really nice plays from Blessing despite his positional errors through the mid game on this Alistar, helped set this one up. But after this moment, you did see Kana picks up, once again, that very early hull breaker and becomes very difficult to lane against in the side lane, so that's becoming more and more popular recently. So Nongshim started things off pretty well in this early fight, but they were able to Fred Brion was able to shore it up through those mid-game Veigar picks.
Yeah, well, exactly right. Speaking of those mid-game Veigar picks, that was really what accelerated Fred Brion into ultimate control, which they seeded towards the end. It definitely did become a bit of a Nongshim mid laner type experience. But we are going to bring up some of these picks because Event Horizon is just broken. Let's just see this one from Lava's perspective. This was the first. He needed a little bit of help for that one. But every single time after this, he just put down the baby cage and said,
He has Predators, so he can close the gap faster than you expect. And if you're not that used to playing against a coordinated team with a Veigar on it, sometimes they're going to get caught like this, because if he has Dead Man's Plate, he basically has a permanent cape. See that red line behind him? He's always at 100 stacks. And then when you have so much setup too with the Kalista, you also have the ability to have a Lee Sin kick somebody into the event horizon. Poppy could push somebody into the event horizon. You'd mentioned the Everfrost. Like, it's really, really good with this comp, and he got so far ahead.
No, he got absolutely far ahead. That last clip as well, that was all him. Ignore the fact that he didn't do any damage at the beginning. That was actually me that decided to put that one in there. But, you know, we illustrate that that's what he does in the mid game. I think that it's very, very important to talk about how good Vital was in his first game. Of course, was over on Direwolves. I think stepped in for King when King moved out. Of course, a very famous player over in Oceania for many, many years. Hasn't played for the last few, but Vital stepping into some difficult shoes. Joined Raze, I think, on that team, who also played for Kongbu Monster. So spent a year and then has been on the Nongshim Academy team for quite some time. Used to be known as Bowstring, I think, back in the day. But yeah, really, really cool to see Vital performing so well. And we do have confirmation that he will stay in for the second game. So looking forward to seeing a little bit more from him. Let's get into the player of the game, though, as we go back to the Fred Brion side of things. And this is going to be, of course, the Event Horizon. You cannot get out of this man right here, who absolutely
Look at his kill
dominated.
participation. 94.7%, because he's involved in every single one of these critical fights. He's queuing through the enemy lineup. And he got this team so far ahead after what was a really struggling mid-game, or rather struggling early game after that Rift Herald scenario. And also, the Lee Sin on the top side was not going well. They weren't getting any value out of the early Kalista. But then he just turned it around with some really nice Event Horizons, got the early Dead Man's Plate. And yeah, it's really important, you know, that you mentioned that Vital played very well because he almost actually in some of these fights turned the game around and it looked very close to maybe Nongshim can actually come back, but Lava's lead was just too massive.
Yeah, Vital certainly did the very best that he possibly could, and Veiga does get outranged and things like that, and if you do play around the baby cage, then once that goes on cooldown, you basically do nothing, right? Yes, you've got a lot of damage if you are fed, but otherwise, not too much is going to happen. So 13 out of 13.
13 out of 13. It's been a while since we've had one of these.
Yeah, I mean, once you vote, all of your votes get sucked in, and of course, if it did go to infinity, it would be infinity votes for Lava, and that is how I've been watching way too many space videos. Thankfully, we can now throw it back to the gentleman on the caster desk for game number 2.
Thank you, Analyst Stools, for your fantastic work. This time around, it's back to me, Valdez, and Chronicler, and we'll see if the Veigar gets banned away or if Nongshim have decided, well, we know how to position against it. Now, there's something very important to tell you guys about. Ghost is subbing in for the support role, and he is playing support for Vital.
I love this so much because I think that one of the things that we had happen earlier this week was very understandable with DRX won the game against KT and then was subbed out. I think that that is a reasonable thing to do, even though obviously, as a big fan of the old challengers, it breaks my heart a little bit, but after seeing Vital do so insanely well in the previous game and Blessing having kind of a rough time, I think that this is a really good middle ground between trying to simultaneously use the experience of Ghost while also making sure that Vital can play. This, I'm not going to talk about too much, should be very self-explanatory. It was an extremely rough game from Sword. The alpha or the counter pick of the lead just didn't work at all. It was one of the main reasons why the game was as close as it was.
Yeah.
And I think that Morgan, for all his faults, does fit very well within this Fred Brion roster. And I don't expect him to have similar issues. And Ghost support. Beautiful.
Yeah, came to watch Ghost, and she got her wish at the end of the day. Nongshim, of course, will select blue side once again. Now, I was just told, actually, by G-Sun, that Ghost has been playing some support in solo queue. So, and this was like 16 hours ago, right? So that was last night. And this is definitely something they were preparing for. So, whether they are more happy because Vital, you know, played well and now they're going to try this out, or this was a planned, prepared thing, I'm very excited to see how it's going to work out in the bottom lane.
Obviously, from my end, I'm just happy Vital can stay in.
Yep.
And when we pose this question, do you say we learn enough, we'll be fine, or do you just ban it to save the mental? The answer is ban Dead Yordle. And I completely understand. I think that it is a reasonable thing to do after you just got so 1v9 clobbered by it. It's not even 1v9, I guess.
Poppy next, yep.
Yep.
Was expecting that.
Now, you know, just ban all the Yordles. Get Corki out of there. No Tristana.
Teemo next.
Lulu, not in this game, guys. No, those champions are not too relevant. We don't need to ban those. Do need to do the same bans. I think as Fred Brion, you don't really have to switch it up here. Can just go for very similar bans as you have gone with in the past. Now I'm wondering whether the Senna has risen in priority for Nongshim, because that is actually something that you can put Ghost on, something that he's historically been very good on. If Vital has the ability to play that, something that works well with that in terms of farming style, as long as it's not a Kench, because we all know that Senna Kench is not the way, even though LCK teams insist.
First pick Kench.
Please don't joke about that. I think you just go with Filios. and then you're perfectly happy. Vital played an exceptional game. Fred Brion went with an answer that was okay, but didn't really inspire fear, I personally say. I would be much more scared if Fred Brion would go for a Jinx Fresh, but instead, it's the Lee for Dread here.
Yeah, so it seems like they are actually a bit scared about getting countered out. They want to take a strong jungler, you would have to imagine. I mean, there is a small chance, again, that Kana can hop onto this, but generally saved for the counter picking on the red side, as we have seen many, many times. Looks like Fred Brion is going to pick up the Aphelios instead, and that does leave them open for some potential counter picks in the bottom lane.
think that Fresh would be my main prio here. With a jungler already shown, you're not really too worried. Can just lock that in on the third rotation. And you also deny a Jinx Fresh respond, which obviously I would think would be the nicest here from Nongshim. If they want to go into a different direction with a Senna and go for a more skirmishing style, that would be okay as well. But Jinx Fresh, I think, don't has a lot of downsides here. And of course, the Zinzao coming through from Hunting, no surprises there. Extremely high priority in terms of jungle, especially with the Poppy banned out. And yeah, this is perfectly fine here. Ghost has actually played some Fresh as well, if I'm not mistaken, in his solo queue game. So
I saw one.
Well, that's technically true, which is the best kind of true.
Yeah. This is definitely a question. We could also see the mid lane picked up if they do not want to make sure that Ghost picks it up. They're going to get Kana's Grave, so they really don't want that to be banned out this time around. And that does confirm that the Lee Sin should go into the jungle.
Tryndamere pick available for Morgan here. That would be the general counter pick into this. You can also make sure that you get the Fresh yourself. You can go for the Nautilus so you don't have to ban the Fresh. There's a couple of different routes available here for Fred Brion. And this is the most obvious one, I think. Just make sure that that champion isn't going to get bad out, get the counter matchup. Although Kana, out of all our Graves, I'd say has kind of piloted the best and seemingly is still able to do completely well. So wonder if the inclusion of Hullbreaker has changed its matchup at all. We've seen more and more of that. Kana also clearly himself a big fan of that pickup. Yeah, there's no mid lane picked up yet. So with support still open, don't really think, unless you want to ban Fresh as a Nongshim, which I would be fine with, it's going to be all about banning out those mid lanes.
Yeah, could look to ban away the Victor if that is something you want to go for. They're going to take away the Vex, which we did see Chovy pop off on yesterday. And definitely a very mobile, bursty type of AP champion that could go along with the consistent damage that you already have on the side of Nongshim. As will we see the Thresh banned away, or is it going to be another target against Lava? Nope. Rakan taken off the board.
Last time around was banned in the first rotation by Nongshim, so they clearly really respect the light. That should not be a surprise to anyone, as the Victor gets picked up here. And for Nongshim, I'm really hoping for a Fresh. I think that pick is always going to feel really nice with the Jinx, but they are lacking some engage, and Fresh does mean that you go for more pick style composition. So maybe it'll just be a Leona lock in here. And that is something that, in terms of enabling Vital, is definitely worse, but it does mean that you have the guarantee that you can always go in. You have a little bit more front line than the Fresh provides. That will be a lot of power given over to Vital, but also a lack of engage, and I think that Nautilus Leona provide a little bit more safety. And Leona, I think, is the obvious choice here. No peel, but a lot of hard engage and an actual front line here for Nongshim.
Yeah, and a pretty good ball carrier as well. You could say that Lee Sin is a decent one, but it requires him to position specifically for the ball and the shockwave, rather than just doing his own thing and getting flanks and stuff like that. Alistar is going to be picked up as the answer, so Delight saving that counter pick in the support lane to go up against the Leona. Seeing a lot more Alistar nowadays as well.
It's been coming up more and more. Fresh just being ignored by everyone. And Alistar, especially into the Leona, obviously really nice matchup, able to interrupt the Zenith Blade, able to scale pretty freely alongside the Aphelios. And while Aphelios is going to have a little bit of a harder time, I think, in this one against Jinx and Orianna, in terms of hard engage, Fred Brion have a lot more options. And this is the Fred Brion we want to see, right? We do want to see them with the ability to just always go front to back. We've already seen multiple times that Tryndamere doesn't really need to 1-3-1. You can play 1-4, but people have been getting better and better about using him just in team fights as well. And overall, Ghost on support here. That's really the big question mark as we get into the second game here, Veldas.
He's going to be playing the Leona, and you would have to imagine that at least in scrims, he has some amount of practice on this champion. But we don't really know until we see him play it, right? And that's going to be very exciting to see. Very strong team fighting composition there from the side of Fred Brion, or rather Nongshim, as here on the side of Fred Brion.
Also, yes.
Also a very nice, yeah.
That's the beauty of Fred Brion. 9 times out of 10, I think the last game was a little bit of a kind of a misdirection with the lead top, but outside of that, they still played it like a team fight comp, as they always do.
All right, off we go. Onto the Rift. Dread didn't really have a great time in the last game, I have to say.
No.
I think a little bit, it seemed like he was playing tilted, but that first play in the mid lane 1v2 against Poppy and Veigar, definitely questionable.
It was questionable, I think, especially when that single play, just unnecessary and an overestimation of his damage. Key thing to me, though, is that he was also playing Xin Zhao into Poppy and into Veigar, which is about as miserable as it gets, I personally say. And we saw that, and I do think that this is something that obviously C9 does, right, within the LCS, and I think we see in Challengers as well, which is teams actually punishing extremely common blind first and second rotation picks. And it's something that our LCK teams have often kind of foregone in favor of picking more stable comps, just handshaking with either scaling or similar profiles in terms of aggression. And I do think that there is a lot of territory for new strategies that are on Jenna top, because we don't like Enchanter supports, or Enchanter top laners rather, when they don't interact with the lane.
Smite.
Only Lulu top when she actually lanes. That's okay, but there's got to be a little bit of gameplay. None of this roaming business. Although we haven't seen it yet here in Korea, only in Challengers.
Yeah, see if that keeps up. Hopefully it does.
Yeah.
As, you know, the last lane in the mid lane that we saw was very much just, okay, we're going to sit back and farm. Fiesta was fine with that. He's, you know, first time in the LCK. Lava was playing Veigar. You just want to sit there for the first bunch of levels and get levels and get CS and try to be a part of the later parts of the game. But definitely could see some big-time trades between Orianna and Victor, especially with Lava on the Victor. Getting aggressive already.
So both mid lanes going. Oh.
Okay. Gonna get the chompers down. Delight has to flash over it. He's still level 1 Alistar, which is basically not a champion. It's kind of like a cannon minion, except with no range.
Yeah. It's a bigger cannon minion, so it's an easier target.
Yeah.
It's really nice. Well played. Nicely done from Ghost and Vital. That's going to go a long way in securing them some pressure. Of course, still have to respect the brushes as Fiesta really getting bullied by the Law King here.
Good flash auto and Q, obviously Q auto. But Fiesta going to play it very far back. There's only a ward on one side of the lane there for Lava, so he's also going to get back at a good time for him. Hoping that Morgan can show a little bit more from the top lane for Fred Brion, as we did not see much of that in game number 1.
A lot of aggressive trades coming through here. Kana, as mentioned previously, I think pilots this matchup generally very well. I also would not be opposed at seeing a lethality Graves here. I know that a lot of LCK teams have kind of foregone that, but into a lineup with limited tankiness, only the Alistar, and really he gets as tanky as he does with ult and Aftershock. Outside of that, there are plenty of juicy targets that you can chew through easily. Would also be really nice with the Solar Flare and with a possible setup from a Shockwave. Although I would not be surprised if it's just Hullbreaker into the usual lifesteal builds, especially because Kana's looked really good at that, right? So I think that's a completely valid thing to do. Now, Dread should have a timer here with Delight not having any flash available. Ghost has his.
Yeah, definitely a really nice timing as the Hex Flash comes in. Delight going to be able to get away from the Chompers at least. He's surviving, and Umpty is down here as the knockback onto Dread. He will pick up the first blood, though, as in goes Umpty, trying to go 2v3 here. Ignite goes down onto Dread. They're able to take down Ghost, finally, as it does take a little bit. And Dread is going to be taken out, actually, on the reactivation. Looks like maybe that was on cooldown, and Fred Brion handled the pressure bot lane exquisitely.
Yeah, everything thrown into the Alistair. That's fine if it's a 3v2, but if it's a 3v3, then the equation completely changes. And we see that ㅣ2022, the kill, at least only one of them went over to Aphelios, but the other one going to Zin. Still going to be plenty happy about that. Whereas Vital, not going to get as much out of this personally. Hex Flash.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
All right, yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a little bit of the teleporting cow, not actually leading to anything.
Kana is being very annoying up here. Fortunately for him, I mean, Tryndamere has really nice sustain. You just get the Doran Shield, you use your Q when you have it, and you basically just farm under turret. You're not going to have a lot of pressure, but you're definitely fine against the pressure. Can wait for a cannon wave and then go back for a back. As here's the play on the bottom side once again.
And obviously, key thing here is the center plate gets interrupted. Everything is thrown into an Alistair with Aftershock. And even though the kill eventually does come through, and I initially wasn't sure whether they were going to be able to make this happen here, and Hannah feeling very, very confident. And the extra damage coming through from the Infernum in these small 3v3 fights where everyone is clumped up, actually, even in the early game, quite relevant. Favorable trade here for ㅣ2022, but due to the CS advantage that have been found in the mid lane, still a relatively even game.
Yeah, I thought Delight played that excellently, not just the knock-up on the Zenith Blade, which is pretty common, but also down to the last smidgen of health that he did have. He got the knockback headbutt onto the Lee Sin to push them into the Xinjiao, make sure that they can pick up that kill. Also got the stun right at the end as well onto the Lee Sin to make it easier to get that kill. As the ward comes down here, that means that will be spotted. As now Dread is in here, but this is going to be first rotation into the river from ㅣ2022. There's no flash right now for Dread, but first rotation now from Fiesta gets in there. Going to go for the smite on the dragon. Rather, Dread tries to survive, and he will be able to survive just barely, but the rest of them will go down. As Orianna, you saw Fiesta was in there basically alone, and Ghost and Vital never really got a great entry into that fight.
No, we're getting zoned away by Delight and Hannah, who were just slightly earlier to the play. And that is another trade. The gold still even, mainly due to that advantage that Kana has been able to find, picking up a plate for himself, as well as the mid-wave being managed well by Fiesta. But giving over more and more kills to Hannah's Aphelios is going to cause you a lot of trouble if they continue doing so. And they need to be very mindful because these skirmishes feel a little bit disjointed. And it's now 2 that have gone the way for ㅣ2022. And if the third one follows through, really start to worry as a Nongshim fan.
Yeah, it's definitely a great start here for ㅣ2022. The gold is still even, but the gold is where you want it on the side of ㅣ2022, right? It's in the pockets of Victor, it's in the pockets of Aphelios. And this mid lane hasn't really been amounting to too much. Now that Morgan is level 6 and went back for a buy, looks like he's having a much better time up on the top side. As long as it goes this way, we should be seeing some pretty fun stuff for the Rift Herald fight, you would have to imagine.
It's been very skirmishy thus far. And that is something where I think both teams have a lot of early game power. If you can catch multiple people, either as Ghost or as Fiesta, then it should be easy pickings for Nongshim. Dread starting off very aggressively here, but I don't know if they're aware of this happening. Will get spotted here. Have the prior on bot side and on mid, so I think that this Drake should be a possibility for Nongshim here.
Yeah, he's going to pull it out, and they know where is. And as the entirety of this Nongshim comp comes in here, they're looking to take the Drake, but will they take the fight is the question. Crescent Guard, they try to turn onto the Victor. Not really going to come out here, though, as the re-engage flash away from Ghost, as he looks for his own little re-engage, but that's a lot of damage now coming in from the Aphelios as they are chasing him down. A lot of flashes used to try to make it happen, but Nongshim get away by the skin of their teeth with the Dragon.
And what a nice head-to-head early game. Both teams not willing to give one another an inch. And that's the value priority that you see right there. It's Nongshim that is able to pick up the objective. And ㅣ2022 are desperately to try and make a play. Not able to do so in the very end, but will be able to get a plate for their efforts here. Even Vital having to play really respectful, especially now that the light is 6, you need to be really careful here. as he can dive you extremely easily, especially with some backup.
Yeah, you see he is respecting it very well. The chompers do come down, but ㅅ has snuck on in here. He's spotted now.
Yeah.
And yeah, just his presence being here means 2 free plates for ㅣ. It's going to be basically that. Does have to split it with ㅅ there on the second one. But that is just okay, as they're feeding more and more gold into this Aphelios.
And normally, that's where you get Rift Herald. This time around, though, unfortunately not the case. nongshim doesn't really have that counterplay available to them. As a result, it's just 2 free plates. A wave getting zoned off from Vital, and a big lead being secured by ㅅ. Kana, I mentioned it earlier, and indeed, he's breaking that hole. Continuous pressure going to come through here, and a big reason as to why the gold lead has not ballooned further than you might expect with as much gold on the Aphelios as there is right now.
Yeah, I feel especially into the Tryndamere, just going to give you even that extra bit of survivability, as we're going to take a look at this bottom fight once again.
Yeah, and we see Ghost, especially without the flash, has a really hard time getting over here. Is basically down to minimal health from the get-go. And then this Shockwave does make sure that Dread is actually able to pick up the kill, but he's tanking Drake, and this early on Drake is actually a lot of damage. And as you pointed out, neither Ghost nor Vital are actually able to make their way into the fight at any point. And now, in a straight-up 5v5, it can be either team's game, depending on how it's executed, but ㅅ into the objective first.
Yeah, they're on the objective first, and you already see the lasers coming out there in the choke. We do have a big trade up on the top side. Morgan is taking a lot of damage here once again. Requires Lava to get out of position, as the Gravitum will come down from ㅅ over the wall, but the engage not that clean. ㅅ do pick up the Rift Herald, but can they get out of this one? As it looks like the light will just be the sacrifice. He's gonna pop away Kana as the rocket does come out here from Vital.
Not done.
Trying to continue on here, Dread with a really nice angle, but he's taking a ton of damage. Still able to take down ㅅ on the backside of that fight. As will they dive the turret is the question. It's 5v3, but some low health bars and a Victor still alive with mana means that they'll just take the 2 kills.
Don't have to. Can shove in the next wave and trade as much as you possibly can. And that's the big thing here, the shutdown going over to Kana. That is a big Aphelios shutdown that he was able to get. He's already been kind of bullying Morgan in this matchup, traditionally seen as a counter matchup. Now, picked up 2 kills in that fight, got himself a lot more. And it's already the setup from Kana on top side here, right? Morgan is already so low when this fight starts, and that means that no matter what, ㅅ, they gotta look for the disengage. Really nice attempt from Delighted. Fiesta more than ready for this play. And this gravity field is the main reason why this isn't an unmitigated disaster for ㅅ. That plus the light buys a little bit of time, but the kick has not been used. And Dread sees ㅅ and now desperately tries to get away with the Guild Force, but not gonna be enough. And yeah, Kana really deleted that Aphelios, but they get first Turbot for it. We're gonna probably end up with, again, very even footing here.
Yeah, and again, it's, you know, ㅅ getting a lot of that gold back here as well. He picks up 330 on the rest of the plates and the turret, and this is even continuing to go. Red and white available for ㅅ. He's chasing down Vital, changing through his guns a lot, as ㅅ is here yet again, looking to take him down, as Vital is going to get excited there on the backside. Really nice stun from Ghost, but I'm not sure it's going to save them at all, as Vital will go down. And this turret might even go down with the Crescendum as well.
So big.
He's going to be able to get a bunch more money.
Well, that is such a big influx of gold early on. And the cross-map responses from nongshim have been subpar for the entirety of this game. If a situation like this happens, you'd expect at the very least Dread to threaten a topside dive, or at the very least try and zone away so you can answer with a turret of your own. But instead, while this is happening, yeah, Kana is able to pick up the inner, and Dread is able to pick himself up a red buff. That's nice, but with the amount of resources being invested here, nongshim don't do more than what they're doing here, which is just kind of watching it happen. It's going to be a favorable trade. ㅅ doing well. Attempt at a steal from Kana, but against the Smite, that should never actually work out, and it doesn't.
It does not, and where do we land after all of this? Almost exactly the same amount of gold and the same amount of Drakes that have been picked up in this game. Now, it's definitely going to have to be the Kana carry show, you would have to imagine here on the side of Nongshim. The Orianna not really getting too much in terms of kills is not going to be great. She's doing pretty well in terms of farm, Fiesta is, on the Orianna, but mainly going to be enabled by some of the other characters on the lineup. And the Jinx not having a fun time so far, so hopefully Kana can pull a lot of attention to the side lane and force Fred Brion to focus on him and give some more time for his carries to catch up.
Morgan also going for the Hull Breaker, and I think with Hull Breaker it creates kind of an interesting situation where if one person goes for it, and especially when you're in a matchup like this where either player should have at least a moderate amount of threat, you basically forced to buy it as well, because the amount of resistances plus offensive stats that you get from it are a really big nuisance, and in addition to that, the way it empowers your minions is always going to feel really, really bad if you don't match it, and if your opponent is able to just continuously get damage and pressure on turrets faster than you are. But again, Kana, possibly the strongest Grave player that we have here within the LCK, clearly showing how comfortable he is on the champion, even into a counter matchup. And once Shield Bow is done, I'm expecting him to put down a lot more, because these sides, as you point out, are a big thing where Nongshim is going to have to put some pressure, because outside of look at the spikes, or rather the lack thereof. No Mythic on Vital, no Mythic on Fiesta.
Cannon minion is a big boy.
Yeah.
He basically doesn't die to anything. You have to hit him a lot. And the only time that Kana's going to feel threatened is if they don't have vision in the jungle to enable him to push. But he's already gotten so much, and Fortepian aren't necessarily known to be a very proactive team that is always looking for the big plays. Yeah.
Shock of Valdez.
So, I mean, I think they're going to struggle here in this mid-game. I think Nongshim should be able to get a pretty nice lead just based off of not much happening and Kana continuing to dominate.
And the Drake is something we need to talk about as well. I haven't really done so yet. Ocean, I think for both of these teams, just a nice pickup. More so for the side of Nongshim, I'd personally say, as I think that they have a little bit easier time of actually proccing it reliably, right? Can poke a lot more, and then the war of attrition will always be won by, one, the slight advantage that you have in terms of range, at least between the Jinx and the Aphelios, but also mitigating poke from something like a Victor. And if you are a Fred Brion, then it's kind of self-explanatory. You can get a nice 2v2 or 3v3 skirmish where you can utilize the power of this Tryndamere, this Xin Zhao, especially this early on in the game. I feel quite good about it. Don't know if they can contest this Rift Herald though, with the entirety of Nongshim already zoning at the ready here.
Yeah, it's not looking too great. Basically, Lava's the only one who's doing much of anything, and that's with a fantastic amount of poke. They do have the inner track to the mid lane, but as we speak, not really denying entry here from the side of Nongshim. So seems like Nongshim just pick up that free objective and will go on with their lives.
Yeah.
Use that in whatever lane they so decide. They don't give it to Kana, which I feel like might have been a little cheeky way to say, hey guys, I'm gonna really start putting on the pressure now. Instead, it will go into the hands of Dread, who will be more likely to be in the mid lane, and probably that's where they do want to drop it down anyway.
Try and really wrestle away some advantage, because thus far, I don't think either team has really found anything that can be construed as a definitive advantage. You're looking at small, little edges left and right. I say gets found by Kana, but with the response being faster from Fred Brion, might be the other way around. But it's Hullbreaker, so nothing actually happens. This happens a lot with this item, and with Xin Zhao, to be completely honest. Both those champions just, or champion/item, I guess I should say, resist any form of actual gameplay.
True. It's no Tom Kench, but
good pokes.
It's pretty decent
Can we not talk about Tom Kench?
Oh, sorry.
In the game?
Timothy.
It's already hard enough when he is there, okay? I don't want to deal with him. It's like Corky. We don't... The less we talk about it, the better.
Good old Timothy Gantons. Hopefully we don't see him too often in our games
Carry.
anymore. Except for Carry. He's the only one who's allowed to play it.
Yeah.
I love how we, have, as the casters, have declared like multiple players who are allowed to play these champions.
Yes. Everyone else is a no-no for Kana.
Kana, I love what he's doing. He's just frontlining. He's so tanky at this point, and he has red buff that he's like, yeah, I mean, I dare you attack me. And the one thing that they do have going for them, though, on the side of Fred and Brion, is the amount of poke that they do have. Zumpty nearly got himself killed there. But he is going to get on in as Kana's right on top of him, but at least he got some extra health with the smite. As that is a huge engage coming in from Delight. The follow-up is not quite there as the flashes do come in, but it's a little bit lackluster. In goes Zumpty, and finally Fiesta will be taken out in the mid lane, and this is just going to be a chase down here from the side of Fred at Brion. Morgan's still looking for more, but he is going to be kicked away. You can see that with Kana and Vital still alive. Nongshim not just going to back off 100% just yet.
Beautiful engage there from Delight, finding some crucial members who have been fishing for poke. And this might be the second Drake going over to Fred at Brion here. Nongshim, they could look for some pressure on this turret, but it is a risk, and with the wave clear available, not gonna work out for them. Fiesta, his struggles unfortunately continue, and not completely surprising. Look at this engage from the light here, finding not only the Orianna, but also Vital. Vital's able to flash, and Fiesta probably should have flashed immediately as well. Instead, will get killed immediately out of his stopwatch. And then even with Kana trying to do as much as he can, enough damage available.
오리 도구, 오리 도구. 오리 노플, 오리 노플, 오리 노플. 오리 봐봐, 오리 봐봐. 오리 노플, 오리 노플.
Odi being Orianna, of course. Funnily enough, Odi is actually the word for duck in Korean.
Oh.
So I don't think there's any reference to duck in Orianna's lore or kit, but
I knew that actually, because I've had
just one thing.
duck suit.
There you go.
I forgot about that. Wow.
Korean class with Valdez. We have English class with Wolf.
More. Yeah. Oh, thank you for that information.
No problem. Yeah. So you can call her Duck Anna.
No,
or not.
I don't think I'll do
Probably
that.
don't do that.
It's
okay.
I feel like it was a great bit until we went to Duck Anna. Unless you, of course, have a pet duck, and the name of the duck is Anna.
That would be really cool.
Yeah.
You could tell your friends this story every time.
That's how you came up with the name.
Yeah, that's how
if
I
I
decided
ever
to
get
get
a
a duck. Yeah.
It will be named Anna.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you.
Anna the duck. Duck
It's
Anna.
really nice because it allows you to be a nerd without anyone actually knowing.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's the best kind of.
It's foolproof.
Foolproof nerdage. Yeah, the side lane is still really annoying for Morgan. It unfortunately feels like Kana, as we framed it coming into this series, he is heads above, either of the Fred up Brion top laners at this point in time, especially when he gets his hands onto the Graves. And I love how they prioritized his Graves pick in the draft, They said, you're not going to get to ban it out here in the second phase. It's not bannable in the first phase, especially because Fred and Brion are on red side. So Kana just gets his hands onto the Graves, and this is just a never-ending problem. He's literally tanking the turret.
Man, he don't give a damn. Look at him go. Just tanking it up, and with the amount of resistances that he has, it's not that much of a difficult task for him as well. He's going to definitely get this turret here. And he is continuing to get himself further ahead. Probably going to be able to finish up that collector coming in soon. And into the limited amount of armor available on the enemy team. Understandable. Not always the biggest enjoyer of the good old collector, but I think in this circumstance it is certainly defendable. Also, looks like Lava actually is going for a Victor build that does damage.
There you
go.
Auto-attacking. Yeah.
I'm
gonna say.
very happy about.
You're not looking to auto-attack here against a Jinx. It's not really going to happen that often. Maybe you could do it against the Graves, but...
that gold lead for Kana, I think the most impressive part about this is that this is a basically homegrown lead, right? This is not his jungler camping him, because Dread has been playing out all over the map, mostly focusing on bot lane with the double skirmishes that we saw there. Playing really, really well. We always knew he had a great Graves, and he's showing it here again. Now, some spikes actually have been hit. Vital sitting on the fire cannon. Stopwatch available for Fiesta. And Nongshim, a straight-up 5v5 where they can find multiple man ultis. Would be beautiful for them. Dread is hiding in the fog.
They should know that is there based on the ward that was placed. Dread on the Lee Sin. Of course, we'll be able to just hop away to safety. And this game definitely on a knife's edge. Feels like it could go either way. This is not like game one where it's like, oh, well, Veigar exists and he's 5-0-2. So, yeah. If anything, in this game, it's like, well, Graves exists. So definitely have to worry about him. Now, Lava is pretty fed. So that is one thing to worry about, but it's not quite Event Horizon levels at this point in time.
Not looking towards that. As overall, game, as it does with Fred and Brion, taking on a leisurely pace. Really more of a slower experience as Morgan, he's been spotted.
He has been spotted, and he does a bit of damage with teleport coming in, but they're not able to force a fight, and with Kana not there, Nongshim don't want it either.
Kana's like, wait, I can go back to pushing, right? I don't want to play the game as Dread.
Okay, Dread is really getting on in there. The laser, I think, will just go wide. Flash used to avoid that shockwave, as in they go onto Kana, but he is going to flash away. Morgan in the back line, trying to get it done all by himself. He will be able to take out Kana. Finally, he gets his revenge, but immediately Nongshim clap him back, and they will go for this Baron. Maybe not.
Or 2-for-1 trade. I think you can't give over the sword point, but I don't know if they can actually get there. Health bar low, but Fiesta's teleport available. Needs to get mid-prio and run over to that Baron, but with Lava and Hannah still available, you need to be careful.
They're waiting.
Don't check.
And Ghost is just going to face check. He has a stopwatch, and that is going to be enough to get him to safety.
Oh, that should be Drake.
Yeah, they're pushing Fred at Brion out of this one. It's a nice amount of damages coming in, but the blast plant is there.
By the end of it, still exactly. Now it's 2-2 in Drake's.
Nice.
Nice. As this looks a little bit suspect. We've seen a lot of engages on Xin Zhao kind of backfire. But the key thing here, obviously, is that Kana has backline access, and that's why they go in so aggressively on top of him. Unfortunately for him, his shield bow shield gets procced very early on into the fight, so as he tries and helps out the rest of his team, that is unfortunately something that he will have to pay with his life for, as Morgan gets the final spin to win. Dread, though, on the back of that, was also able to clean up and in the end, it is a 2-for-1 trade and a Drake, so favorable for Nongshim, but still nothing that really breaks open this game by any means. As expected.
Yeah, as expected. Equal as all things should be. And we're going back to this.
Oh, the deep flank? No, they're realizing, no, I actually don't want to go against this Graves. I don't think it went well. Which, honestly, I kind of get that. With the advantage that he has, up basically a full item over Morgan. It's a risky proposition, trying to bully him, especially with the Hullbreaker passive available, and Morgan would then lose his to an ally being nearby. But what we're seeing now is just both teams continuously shoving waves, and they're looking for picks a little bit, but I'm pretty sure that there's nothing that's actually going to happen until he gets into break. And neither of these top laners have teleport either, right? So there is not really a deep flank opportunity for the either of them. For Lava and Fiesta, it's a lot more risky when trying to do that. So, duck names?
There's only one duck name. It's Oriana.
I wonder I wonder what other combinations in like any of the languages you can make with league names. You know, I'm sure there's more there.
There
waiting
definitely
to be
are.
discovered.
Yeah, there definitely are. If you have any ideas, make sure to reach out to us on Twitter.
I'd really like to know. Yeah, any language. You know, whatever punnery you can think of. I think Oriana's hard to match though. In terms of like overall quality of the joke.
Especially because the second half of Oriana is just Anna, which is an actual name.
Yeah.
But either way, if you've got any ideas, suggestions, you can definitely reach out.
No vision, but the light is hunting.
Both these teams have a pretty fast Baron, so there's definitely that added pressure from either side where it's like, well, we definitely want to get some kind of vision around this area. Otherwise, we don't know 100% that they're not taking the Baron.
2 minutes to action.
Yeah, that's what we're waiting for.
We have time. It's fine. I really like Fred Brian games for this specific reason. Because they always have the same pace, you know. It's like a well-written movie.
Yeah.
Well, like you can kind of going in get a feel for how long each arc is going to take, and every single dragon is just a specific arc in the Fred Brian story.
It's all written by the same author, so you kind of like
course.
have a sense of his pacing and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's an Agatha Christie situation, you know.
Yeah. Oh, they're looking for Vital, and he's caught out here immediately. See you later, Jinx. And we've said this before with some of our newer players here that, you know, even though Vital looks fantastic in his positioning in Game 1, he gets caught out this time around.
It's a murder mystery, but I don't think we're going to have to look for the culprit for very long. That's trying to bring on start of this objective, but do mind you, there's a lot of AoE available.
I love that Lava went back already. It denies any kind of delay into end for Kana as Umpty's getting incredibly low. He's going to be kicked out of the pit. He does get in, but it's Lee Sin, Dread, who picks up the Baron with what looked like 5 health.
Yup.
As now they're looking for a bit more here, trying to get Ghost, and they should be able to take him out. But no Baron here for the side of Fred Brian. Lava, the Fed carry on his side, will be the one player to push away Kana as well.
And that is a minus 300 gold Baron power play coming through, but you'll take it as Nongshim, denying that Baron is really, really big. Now going to try and wave clear as best as you can. Vital, just let that turret go. It's fine. I guess you can defend. I don't feel like that should not stand still. Fiesta also has teleport, so maybe if they are feeling confident, they can actually go and try and contest for soul point here. Umpty's on his way, but Dread now alive. Fiesta teleport in 5 seconds. I think you let this one go. It's Nongshim. It's just soul point. It's not actual soul. And they decide to do so. I think that's definitely the right call. Really nicely done by the Light there. Very aware of what the Jinx might try and do. And by the end of it, I'd argue that still neither team has actually found the definitive advantages. The Light has been really, really nice to watch on this Alistair. I would say the Light that I could already,
You can already hear the groan.
Yeah, I didn't want to go for that. And interesting thing here is that I thought, okay, the kick out is going to kill Umpty. That didn't happen. And then, yeah, it's actually 5 health.
It was
and
actually
then,
5 health. Oh no.
Then it's like, oh, he kicks him out, and then he has the DPS to kill Baron, and he doesn't do that either. It's actually just 5 health.
Yeah.
And then it goes to Lee. So truly a flip in the best sense of the word.
Gotta love it. A lot of tables flipped at the same time. The gold basically even at this moment. As with the Baron, they are looking for some kind of actual Baron power play, as Umpty is going to be forced to trade his ultimate in there. Flash also coming in as the Light maybe getting baited into that one, but the damage from the Chaos Storm, and now the Aphelios is getting in there as Nongshim. They were trying to do the baiting into that fight, but they got baited themselves as Fiesta just barely going to live for now.
Running.
Here comes Morgan, the one guy. It looks like Kana is going to be able to get out of this situation with the Baron empowered recall, as that's going to be the zap there onto the Orianna, and down goes the Lee Sin. As now it's 5v2, and Fred Brian are looking to maybe end this one, but Kana is pushing up top.
Yeah, they can't actually chase for too long here, I feel like. They need to respect Kana with the Baron buff still available, actually making his way out, shoving in mid here. So they can definitely get the turret, but with no objectives available, I don't really know if they're going to get anything out of this, barring that. Kana, knowing him, probably gonna... No, it's definitely better to not breathe for the turret here. There's no need for you to do so. But as the dust settles, it was a nice attempt, but we keep learning this lesson, or do we really, is the question, because this is fine. Using this on Xin is okay, but you have to stop actually committing to it.
Yeah.
What happens here is the Chaos Storm does so much damage. Hannah's the one who actually gets the kill, but really it was Lava that was doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that fight.
Fed. Lava is so fed right now.
You know what the beauty of this build is? It just does damage. You don't actually need to weave in any autos, and we see here how well it does, right? even into compositions that do have a lot of range available to themselves. But because there's no objective, the overall state of the game slightly tilts towards Fred Brion, but with all these bounties available, they're also only losing a single fight away of Nongshim still being in lead. And yes, this is a big swing towards Fredid, but it's also with 35 minutes into the game, 2k gold, very, very minor.
It's not that much. This definitely feels like, you know, even outside of the bounties, it feels like we're getting to the part of the game where if there's a significant team fight in one direction, Nongshim or Fred Brion, they can end the game, because Nongshim, even though they're behind, they have that free lane into the bottom, you know, the bottom lane and ending the game, whereas Fred Brion, with the lead that they have, could probably just push down mid. But again, it has to be pretty definitive. And as we know, Fred Brion's not always that way, so maybe we'll just have an Elder Flip.
They're not. Key thing here, though, is that Fred Brion also has the hidden Fred Brion passive, where 40 minutes into the game, they become absolute gods.
They do double damage.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like they get Elder and also somehow macro buff that just kick in, you know? They're Gathering Storm and Joyous, but not Gathering Storm the rune, but just as in the concept. And as possibly could have been expected, 50 seconds from now, it will be a fight. But Fred Brion is in a way better position here, because they can say, take the soul point, we don't care, we're going to get Baron. And sieging with this composition with a Victor that's this fat is going to be really hard to match for Nongshim, and they would only get a single Ocean Drake for their efforts with these basically simultaneous spawns.
Yeah. We do have the Morellonomicon built here by the Victor. Not sure why not just go for the death cap at this point. There's not a lot of resistances on the enemy side, but I suppose wanting to deal a little bit better with the Graves specifically.
Yeah, and Lee has a lot of sustain, right? Especially with the death stance. But like, I'm not. I'm with you, Veldas. I'm not. It's
not great, but it's okay.
We've learned to live with the good and the bad parts of it.
Yeah,
and I think
that's
the
voice.
takeaway here. And yeah, this is perfect for Brion. Try and get that pressure. There is a ward, but that's used very, very early. Kana can get this, but the rest of the team, they need to contest.
The Baron is so fast. I mean, this is a little bit too late from Nongshim unless Dread can actually get into the pit. He stole it with the Super Mega Death Rocket! Just like that, Vital gets the kill onto the Baron. Unbelievable. Delight stopped it on the Drake earlier, but not on the Baron.
I need a moment. Oh, Nongshim. Yeah, they get away with both, I guess. That can happen.
Calculated, yes.
Calculated. It was truly a master heist planned from the start. And it's actually really, really big, right? Because now the Fred Brion entry that they would have gotten is just not really a thing. And the reason is that no one is blocking, right? And the big person who would have done that would have been Delight, but he was off on the sides looking for a possible flank.
뺐어요.
I got it.
Ice cold.
I took it.
Yeah, not impressed at all. Now the question becomes, is Nongshim actually going to be able to leverage this? And last time around, there was that topside push that they got punished heavily if they don't over-invest into trying to kill a Xin Zhao 38 minutes into the game and run heads first into a fed Victor. I think they should be doing relatively fine, can choke out some vision, but I'm starting to worry that this is not going to be a utilized Baron buff, and we're going to be looking the good old Soul Flip, which will be finished, or followed rather 5 minutes later by the Elder Flip.
Yeah.
As is customary.
It's just the way it goes.
In Challengers games.
Fred Brion know it as well. They're like, well, we gotta let them have this Baron so that we don't end the game before the Elder Flip. So let's just have them let them have it, and we'll just wait. Our passive is coming in anyway in a minute, so it's fine.
We're scaling. The irony and the reason why we talk about this, of course, it's completely understandable with both of these two teams because you know, at this point, a single misstep can be the end of the game.
Okay, they're going in onto ㅅ though, and I think Fred and Brian are happy with that. Kana has joined the fight though, and the front line of Nongshim is being torn apart. Even Kana on the bottom side is being chased away. Morgan's ultimate though, it's losing power, and a huge shockwave on the rest of the team as the rocket comes in from the Jinx, and this just might be it. Henna barely able to go down, and that's gonna do it. Vital gets that last kill onto the Victor, and now they don't care about ㅅ. They can push in and end the game.
And it was a single mistake, as we pointed out. ㅅ looking for a possible flank. The irony, he survives, but the rest of his team has to pay the price. As in the very end, it looks like Fred and Brian not going to be able to hold on to their base. It's so late, just a little bit too early. It's now past 40 minutes. They just missed the window. And we're going to a game number 3 here in Nongshim against Fred and Brian.
As it should be between these two teams in this kind of series. Vital gets the highlight here for this game, and he absolutely should, at least for the last bit of it. Stealing away the Baron, able to pick up a triple kill. But it starts with, you know, just the team play. I think Kana did a great job of pulling everybody over to the side and baiting everybody in, and then Fiesta lines up the shockwave onto multiple, which allows the Rockets of Jinx to do insane damage. At the end of the day, Nongshim just play out the team fight much better in the late game.
And that's not something that we often hear against the Fred and Brian, right? This is really where they excel generally, where they can find their biggest angles, but that's of course the risk that you take when you opt into a fight into the jungle. Yes, you are Victor, but the enemy has an Orianna, and it's really just at that point about who hits the highest impact ultimate. And in this fight, it was definitely Fiesta with his shockwave. Not really a position where the rest of Fred and Brian could get anything done. And you don't really have to go for that. I think that it's a lot safer if you can actually set up, if you can take...
Can NA, wow. Can Nongshim ace?
Well,
that's the question.
Yeah? And I'm feeling good about my Kana vote. I feel like there were high moments for Vital in the final fight, same for Fiesta. I think Ghost did a perfectly serviceable job as Leona. You know, it wasn't amazing, but it was good enough. And Kana really the most consistent pressure point for me. Fought well on the skirmishes, created a lot of pressure that Fred and Brian wasn't able to deal with. And I think if this Graves was played by anyone else, or it wasn't played as well, if the lead in that lane wasn't as big, we might have seen more of the traditional Fred and Brian that we saw glimpses of in the mid-game when they were able to find those fights.
Says it's a good day to carry, and that's Kana. And you know what? He did exactly that. Fantastic play from him as he is making the top lane his. But guys, we are going to go to a quick break and throw it over to the analyst chairs. We'll be right back.
짜볼래? 천천히 봐, 천천히.
스크린.
딱 갈려있어요, 이거 딜러.
너 차봐.
너 못 사냐, 준영아?
나 초색에 있어.
나 솔라리 있거든? 괜찮은
트린
거
노공,
같은데?
트린 노공.
공 살짝 볼 수 있고. 괜찮은 거 같은데? 트린.
트린 잡았어.
왜, 볼게.
앞에. 앞에 잡았어.
네, 잡을 끝나.
잡았어. 야,
매들어. 아, 끝났다. 나이스!
나이스! 좋았다.
1j 이거지?
이렇다.
한 판 이기기 왜 이렇게 빡센?
믿어.
소리.
일단.
제가 잘려갖고.
아니야, 잘했어.
잘했어.
아래 거.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire.
Welcome to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space, ladies and gentlemen. That was a Nongshim comeback, or was it a series of unfortunate events for Fred Brion?
Felt like a series of unfortunate smites for Fred Brion. As looking at the draft, I do want to talk about the Graves pick because I thought it was really smart. Yes, the Tryndamere was open on the other side, but as Fred Brion, you were still considering maybe picking up the Thresh. It wasn't an easy choice to lock in the Tryndamere. And as you and I were talking about, during the game and during the draft, like, are you really worried as Kana, arguably the best Graves player in the LCK right now, about Morgan's Tryndamere? You feel like pretty comfortable you're going to get a lead up there, you're going to get Hullbreaker. So I really liked how Nongshim put Kana in the driver's seat of this game, and he definitely drove it.
He definitely did. He piloted it extraordinarily effectively. Built that Hullbreaker, and then, it was a massive problem. But I think I want to sort of echo your point a little bit, because there are a lot of teams that draft against the meta, not against their opposition, and this was a perfect example of drafting against your opposition. Regardless of whether it's Sword or Morgan there towards the top side, they're not likely to be aggressive enough to actually be able to threaten you, much like we've seen other Tryndameres do into the Graves matchup. So really, really cool stuff. Let's have a look, though, at the other side of the coin, right? This was a Nongshim victory, but I want to shout out Delight, man. He had a great game on the Alistar.
He really did, and I'm excited to see Alistar return to the meta. We've seen a few games of it. Peter was the first one to play it, and it's kind of a comfort pick for him, but it's making a big return. But this was a really nice catch here from Delight. He's able to grab that kill on the backside. He also had a really nice turn in...
Yeah, I think we also have that one as well that we might be able to bring up, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
If we don't, that's fine.
That's okay.
There are other things that did happen as well.
But he also had another really great turn when the Rift Herald was dropped in mid to try to guarantee that Drake. He came in and got a 3-man knock-up and really, really helped Fred Brion control the mid game with that win in that fight, pushed Kana back. But things did start to go a little bit awry around the Baron pits after
No, exactly right. And we do want to say that in the early stages, Fred Brion did retain a lot of control. The counter gank on the bottom side from Umpty was absolutely fantastic. Got Henna into a phenomenal position. We saw how powerful he was throughout the rest of the game. But you have to hit your smites. It's like Umpty giveth, Umpty taketh away. And I think we do have that first Baron steal to come in here. If you watch the numbers, man, I don't know, there was some witchcraft going on here.
Yeah, Baron, I think, got unleashed for a second and healed up. It's actually insane. Watch it go down. It goes down to 897.
Yeah,
and then goes back up because it's leashed for a second to 905. So it's really, really, really great steal here, but they lose the team fight for it, and they end up with nothing from this Baron. It helps keep them alive, though. So the steal is quite critical here because it means that they can actually survive through Fred Brion. I think it was negative 2592, the first Baron power play there. So keeps you alive, but Fred Brion still got further ahead during this play. It's the second Baron steal that actually gives them the pushing power to force a team fight and end the game.
And unfortunately, Vital didn't exactly have the greatest of games. I do like talking about OCE talent. I know he was only in Australia for a year, but it still makes me very excited, the players that did play over in the OPL or the LCO come back to Korea and are still just fantastic players. Let's have a look at his amazing Baron steal, though, because it was looking like it wasn't going to be so good for the Jinx player, but then he lands this.
And they actually didn't have a wave where he was standing, so it's really difficult for Fred Brion to predict the angle the rocket was going to come from, to try to have somebody on the outside of the pit to prevent that AoE from actually stealing it away. But that steal is what gives them the push in those lanes that allows them to set up that team fight right outside of Fred Brion's base, take the win.
Yeah, no, exactly. And it's really, really sad because Umpty was really denied that first smite, right? Smiting at 897, which is the number that he saw when he smote, that is pristine. That's exactly what you want to do. But unfortunately, he gets a little bit trolled. It goes down to 5 HP and then Dread smites it away. And then that one, actually, perfect timing from the Super Mega Death Rocket. That was not planned by Vital, right? That was a YOLO rocket that flew in and stole a Baron and ultimately won the game. But who is going to win the POG? And I think it might be a man breaking hulls on the top side of the map. Let's have a gander at that one.
Yes, it is. I think a lot of people might consider a vote for Vital because his Baron steal was what allowed them to win the game within the reality we live in today, right? If he misses that, they still might be able to pull it off, but I think Kana played so consistently well on this pick, and he's really made a name for himself on it this season. It's one that you fear.
I mean, even last season, right?
Yeah.
Him, Canna and Graves, they are just the best friends club, and I really like what Chronicler said about it. It was a homegrown lead. Like, this guy just dominated Morgan throughout the entire game. It was what, like 2.2k in the mid game as an advantage for the Graves, and if he wasn't that far ahead, I have a feeling that Fred Brion would have just ran this game over completely.
And this is the last team fight we talked about with the Baron buff, and you know, Fred Brion felt very pressured to actually look for a fight here, and Kana is just so ahead and so tanky at this stage that yes, he does eventually die there at the end, but he survives through that whole engagement. It's actually a 13 for 13 back-to-back. Everybody's on the same page.
We have a lot of synergy today. Everyone seems to be understanding exactly where these votes go, but there is going to be another game, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 will be coming up. We'll see whether the power of friendship on the side of Fred Brion is going to win out, or whether Ghost should actually 100% role swap into the support position. Is Vital going to be a mainstay? We'll have to find out when we hop over to the casters. Take it away, boys, for game number 3.
Thank you, analyst chairers, for your fantastic breakdown there. Loved the graphic of the negative 2,592. Big fan. As we are going into game 3, it's happening. This is going to happen on the backs of Kana's Graves. And I would expect that Fred Brion pick blue side, they ban it away, and maybe even get Veigar again.
What I'm really wondering about is how can we keep Ghost as a support, but also have Peter be part of this roster? Because I want Vital in there, but I also don't want to lose Peter. You know, I don't think that that's a
Good luck with that.
That we should do or want in our lives. As I agree with you in terms of draft. I think that Kana and his Graves have shown a level of comfort that, especially in this situation, just isn't matched. And I don't think that Morgan is going to have a pick that is going to mitigate the pressure that Kana's going to have in this lane. And I personally would love to see, unless the Graves is open, obviously, it again go to a R5 counter pick for Kana. I think that our top lane is the lane where you're going to most consistently have pressure, because I think Fiesta is going to be serviceable, but he's going to get bullied by Lava in terms of lane. And I think overall, Lava has still had a bigger impact in that game, even with the nice ultimate at the end there from Fiesta. And getting a good matchup for Kana is, I think the easiest way is Nongshim to guarantee some pressure. But Fred Brion, Atlas was talking about the power of friendship for them. I feel like both teams are kind of running on that today.
Yeah.
With the challengers call up at the last second arrival of Ghost. Even with the role swap, you know, it writes itself. As there is indeed the Graves ban. It was the Veigar when it was Nongshim immediately getting rid of this. And now Fred Brion is saying, no, Kana, I don't want you to play the game. No. No Jace. No Graves. Ben Na for good measure.
No Gwen. No Gwen
well.
either.
Yeah.
You don't get to play the game, Kana, sorry. And to be honest, he's performing the best, especially out of the two veterans in this lineup, right? Dread hasn't really been having a great day. As with Caitlyn available, they'll just scoop that up. Totally fine to do that.
I think you pick Karma, and then you can think about your AD carry. I think the Ezreal was a great solution that we saw Domwon throw out, but there's a couple of other options. Karma just mitigates a lot of the oppressiveness of this lane, so that's definitely going to get locked in. Main question then becomes, what are they going to pick up next? I'd be expecting another leave for Dread. Dread kind of reverting back to more of the Dread we saw last year, where he has great highlight moments, but also a lot of moments that make you kind of scratch your head. And something that on aggressive champions, on the general, is going to work out a little bit better. Although, with a Karma, honestly, I wouldn't mind if they waited and picked up something like a late rotation Olaf. That is something that has kind of categorized Dread, works well into the Xin Zhao, and that they've used with great efficiency. That is great answer as well. Just going for the Jhin Karma lane, mitigate the Caitlyn with whatever she's paired with, and have a Vital in a more supporting position.
Will be the Lux, so we're using the classic duo down there in the bottom side, and we're considering a Renekton. Not a huge fan of this pick, especially into what you're looking at, and it is currently 0-6 in the LCK. Has a ton of respect, but nobody's been able to win on it just yet, and every single time we watch it, hasn't really found too much luck.
Oh, I was waiting for a Gragas pickup here, honestly. I think Gragas is a completely fine matchup into Renekton. Just ban 5 top laners now, Fred Brion. At this point, you're all in, right? If you ban these 3 and then you still get a relative counter matchup for Kana in top, I feel like you've kind of wasted a lot of the pressure that you might otherwise have, as now we can ban some of Umti's junglers. Xin Zhao and Poppy will be my 2 guesses. Take those 2 away, and then you're going to feel pretty good. Although Jarvan ban might actually be better looking at what Nongshim have it thus far. I think that both Jin and Karma don't want to play into that. As for Fred and Brion, yeah, just keep going. Ban them all. Ban them all, Valdez.
Every single top laner about to be banned in this game. We're going to have to go down to Garen.
But you can just pick Gragas still.
Yeah.
Like, you're perfectly fine with that.
Maybe Gragas is the next ban. Now, Lava could definitely hop onto the Renekton as well. So there is, you know,
true,
some amount of Nongshim maybe just waiting around for that 5th pick. They're going to take away his Lilia, actually.
I like that.
Showing respect.
I like that. I think that Umti loves the champion, obviously. It works really well with the Renekton. Provides a great setup, and especially if you would want to swap the Renekton to mid side, then you're going to need an AP jungler. So appreciate that from there we go. But don't you just luck, right? Like, you can also wait. I think it's also fine to save the counter pick to R5. Just pick up a safe mid laner here. Obviously, Victor is the one that comes to mind. That isn't really punishable in lane and does fine no matter what comp you're running into. And then you just save the R5 for Kana, or you lock in, like what I'd expect to be the Gragas. Can also go for Ornn, although that's not really up to Kana's style. Orianna, another example, I think, into the Victor, something that's, again, going to get shoved in a little bit in lane. But at least now you will guarantee a counter matchup for Kana, exactly what the doctor ordered.
For a second, I thought you said the duck ordered.
Well, the duck is also back, so...
Yeah, Duck Ana is back in the game. And Xin Zhao was available, so... looking to pick that up. Now, there's not a lot of AP on the side of Fred and Brion.
It's the easiest Victor lock-in, right?
Nope, it's going to be Rise.
Well, at least it will be full damage Rise. Surely in this comp.
Surely.
Surely, Valdez, right?
Well, at least they have the power of friendship. Anyway, our 5 pick here on the side of Nongshim is going to be
I love that.
Gangplank.
Please lock it in. We talked about so many top laners starting with G. I didn't even talk about the Gangplank. I think that this is a matchup, although not as one-sided as it once was, of course, ever since the grasp changes that came through, where it became a little bit less strong on the... Gangplank is still a matchup that can be piloted very well. Just need to be careful of early dives. And that is really up to Fred Abria now. You have multiple pressure lanes. You have a Rise that I think in this comp is going to get outscaled in terms of him actually being able to do damage, even if he does build damage, right? You're playing into Orianna, you're playing into Jin, into a Gangplank. Getting into actually effective range is going to be really hard. So I want to see pressure in every single lane. Umti setting up dives. Kana ganked on wave 3, on wave as many as you can find, because if you go with the normal Fred Brion pace into this comp, no.
It won't work.
No.
You can hang up your jersey because it won't feel good after this game, if that is the direction you're going to take. But we can take another look at the comp here. We do have Renekton back. We do have Rise back. That's a couple of champions that have extremely low win rates here. Literally 0% for Renekton. It's 3-11 for the Rise. But obviously, a lot of other good picks were selected.
Key thing here is that as much as we dislike those picks, which I think is perfectly fine, what can also happen here is that Fred and Brion run over this game in like 25 minutes because they get an early lead, and then you can set up constant dives. You have pressure. What a prio. Come on, Valdez. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, okay?
Okay.
Do you think I want to defend a Rise and Renekton type of composition?
You're doing a great job of...
that's my job. I try.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Very good at it.
But you know who I prefer of these two compositions. Especially when you're Fred and Brion. know yourself, Fred Brion.
Yeah.
That's where true victory starts, and usually they do so well. Yeah, I like this hover. The fact that Ghost is playing alongside his own skin, and that Ghost isn't playing Jhin, but it's Vital.
Yeah.
Great little piece of storytelling here from our observers.
Gotta love it. Jonah Strong, the best. And yeah, I don't know. This is like when you go to the ice cream shop, you know, and you're just a vanilla guy, right? You love vanilla ice cream, but all your friends
like
call you boring.
But like good vanilla, right?
Yeah,
like
quality vanilla.
Yeah, like really high. Yeah, I mean that's great.
Yeah, and it's just high quality. You're like, we're good at this. At eating my vanilla ice cream, I love it. It's what I know, and it's what works for me. And then all your friends are like, no, you know what? Like, this is the new thing. You should try this new flavor. It's like strawberry with Pop Rocks or something. And you're like, I don't know. Like, I'm not really into that kind of style. And then you go ahead and buy it, and that's what Fred Brion's composition is. I'm not buying it, man. I'm sticking with my vanilla for Fred Brion. If I had a choice, if it were my choice, I suppose, thankfully, it's not my choice. They have very competent coaches over there. We'll see if it does work out for them. But I want to have it proven.
I had a great...
So far, we haven't.
That's the thing. Because I had a great chat with Orcs, of course, over on the LPL. Well, I wasn't over at the LPL, but he was over at the LPL. And it's so interesting to see the differences in how specific regions rate champions and rate compositions. Because especially in the LCK, and again, I have to highlight this because it is so typical for Fred Brion to draft comps that go against this very well. It can just really warp, not even warp, but like color the way that you look at compositions, the way that you look at matchups. And the fact of the matter, the reality is that I don't think that the draft from Fred Brion here is bad, but I do think that there are very few teams within the LCK that will do a great job at actually piloting a comp like this, utilizing this pressure. Because as I'm pointing this out, there is no opportunity to punish Kana, right? And if he can just skill to 6 freely and pick up a little bit of health, a little bit of damage, Vital.
Well, he is going to use his heal, but it's Xin Zhao, and he got the angle on Yuzu. First blood will be handed over to Umti, who's being very proactive. That's what you got to do.
Perfect.
You want to win with this.
Perfect. That is the delivery of the, what was it, strawberry Pop Rocks?
Yeah, strawberry with Pop Rocks, yeah.
Okay. Ice cream here.
Actually sounds kind of good. I want to try that.
Yeah, that actually sounds pretty banger. Note to self, check out whether that is a thing.
I don't think so.
Well, there is chocolate, Dutch chocolate, that has a very similar flavor profile. Yeah, it's really good.
Maybe that's the way.
Yeah, could be. But an early kill here is going to not only get Umti ahead, but also create a really big lead for Henna and Delight early on here. And allowing the Caitlyn to get leads early is one of the safest ways to not only utilize the power of the pick, but also to ensure that she can keep doing damage. And Umti, honestly, not crazy pathing here or anything, just a misposition from Vital should be in a safer position.
잡았다.
No vision here, he says.
잡았어?
Yeah.
바이게 쪽으로 나가볼게. 럭스 붙어봐.
And issue there, of course, is that, as mentioned, like just did topside clear into red, into a bot side gank. Nothing truly out of the ordinary there. As, oh yeah.
Yeah.
A good list.
These are the stats, and these are top level players, including Lava. So, you know, make of it what you will. Maybe it's the comps that the Renekton is built around. Maybe it's just the way that they played in those games. But 0-6, you know, this isn't like 0-2. This is 0-6. 6 in a row. We'll see if they can turn it around.
Well, the comp definitely has the ability to, and that is something that I really want to always keep going back to is...
Oh, looks like he's being baited into this one. The flash comes out, but a really nice sidestep. Dread not going to be able to land that one as Umti was coming in, and if he were not able to execute him there with the Q, might have meant that Dread eventually just gets baited in, and then Umti turns it around. Either way, not amounting to too much there, as now the two junglers going head-to-head, but Dread can just easily hop away.
Nice sidestep there by Dread, doesn't want to fight Umti. And key thing there is with Lava not having a flash available, any subsequent play, especially once Dread hits 6 as well, Fiesta not hitting that now, should be relatively easy, right? And that might be a window that you're going to be looking for as Nongshim to kind of get a grasp back in this game, because Kana has actually been suffering in the 1v1. Let's not forget that Renekton is, of course, one of the champions that Morgan historically has been the most comfortable on. But at the same time, we're always going to remain skeptical because leads are nice, but you gotta get more than that. Early Drake, great. Starting and setting up dives, what we're going to be looking for. Play aggressively around the Rift Herald and really push those leads as far as you possibly can with this composition.
Yeah, you got the prio from bot side too, so just get on in there. Karma not able to push it back enough. And Lava on the rise, of course, is, I believe it was Showmaker, who Junghyun asked the question to yesterday. Was talking about, you know, why do you guys pick so much rise when it's just not finding a lot of success? And the things that he highlighted were actually the early game wave clear.
Yeah, the early game wave clear and the ability to set up plays, right?
Yeah.
So, in a way, maybe Rise is just AP Renekton now. I'm not even kidding.
No. Not like this.
I do think that the damage Rise, especially into specific comps, has a lot more to offer in terms of actual late game relevancy. But the tank build really has been all about the setup, has been all about getting prio in lane and then roaming to the side with a Realm Warp or setting up for a high damage carry somewhere else on the team. Maybe that's what the teams keep looking for, and finding with varying success.
Well, they're going to need some decent damage from this lineup. You have Renekton and Xinjiao, who are mostly just set up like they can do some decent damage, but not especially as the game goes along. And then you've got Caitlyn, who obviously later on in the game is going to be chunking, but for the majority of it, won't be doing too much outside of this lane. And Lux mainly used just for vision, her abilities in the mid game to late game. Can do some nice burst herself. So I would like to see more damage. I would like to see the damage build here on the rise, but let's see what Lava decides to go for.
Cross map play coming through. Oh, yeah, Dread was spotted. Should still go for this, because I am fairly certain that they're aware what is happening on the top side of the map. That is a Herald. ㅣ Brion still continuing, doing the job that we gave them, doing, as others would say, the homework. With a possible dive here now on bot side.
Yeah, this is definitely a nice little spot, as we do have Lava coming down, but it is very late as nothing hits. And they're just going to run away.
Oh, yeah, not a big wave there. And then a couple of key skills not hitting, right? You need to set it up very cleanly, and I thought that with Henna being kind of stuck there, they could have looked for something, but instead it is just a free Herald getting picked up by ㅅ Brion here. Already 700 gold lead, rather, going to be able to terminate some more once the plate comes through. Personally, prefer if it was thrown into the Caitlyn for obvious reasons, but see where Umti decides to throw that down.
He's got some nice options. You can try to get Renekton out of the lane early, maybe try to pressure up there, not make it comfortable for Kana, look for dives potentially. You could just look to feed one of your carries. And so far, we see this lane is going very evenly. It's going to overall benefit, of course, Kana on the GP. Will be scaling. He's definitely getting pushed in a lot less now that he has some levels.
Yeah, as you slowly stack up your grasp, and as you get more and more items, Sheen is a really big pickup as well. You start to threaten a little bit more. Your wave clear becomes a lot more relevant, and whereas the bot lane has gotten punished, not as much as I would have liked to see, but there's still plenty of opportunity for that. I do feel like we need to see a dive here. There is an ultimate available here for Kana, and Fiesta can teleport. And I think they're pretty sure and aware that this is happening. Rise making his way over as well.
Yeah, everybody's making their way, but it might just end up being a 4v4 under the turret at this point, as the Rift Herald will be dropped down. In comes Lava with the Realm Warp, as they're really just trying to drop it in on top of this AD carry, but the Cannon Barrage doing a lot of work. Cannon not really able to get in there and do too much damage, as they get a nice charge and they're still zoning them away, but now the Jhin ultimate and Umti is left out there. as Lava is left out to dry as well. Has to flash. He's going to be able to pick up the kill and gets a free ride back to the mid lane.
Thank you, Dread, says Lava. As in the end, 1-for-1 trade, but really good response there from Nongshim. And a little bit awkward timing from Fred Brion, right? If the wave is actually there, then Hannah and the Light can actually walk up and threaten a lot more. Now they were relegated to sitting a little bit further back. And then when that turn from Vital came through, it was really, really nicely done. So the 1-for-1 trade. If they get the kill on Lava there as well, that's a big win for Nongshim. Now, it's all right. It's as good a trade as you could hope to get reasonably. And a little bit of gold back into Vital.
Yeah, decently nice. Looks like Ghost is on a bit of wardage here as Delight lighting the way, I suppose. And that's about that. And perhaps just going to have to go back now. A lot of focus, of course, being shown down on the bottom side here from both of our junglers. Not really too much attention given to the Renekton on the top side as we do have Nongshim. They're just going to be able to pick up this Drake now.
So big. So big. Because we are looking at a relevant Drake, right? And didn't see just before it changed. I don't know if you did. But this is a problem, right? The wave clear that is available for this Ghost Karma, or for this Karma and Lux lane, means that there isn't actually an ability for Delight and Hannah to walk up here, right? Fiesta would be needed teleport, and the Gangplank ultimate means that no way for them to actually get through, and then, yeah, you can't go into a Jhin like that. And then the fact that Dread goes for this, gets off the kick, and then dies is truly painful. Very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't kick, then they probably kill Lava. Or if he kicks a split second earlier, then he might live. But instead, none of those things happen. And that was the end of Dread there, unfortunately.
Yeah, the end of that. Unfortunately, he hasn't really been having a great day here. Kana has been doing a lot of the heavy lifting from the veteran side, as I mentioned before. As, you know, it was a very wonky dive, that's for sure. But they might just pick up Lava here, as he is decently tanky, has that Kindle gem. He's very fast, and they will get the kick down, but Umpty really trying to get on top of Fiesta.
Uh-oh.
Not quite able to, though, as the lockdown is coming on in there now onto Umpty. Follow-up there with the Crescent Guard is going to be good. As Dread is looking for the slow.
Come on!
And the Q, it's not quite going to happen, and Umpty will be able to get away.
That was some value of that Xin ultimate there. I felt like it timed out on the fourth shot, but clearly it didn't, as now, in the end, still a favorable trade. And again, Nongshim, for them, it's all about slowing it down. They got the Drake, they pick up a kill here. And if this Nongshim roster can pick up an Ocean Soul, oh boy, that is not good. And for Fred Brion,
Yeah.
it has limited value, right? If it's an Infernal, then I think the equation really changes, as a lot of their aggressive champs will have a lot more longevity going into the later stage of the game. But instead, you're going to be looking at a Drake that, sure, it's nice against some of the poke that comes through from Nongshim, but not going to be as valuable for you. And Fred Brion, we called a lot for as many leads as you could find, and instead, when plays like this are coming through, it's not quite working out. The immediate rotation coming through as well from both bot lanes. Yes, they're able to actually get out, even getting tagged with the laser there at the very end, but it's not enough. And then the fact that Umpty actually gets away here is definitely something. This one is...
What? That, what? That looked like it was down.
Yeah. It was,
I don't know about that.
No, it was very close. It looked worse the first time I saw it, actually. Don't go over that, Red. Don't.
Doing it. Not like this, as he's on a trap as well, and he's just about dead. Down he does go, as the Lux will be traded. Umpty is trying to get on in there as well. As you do see the damages coming out, the Crescent Guard really helping against the damage from Fiesta. Hannah flashing forward, gets both flashes, and now Fiesta is a free kill scooped up by Lava.
2-for-1 trade. Oh, no. Oh, he lives. Oh, for now, but look at Lava.
So fast, he has the Swifties.
He's going for the cutoff. No flash for Vital.
Yeah, he's...
Wait.
Yeah, that's going to be the slow, and it will come through as Umpty steals the kill. I think that's totally fine. They just want to pick up everything as fast as possible. And Fred Brion take a pretty large leap into the lead.
And this is really big, because that play from Dread in by itself would have been manageable had they gotten out, but instead, they inject so much gold at a crucial point, and Dread, you don't know where the enemy bot lane is. You cannot do this. It's not a thing. Never do that for Krogs if you don't have vision on the enemy. And then the rest of this team is baited in. Really nice reposition there from Umti. Hannah has a really, really strong position in this game, so when he hits the Piltover Peacemaker, it does an incredible amount of damage. And then, I didn't actually catch the runes, but I would not be surprised if Lava has like a number of speed ups from the Sorcerer Tree as well. And makes his way over very, very leisurely. Blue man running. And now the gold lead, 2.5k at this point in the game. Very relevant, and ㅣ Brion feeling better and better.
You can see the difference in the plates as well. There were some plates that went down for Nongshim, but nobody was around to collect them, so it's a fat 0 for them. And now looking, I think, to rotate up towards this second Rift Herald. If you're ㅅ Brion, you just got a big lead off of that last play. You should definitely try to pick that up, as Ghost has played 3 games of Karma, apparently, in 2019, and he's 3-0. So the guy knows what he's doing on the Karma. Nice little graphic we get for him. Our newest support here in the LCK, good old Ghost. Our rookie support.
World champion rookie support Ghost.
Yeah.
I like it. Lava? Be fine as the Rift Herald gets picked up, and I do think that, yeah, getting the Rift Herald is nice, but especially if they can pressure this Dragon here, this might end up still being a win for Nongshim, as long as they can hold on. I do think that Nongshim, Dread in particular, needs to call it a little bit on the flips. You need to respect this is what a ㅅ Brion comp wants to fight. They want to engage on you. And if this gold lead keeps growing, I don't think that you can still keep up. So, didn't really find yourself in a position where you can take, just let them have it. Don't throw the game over a single Ocean Drake.
Well,
Red.
Let's see what they want to do here, as they don't have a lot of vision, and Dread is very much behind enemy lines.
Oh.
He's going to be spotted, and the rest of the team backs away from the objective. So, looks like he wants to potentially group up with his team back in mid, but there's a Rise in the rest of the team there, so he's just going to wait in the jungle, as it looks like they do know where he is. But it does mean it is a quick Drake into the hands of ㅅ Brion with no action.
Very necessary for them. Nice pickup indeed. And by the end of it, we see ㅅ Brion further head towards that position that they need to be in, considering the compositions, and are just firing some shots at Vital, who at this point in the game not really going to care about that as much. Hannah not really accelerated as much as some other Caitlyn's that we've seen, meaning that the game is still tenable. But for ㅅ Brion, this is where you need to do, which you normally don't really do ㅅ Brion, that's push the lead. Choke out vision, try and collapse onto side lanes, use that Rise as much as you can, and try to force mistakes out of Nongshim Red Force, because if Nongshim can just cruise towards second, third items, maybe they have to give up another Drake, but the actual fight is not going to happen, for so at least, for the next 9 minutes. And that is so much time in terms of itemization, in terms of spikes that will be hit. Fiesta will be looking a lot stronger at that point. Kana will be sitting on at the very least a second, possibly a third item. So it's either get Baron or find people in side lanes, and you have the tools to do both.
They do have the tools. I think if they sit here and they allow Hannah to just farm and they do nothing else, that's not enough on the side of ㅅ Brion. And they have put Lava into a side lane. They have Morgan up against GP, so that's all good.
I love that our observer's just like, you want to see a really nice GP barrel getting a lot of gold? We got that. No problem. We got that for you. No biggie. Really appreciate it.
They always have it for us. Thank you, Jonah Strong, as we do have Dread behind enemy lines once again, but Delight running to the north, as he does have a lot of shielding here, just barely is going to survive. The Cannon Barrage also coming through, and he will avoid using his flash through all of that. 2 ultimates used to try to kill the Lux.
Yeah, Delight knew. I'm fine. And I think the ultimate uses is fine here. You're not looking at any major objective here. Although, ㅅ Brion, maybe this is the window where you want to force a Baron. Could be a thing. But no. Just gonna farming in mid. you have the control as well. Like, look at the vision. As you're the sole AP source on this team. Why is Lava going for tank rise? There's no other...
I wish I had the answer for you, but instead I gave you a moment of silence, because that's the way I feel. There is no answer, as we are just engaging, okay. As the flash comes in and Morgan is behind enemy lines, they take down the Orianna, and that is the aggression we're looking for.
Really nicely done. That's going to be 2 turrets going over. Breon. As there is the realm of, that's going to be another play, and as if they heard us, Valdez. Doesn't matter that you got tank rise if the enemy never gets to play the video game. 5k gold lead now, and Breon showcasing exactly the type of decisiveness. And if you play the comp like this, I am perfectly happy with this draft. Better than I expected from this team, and that is, especially considering the kind of ups and downs we see today, I think really nice for Breon fans as well.
Yeah, it's what you had to do. You know, honestly, when I saw them just farming for like 3 minutes, I was getting really worried for them and the fans, but they dropped down the second Rift Herald at basically the last moments. They pop Shurelya's and they press all their buttons and go in. They're not scared. They know they have the lead. They know they have the comp. This is how you should play this out, because you should have the confidence with this composition from ahead. As now, they're attacking a side lane. They find Kana too far up here. He's not going to get the speed boost from the barrel. He puts out the Monk and Yumi, and that's going to be the end of him.
Perfect. Can't walk up that far as Kana in this situation. You know they're going to be on bot side. Drake is spawning in 35 seconds. And now, slowly, Nongshim Red Force are starting to find themselves at an insurmountable deficit. And we talked about Breon have to play aggressive. They've done that. But on the flip side, Nongshim, why are we flipping the game over Krugs? Why are we defending a turret that is definitely going to fall? Right? There is a lot of kind of overly greedy and ambitious plans here. And that is exactly the type of pitfall that, in a situation like this, I think you just have to try and avoid at all costs. It's not quite over yet for Nongshim. But
they're pushing very far down the lane here. Lava, he doesn't quite have Realm Warp, but he's going to find Ghost all alone. And even in the tank rise build, he'll have enough to take down Ghost, as he was all alone for way too long. With the support of Delight, it is enough, as Umpty is taking down this Drake as fast as possible.
And now truly you need a miracle as Nongshim. What did that be in the form of a pick on Hannah? That would have been really good. Because you need some of those shutdowns, right? You need to try and kill Lava, Umpty, and Morgan. Obviously, Lava's not really going to happen as they keep building as aggressive. Although, that is a Codex, so maybe looking towards a Zhonya's here and more of a hybrid build. But now your item spike as Nongshim are so far away, and there's no way in hell that you're going to contest an Ocean Drake in 4 minutes. So, and it comes down to an Elder Flip, and I don't think you should ever get that time. If you are Nongshim Red Force, Breon, keep the fight up. This is what I want to see.
Gotta love it, as knocked away is Dread, and he's going to do absolutely nothing. The Crescent Guard keeps Umpty alive, and Morgan gets the perfect flank as Nongshim try to defend this once again. Morgan, a little bit left out to dry here. Looks like he is still tanky enough, though, as in comes Umpty, and the rest of the team finally do come in to help him out. But that's a kill now into Kana's hands. He's looking for a bit more, make that a second one, and a snipe from Vital to pick up the third.
Oh, and that's 2 big shutdowns going over to Nongshim Red Force. Not something that you want as Breon in the initial fight. I think is perfectly fine. So we take and go back in time to a happier, a simpler time for Nongshim. Setting up a really nice push here. And if we would flip rather to the vision of Morgan or of Kana rather, there's no vision here.
His interface is really big.
Yeah.
Actually. Yeah. I play with a much smaller interface.
What?
Okay, we're doing Baron. Nongshim say that, well, you don't have everybody, and especially your jungle. So, in this moment of desperation, let us take the Baron.
They're going to get it.
And
there's no Dominus.
They should. No Dominus. No Final Spark either. I mean, there's nothing to steal here. That's just going to be free Baron into the hands of Nongshim, as Morgan is tanking up a lot here, but without the Dominus, he's also going to be a free kill, and all of a sudden, Nongshim, they bought themselves so much time in this game.
You're talking about finding time. I don't even know what Breon is going to do now. I think that this play in of itself is perfectly fine. but they take it one step too far, right? Just let Morgan get taken down. There is no reason. You've used so many of your cooldowns to get this lead, right? To win the fight up until this point. And they do the same thing that they did earlier, which is funnel into a Jhin that is going to be perfectly happy just standing there. And then again, the shutdowns are the people I was talking about. Rise, Xin Zhao go over to the enemy team. Bounty gets picked up. Morgan, yeah, he gets all the health, but that's still not a fight you're ever going to win if the rest of your team isn't there. Oh boy. Ooh.
Smooth.
Not even close. And I wonder, because now more gold into the pockets, item spikes are suddenly being hit. There is a bounty on Vital. And imagine if Nongshim can actually contest this Ocean Drake. It's a disaster for Fred Brion, and this is exactly kind of what we were worrying about with this type of composition and the need to push where you're ahead.
Yeah. I mean, Orianna and Jhin in themselves, they don't have a huge amount of damage, especially at this point in the game. But now that you've gotten so many shutdowns and so much extra gold, the GP is getting online, the damage is going to be there. And, you know, the Renekton's going to become less valuable. The Xin Zhao is going to lose some value. There's a lot of pieces of the puzzle now that are slowly being picked up for the side of Nongshim. Now, there's still a minute until this does come in. So they're going to try to make the most of this Baron. Looks like about 2,600 gold is the Baron power play. And they'll try to use as much of it right before this fight begins.
This build from Kana, not quite it, I personally say. Not the biggest fan of Divine Sunderer, of course. We are pre-Triforce buff, but still. And looking at the amount of armor on the enemy team, I'm not quite sure if Collector was the way to go. And by not quite sure, I mean I am relatively certain that is not.
I am absolutely 100%
I actually am,
sure.
yeah, no, because honestly, the only target you're actually going to chunk now is Henna. And if you hit Henna, fight's pretty much won anyway, right? Same for the Light. So that is going to actually mitigate what should be a really big scaling point here for Nongshim. But look at Vital, look at Fiesta. They are the ones that can do so much lifting here. Oh, Fiesta!
They're getting on in, and down goes Fiesta, just picked off in the front line, flashed on by the rest of the team. But here comes the rest of them. Dread gets a nice kick, but that is it. Fred Brion, they get 2 big picks, and now they're looking for more. Ghost all alone here with Vital in the backside, as he is incredibly fast on this Jhin. They're just going to chase him all the way down. Henna not going to give up on this one. Okay, now we have the ultimate coming out here. He's on vision. Nice little dodges do come in. Not a single bullet hits him.
Don't go for it. Just take the Drake. You can get the inhibitor here, so you can do both. And
yeah,
perfectly happy, although...
Look at Dread.
Agent Dread.
Oh, they don't know he's here.
That will be so... If he steals it, that'd be so big. They don't go for inhib either.
Oh, he just put down a ward, though, so they should know.
They know.
As he comes over pretty early on, they can just turn onto him. He doesn't quite have the DPS, but a nice, desperate attempt regardless. But that's just going to be another kill into the pockets of Fred Brion, who now have Ocean Soul.
That's going to be big, especially in the longer fights that we saw earlier on. So much more going to be available. And again, you know I'm not the one to harp about builds, but this is exactly the type of situations where I feel like had Kana gone for something with a bit more damage, that maybe his backline would have been in a better spot. Of course, Fiesta getting caught again here, every single time with the Flash W, looking for these opportunities, able to get so much for the rest of his team. Really, him and Morgan have been the big instigators of all these plays from Fred Brion. And then, yeah, Dread trying to desperately go for a counter play that early on. Good for Vital that he survives. Nicely sidestep from Henna as well. And now with the Soul, it's again a firmly controlled lead here for Fred Brion, but game still very much up in the air, I'd personally say. As long as Nongshim, or particularly Fiesta, can avoid getting caught, and if they can get one more item on each of their carries, then that Elder fight might be a possibility, Valdez. Which
little taste of Elder flip.
The Challengers players have been forged in Elder flips. They are extremely familiar. It is a comfort zone.
Dread.
Sorry?
Dread has like lost his mind in this series, but it's that type of genius where you're like,
there's no wave.
Yeah. It's like, this is not normal, but it's a good type of not normal, you know? Don't see this all the time, but especially on a Lee Sin that has so much mobility. You just come back here, you deny a wave, and it makes it a one-lane game, right? Because it's only Renekton in the top side. That's the only wave that's pushing. The bottom side is nowhere near. So Dread actually pulls off the genius maneuver.
Still
here, yeah.
They can't actually get him because it's Lee, right? So it's really hard to actually get on top of.
Exactly.
So he'll be perfectly fine. Just going to avoid everyone, as now Karnai is going to go for the Lord Dominic's. An item that I think he built at second would have been very good. Still going to be good, but could have been good earlier as well. And you kind of caught in a catch-22 here as Nongshim. You don't want to give the Baron, but you also don't really want to fight right now with deficit that you're in.
Oh, Morgan hiding throughout all of that, and he's going to make Kana flash away. Dread on vision too, and they say, you know what?
Never mind.
We're done with flipping. We want more certainty when it comes to our Barons.
Not allowed. No Baron for Fredda and as I say that, maybe a second Baron in 10? I think they could. And I just want to give a shout out to Lava for not actually hard committing to the tank build. Very happy about that.
Props to him.
Yeah, credit where credit is due, especially with the setup that he has between the Xin, the bindings, and the CC. And Dread's just like, okay, no, we're good. They're not doing it. Everything is fine.
I've been loving Dread's playstyle so far this game. Feels like he's done nothing, but he's actually done like a good amount, just with the pretty wonky playstyle and positioning.
The line between genius and insanity is very thin.
Exactly.
It's a hard one to identify at times. I'm gonna be tickled by Baron there a little bit, spitting some acid. And
probably get that checked out. You want to see a doctor for that acid reflux.
He is a giant purple worm. I think he's fine.
Well, you go to the giant purple worm doctor. I think they have those. Probably.
Actually, imagine if Baron has like something stuck in one of his like little feeties. Like what does he do? I guess one of his tinier hats can like try and gnaw it out.
I've never quite seen him bend down that far.
Well, no, but I assume he's able to.
Look at Dread, he's still literally just...
They don't know?
Oh my,
No, they don't know.
Oh
They don't know!
Are you serious?
They have no idea. They lack the information.
And
Ana
Ghost came over and let him jump over, but now he's on vision. Okay,
Ana
now they know.
Ana has the... Well, Dominic's ready.
It's more of a standard play. Morgan trying to zone them away as they are going to come off the Baron, but Kana's going to go down 3v2. They don't seem to care about that Kana Barrage, and they avoid it completely. Dread still here, and Umpty still tanking this Baron. Uh-oh. Well, we've seen this before.
Uh-oh.
Okay, they're going to deny it. Has to cancel the ult. Fred and Brion are taking so much caution with taking down this Baron, but it pays off in the end.
And they're able to get it. Fred and Brion. You can say a lot, but they're definitely 4-0. When they want to be safe, they are not. And I actually think that's the right call, because if you get your Baron stolen here, it is imminent disaster. And this has happened multiple times now. Kana face checking there, getting greeted by a crocodile waiting to snap someone up, and now...
It's coming at you at like 15 kilometers an hour, right?
Yes. I'm really happy you paid attention yesterday.
Yeah.
And truly magnificent, if terrifying creatures, the crocodile. However, if you walk up to them and you say hello, then it's definitely not going to end well for you, as Kana might be finding out here as well.
Yeah, Sernacton actually doing some good work. He's far enough ahead. And he also has a nice amount of resistances that Randuin's really helping.
Yeah, and what about that Ocean Soul?
That also helps. Yeah, you could say that. All right, well, we're going for the Elder Drake.
Oh, God.
Not necessarily a flip, as this is going to be Nongshim Caught between a rock and a hard place. We learned a little bit about that yesterday as well. As here we go, a teleport behind and a teleport in front. Which way are you going to go now, Nongshim? As there's only 3 of them, and they're all just getting wiped out as we speak. Vital is going to go down. Fiesta has no mana. Zap goes the laser, and that is going to be the 3 of them going down as Dread desperate to try to catch the wave. But this time, doesn't look like Fred and Brian care, and this might just be them taking the game now.
And here we see the value of that Ocean so actually come through the Realm up into the base.
The fans love that one. As Kana on this GP, basically not able to do anything throughout this game. As down will go the Nexus. Fred and Brian get their revenge, as does Morgan. And it is with the power of friendship and with a aggressive composition that they were actually able to play out pretty well.
And I really want to give my credits to Fred and Brian. I think that we were justifiably so, a little bit skeptical in the draft, but credit where credit is due. There have been many a moment this season where Fred and Brian shows that they are in fact a team that at times can play clean, quality games of League of Legends. In this one, they're very, very aware of their team's win condition, play very nicely around a lot of the mistakes that were made by Nongshim Red Force, a team that, as the series progressed, I think really started to see kind of the difficulties that Fiesta in particular ran into, and it's completely understandable given the circumstances. Fred and Brian capitalized expertly, as Morgan doing a great job on his trusty Crocodile. But for me, the hero was, as per usual, when Fred and Brian looked good, Umti, with the way that he started so many of those mid-game engages.
He did a great job, actually, on the Rise. Gives you hope for the future of Rise as well. By the way, Renekton got his first win with this game. So congratulations to Renekton fans out there.
Well.
And Rise, yeah, goes up to 4-13 now. Congratulations. But yeah, in all seriousness, I think, you know, they went with a comp that doesn't find a lot of success nowadays in the LCK. They played it better than we're normally used to seeing, and they outplayed Nongshim first and foremost. So really got to hand it to them. They pick up the win here 2-1 tonight. A little bit dicey there in game number 2. And I'm also really excited with the introduction of Veigar once again into the LCK. Don't forget about that. That was like 2 hours ago that Veigar did come in. Maybe we'll see more of it in the next series.
Personally, I think it was a great day of League of Legends. I think the Challengers players, Vital in particular, especially that first game, had a beautiful showing. We got to see support Ghost, which wasn't amazing, wasn't terrible, was just kind of there. But the main thing that really, even in the better forms of Nongshim Red Force we saw here, was that at times there's a little bit too much going on. And I think that this is a problem that has also plagued the actual roster, right? When BDD and when Peter are back, I think we might see some of these similar issues where going that aggressive early on against a composition whose main win condition is fighting you early is not going to do you a lot of favors in the long run, and something that they need to clean up, because this roster, I think many of us have expected to be within or around the top 4 of the LCK if they can really find it. Now, of course, that's not this roster for obvious reasons, but the overall roster should definitely be aspiring to aim as high as they can.
Yeah, really good stuff tonight. Took advantage of the situation, and they played it out and got the win in the end. I don't know what was up with Dread today, to be honest. This is not the Dread we saw at the beginning of spring, hoping that he turns things around. Very funky feel. Maybe just a little bit, you know, caught off guard by all of the different changes that have happened with the team and stuff like that. It can be difficult, and so, you know, I don't want to beat a dead horse for sure. As really fantastic engage here from Fred and Brian. Love the flanking angle as well from Morgan. Feel like he really got his redemption here in game 3, which I was happy about, especially after the way that game 2 went.
And this is the one moment of the game where we were a little worried for Fred and Brian, where they overstepped slightly, where the, I think, justified tendency or with this composition instinct to go for fights was promptly punished. And this is what, honestly, I thought the game was going to turn around, where it was going to be Nongshim, but then a couple of catches in side lane, and then this to me was the reason why I voted for Umti as POG, spoiler alert, because these moments, I think, are really what makes Fred and Brian, right? The decisiveness, even in the face of a lot of just kind of vibing and standing around for a long time. But none of that with this competition.
가두자, 여기 가두자.
Yeah, we're going to listen in. Says, let's go.
형 한번 버티고. 아, 버텼어. 여기 보자, 얘들아. 진. 야, 우리. 진 높을. 잡아. 진 높을. 앞으로
Delight doing a lot of the calling here.
우리 하나 노플이야. 야, 쭉 바텀 라인 라인 좀 타고 미드 가봐. 라인 좀 타고 바텀으로 와. 그냥 바텀 라인 쓰면 될 것 같아.
He's-
이거 대포 쓰자.
Yeah, he's calling for Rise to ultimate
미드로
into
가.
mid lane.
급하게 하지 마. 야, 미드로 가면 돼.
Don't go too fast. Don't rush it.
갱플 보고. 갱플까지 뺐다. 잘했어. 나이스, 잘했다. 너무 시끄럽다.
Nice, good job.
아니, 오늘 탑라인으로 상대들. 얘들아. 맛있는 거 먹자.
Let's eat something delicious.
죽여.
Delight is really the main shot caller, and I suppose the older brother of the team, even though Umpty is mainly regarded as the general. As that was a lot of damage from Kana, but not much else.
VOD, Delight also had a great series overall. His Alistair in Game 2 was exemplary, even though he didn't end in the win. And we saw, honestly, just plenty of quality gameplay coming through overall here. Nice series, lots of twists and turns. We got to see some Challengers players. We got to see Fred at Rion and the power of friendship prevail. The fact that we're next in the Rise one, we can get over that.
I'll be
We'll
okay
allow
with it. I need a little, maybe like 20, 30 minutes. And speaking of which, we do have the analyst chairs ready to go. So I'll hand it over to them in just a moment to break down this game, as I'm sure they do have a lot to say about especially game number 3. And I'm getting the word that they are ready right now, so I'll hand it over to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you very much, Valdez and Chronicler, for that one. The power of friendship does indeed prevail. And we found out that a man that wields a gun does not need a bow and a crossbow that don't necessarily stack with half of their stuff.
We got to see another Rise win, so that's always a plus in my book. But we also saw a draft, I think, for Nongshim that on paper was stronger. I really liked how the Gangplank rounded things out for them in the end. Can do fine against Renekton, is going to be much stronger late game. But Kana found himself very invisible this game. I think we saw also a lack of experience on the Orianna for Fiesta. Like, I've always been kind of a Fiesta guy. Last year, Bay was struggling. I was really wanting Fiesta to come in, get some experience. He's finally had his opportunity through this emergency call-up, but he hasn't looked great either. And I think a lot of the experience issues with this roster really shown through in Game 3 more than the others. And on the side of Fred Brion, despite some heroics from Vital, they got a Renekton ahead. They played around Realm Warp very well, and they ended up taking the W in the end.
Yeah, and I actually, like, when the casters were talking about how the draft went and things like this, I kind of disagreed a little bit because it's Morgan's Renekton. And so it's not like that weird flavor of ice cream. This is the ice cream that Morgan had his entire time in the LPL.
This
somewhere.
is his vanilla.
Exactly. This is straight up vanilla. And yes, there might have been some Pop Rocks mixed in there or something, but these are like the really nice ones, the ones that they're used to. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Munchables is somewhere extraordinarily happy that his boy performed so well today. And yes, maybe 5 bans are enough against Canada to take him out of his comfort zone. Let's get into our first highlight though, because things weren't all roses for Fred Brion this game.
Yeah, Umpty had a really great game, and he's had a great series, to be totally frank. But this was a little bit over-aggressive. The way they executed this dive here meant that, yes, they're able to take one away with this Rift Herald charge, but at the same time, because Vital is actually a literal sniper, he's able to take this one back. And this is one that we really just wanted to highlight because, again, it's Vital's first appearance here in the LCK, and he's looking very, very good here on Jhin. Yeah. Even almost so good that it does make you wonder if maybe he might start over Ghost in some future games.
Especially if Ghost decides that maybe the support role is for him. I was a little bit sad that when he played the Leona, he didn't bust out Beryl's skin, because he was standing next to him, Like, theoretically, that's both of their skin towards that bottom side. Yeah. But I did like that the correct Jhin skin was chosen by Vital in that last game. Let's go into our second highlight, though, because I loved how, this was the essence of power of friendship, right? Because the coordination of Fred Brion was so beautiful to watch.
Yeah, this is a really nice flank from Morgan. He pops his ult, then dashes forward and flashes over the wall, is able to help set up that pick. Then after they get the second charge in the turret here, they turn this Rift Herald into a double charge plus Realm Warp to guarantee 2 turrets off of the back of a single kill on a mispositioned Fiesta. Like, this is Fred Brion at their best, and even though mechanically speaking this roster hasn't stacked up to teams like our big 3, they look very good because they didn't make major changes outside of the top lane this season. You could really feel the 4-man on the bottom side of the map is really, really strong together. That synergy didn't go away during the offseason.
No, I agree, and I actually think that like when you listen to the comms especially, Umpty and Lava are becoming like my favorite duo to listen to because they're always bantering with each other. Like Umpty never stops laughing. It's just awesome to watch these guys. We are going to go into the final team fight here and show you how it all came together because Fred Brion did drop a couple, but this was definitely all about them closing in Ocean Soul at the ready.
Yeah, this is a really tough fight for Nongshim because Dread has... Like, I don't know if I agree with what Dread was doing was very strong or necessarily excellent, but it was definitely interesting. Like, I think he might have been...
stuff,
Yeah, he was definitely a little bit, I think, maybe tilted that game. He looked really frustrated. But he was off on the side non-stop, which meant the team was somewhat reliant on just defending and then hoping he gets a pick, which never happened, or hoping he gets something, which never occurred. So in this position, they had no prio on the Elder whatsoever and just got caught and trapped in the end.
We had no way to actually see what was his actual plan because nothing really happened. Let's get into the player of the game, though, and see who picks it up. I think it might be a bit general themed, and there it is. I would have given it to Morgan, just because I love seeing my boy perform. But Umpty, he really ran the series. And if this is a series vote, it goes to Umpty.
Yeah, Umpty had a fantastic series just in general, and no pun intended, but he also has led the charge on a lot of the early games here for Fred Brion across 2 years of play now back-to-back. And in this particular game, he punished a lot of the weird aggressive plays we saw from Dread. He was able to punish several times Fiesta out of position, helped set up Morgan. And it is another one of those chicken and the egg type of games where like a lot of the great plays we saw from Morgan were set up from Umpty, but he was at the right place at the right time. So I think we will probably see a pretty split vote here. And this was the awesome play where we saw him go in to get the knockups here as the second charge will come through. This is a 3-turret play off of 1 Rift Herald.
And there's been a lot of talk about, you know, Morgan playing better than Sword theoretically, but the team not playing as well when he's on the team and things like that. This felt a little bit like Morgan redemption here in this game when all of the team comes together, Morgan included, and they're able to get around the map. And the amount of realm warps that we use proactively and intelligently from Lava at the same time, absolutely fantastic. As we have a look, it is 4 Morgan, 5 Umpty, and 4 Lava, and that's exactly what you want to see.
I voted for Umpty and then I changed it to Morgan, so my top vote came through there, but I thought it was good for both, honestly.
Yeah. No, I think, as you can
honestly,
see right
all three.
There. Yeah. Even Lava being able to pick himself up a win on the rise. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And speaking of which, let's get into our interview and see what Lava feels about his Viger pick.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the POD interview translation, joined by Lava and Umpty from Freddy Brion. After the KDF series, the guys are able to pick up another victory and first winning streak for you guys. How do you feel? First, Lava. Yeah, I'm so happy that we're able to start off a winning streak after having a bit of a long break. And also, yeah, winning streak is a good thing, but today's performance was very embarrassing, so I'm a little bit bummed, to be honest. Well, it actually took about 2 weeks for you guys to come back here after the Lunar New Year break, and you guys did a fantastic job. So how did you spend your holidays? What was the focal point during that period of time? I think we lacked some of the bold plays, so that we definitely focused on those. And also, I think we were able to pull off some of the bold performance in this series today. Because of the COVID issue, you actually had to play against a rookie mid laner, and today was your day to prove yourselves, right? Yeah, because Nongshim was fielding some of the MCL players, we really wanted to secure a clean victory, but it was a bummer that we were not able to do so. And also, I could kind of tell that the rookie players were a little bit nervous, playing for the first time at Low Park. And then we had Ghost playing as a support to game number 2, so what did you expect from him? I definitely thought that it's gonna be a little bit harder because I thought Dread will be the main shot caller on the side of Nongshim, and adding Ghost from the main roster would also add more power to Nongshim. So I thought that Nongshim would perform better starting from game 2. But I didn't ask the bottom duo on our team, so I'm not really sure how they think about it. I could tell that their macro play has gotten a lot solid starting from game 2. And Lava, we want to ask you about the Veigar pick as well, especially the combo together with Bobby was on point. Tell us about that pick. So after reading the patch notes, seeing the buff on Veigar, I was like, this is actually OP. So I practiced on solo queue, and then I thought it was pretty powerful, so I tried it out in scrims as well. And Lava, we could see a great kind of proficiency on that pick. I'm pretty sure I practiced a lot more than other players for sure. Yeah, his Veigar is really good, but he didn't really practice a lot during scrim, so I guess it's all from his talent. And with that E skill, you were able to pick up kills after kills. So any tips on using the Horizon and also picking up kills? Well, in the previous days, you always needed to get the stun from your E. However, with the Everfrost from now on, you can actually just use whatever combo you like and still get the kill. And in game 2, Nongshim stole your Baron 2 times in a row, so what kind of communication happened after that? Actually the team and the coaching staff told me, help me out in order to kind of cheer up and feel better, because it actually relies on the luck as well. However, I should have just tanked the Jinx ult, but I kind of blanked on it, because at that point in the game, the later phase, her ult is really powerful. But yeah, I was kind of unaware of that, so yeah, it was my bad. And then game 3, we had 5 target bans towards Kana. Was Kana the players to watch out for from Freddy Brion? I think Kana was able to exert a lot of pressure by having priority on the top. So I think our team was trying to help me to have easier game in the jungle. And then we have a lot of questions around the Ryze pick. Do you think this is a pick that can carry the entire team? I mean, during the scrims, this champion kind of can pop off later on, but that doesn't really happen often in the competitive games. I think that's the main difference. Ryze has always been a great pick, but I don't think other people think so, especially how they feel about watching Ryze is a little bit different, so it's a bummer, I think Ryze is pretty decent. What do you think of game number 3? I mean, it started off as we expected, but however, how it went was really bad. I was like, can it go this bad? But I don't know. I guess we played so bad in game 3 in the middle of the game, but we were able to close out the game on our end in the end. What's the best pick in the jungle right now? I personally think it's Diana, because just looking at the jungle matchup, it's the easiest champion to kind of execute, but also when it comes down to a team game, Bobby, Xin or the picks that actually can make setups together with your teammates and round out the comp better. And at the end of the game, we could hear that you guys were talking let's get some delicious things. So what's that? Well, our coaching staff promised that he's gonna buy us some great dinner if we get the win tonight, so we're talking about that. What do you want for dinner? We already decided. 벽제 갈비, that's a really famous KBBQ. It's actually about $100 for one person portion, so we're about to, just get tons of meat and beef after this victory, we're gonna make Edgar poor after that dinner. Your next opponent is KT Roaster, and if you get the victory, it's gonna be your team's first ever 3-match winning streak. Well, I never thought that such a big record is on the line, but yeah, I mean, it's been so long since we had a winning streak, so I will make sure to make it happen. and also the COVID. You know, we are having more and more cases here, so please stay safe, and also thank you for all the support. And that's gonna be it from ㅅ2022, and back to the analyst desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji-sun, and welcome back to the imaginary analyst desk with some glorious chairs and this analytical rug that works so well to conduit all of our great thoughts that we have on that series. Great to hear about Edgar losing all of his money for some very expensive beef. Beef barbecue seems to be the favorite amongst the players when they do get their victories, but let's have a look at what is coming up next and the standings after this one.
Nongshim just a little bit ahead of Fred Brion after this loss, and it is crazy to think that in Fred Brion's organization's history, they've never had a 3-game winning streak. If they're able to defeat KT later on this week, they will actually have it for the first time and may potentially even pull ahead of Nongshim.
They will be 5th place.
Yeah.
For what feels like the first time ever as well. Like, that's absolutely insane. Speaking of absolute craziness, DRX are now potentially able to move up to what, like 3rd? Fourth or third?
Yeah.
Like, after their first few matches, I would have thought that was unheard of, but Harmalife Esports can also try and fight back and challenge for a better position. There is going to be a short break, and when we get back, we are going to be going into that second series of the night. We'll see you there.
But yes, speaking of patch notes, the Chemtech Drake is gone. It
Gone.
died.
The Poros have won.
Good, they have. We can actually bring up onto your screen as well the migratory patterns of the Poros. This is now being repaired. Things are now going to be okay.
Nature's healing.
Yep. If you watch the David Attenborough documentary with the walruses, the crying can stop. The crying can stop.
Well, I think it's definitely, we've talked about this a little bit on the broadcast, but I think it was a pretty brave choice by Riot to actually take it out because a lot of work went into making those effects, right? That people didn't like as much as they were hoping for them to. A lot of work made, it goes into building the Drake, setting up what it means, the effects, right? They even added the new icon for the res and stuff like that. They really wanted to make it work. They tweaked it a little bit. They added the Scryer's Bloom, but like people were still unhappy with it. It really negatively affected pro play, made the losing team really struggle to come back. And I think it's a good thing that Riot is actually brave enough to make this call and be like, yeah, we worked really hard to make this thing, and we're still going to say we messed up, and this isn't ready yet, and we're going to take it out of the game. Because most devs, including Riot, usually never make a call like that. So I thought it was pretty cool to see.
Yeah, I think it's one of these difficult moments, though, right? Because we had DRX versus Kwangdong Freaks, and Kwangdong didn't exactly benefit from, Chemtech Drake existing. Not necessarily for the effect of the soul, but the rift itself making it really, really difficult for them to make any sort of map move. I don't know what the solution is there, but I think that Riot did make the right decision.
Yeah.
Regardless of what that is. But it is tricky, right? Because, like, that was there for the first few weeks. Do we now, like... Is it enough of an issue? I guess not.
I think it's fine. I mean, if something's really bad, like Corki, you should remove it, right? And if something's really bad, like the Chemtech Drake, you should remove it, or at least tweak it to a point, like a champion, in this case, with Corki, to the point where it's playable. And I don't know exactly what the tweak will be. Maybe it'll be like smaller patches throughout the map, or I don't know, like it's on and off, or I don't know. I haven't thought about it too much, but I think it's a good idea to just get rid of it. And, all the other teams had to play with that as well, potentially, and now it's gone, and I think that's fine and fair. It's about as good as it can get.
Yeah, it's twofold, right? Because the Hextech Drake, I think, is universally beloved. In what it provides to the games, both in terms of the Soul as well as the Rift. But I personally, based on the communications from Riot themselves as well, I don't think the camouflage is coming back. Like, I think that the Soul might stay, because the Soul actually, I think in terms of how people experienced it, was a little frustrating, but it was not the end of the world. But the Rift was just not it. And I'm really wondering what they're going to bring in instead, on which time frame they're going to do it, because they were very clearly like, we don't really know. Is going to get taken out. Wasn't even in the patch, right? Like, it was taken out before that. It was like
it was basically hotfixed out. Yeah.
Which says a lot, I think, about Riot also being like. And I agree with Wolf. I think this was a great call. The idea was cool, but the execution was just bad for the game. And now the game is a lot better. Only need to nerf those Corki rockets, and then we're in a good spot.
No, we're fine.
It's all right. We're nerfing the package, guys.
Can we move on? I don't want to.
Olaf nowhere in sight. Rascal's positioning is so good, though. You can't really fight this as Live Sandbox because there's a flash cannon who's got ult available right on the edge. They got a split. They do, as that is a Hex Splash to get Cuz out of there, as Arya dashing forward. Moonlight Vigil lands on the 5 instantly. 3 blow up. And Rascal now has to try and get this work done by himself, aiming.
Arya is trying to burst him down, and Ruler still hasn't been able to get one auto attack off.
Rascal is trying to win the game in mid right now as well. He's trying to get through a turret, so this is not all for naught here for KT if they don't get these kills, because they're still getting damage done on the map, but they could still back off to a Baron.
Yeah, there's Rascal, and there it is. Here comes Rascal, and that's going to be the end of the 2 carries. They both go down, and Peanut somehow lives again.
이거 리신 와볼래? 리신 와봐. 기다려. 나 앞에 찾을 수 있어. 앞에 봐줄 수 있어. 호응돼? 오케이.
And Jonas Strong is throwing him.
Yeah, if he doesn't step on that, then suddenly Nongshim have free reign.
Uh-oh, Ghost could be in a bit of trouble.
Behind that
Uppins,
turret.
there we go. It's gonna hit him and take him down.
He had flash. I think he could have gotten behind that turret.
Landed on down one as Faker. Canyon has no friends in the area whatsoever. Final spark as Carrier's going to get cataclysmed as now Canyon. He's managed to put them into the hole, and there goes Showmaker. Manages to grab one. There's two. The front line is now dead outside of Faker, I guess.
들켰어? 나 숨었어. 나 보여. 너 안무빙 해줘야 될 듯? 이거 그냥 너 뺄게. 하나만 노플.
해볼게.
Going to be able to lock that one down immediately. It's answered. First Turret Blood, like you say, provides the answer as Shadow Surge comes down and Faker is going to come on in onto Showmaker. Goodbye as it's Carrier that locks down the kill. Another hook to come through as well as Bertle has to flash to get out of the way, but Faker's got the reset. Of course he does.
When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Since I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws.
the bones of my trepidation. We survive. Oh, alive. I'll set you up for
Good evening and welcome to the second match of the night. DRX up against Life Esports, brought to you by ㅣ Valdez with Chronicler. And this is going to be a pretty interesting one. Life coming off of a pretty good performance against T1, and DRX looking for their 5th win in a row.
And of course, DRX, of course, having a stellar performance in the first series of their previous best of 3, which wasn't this roster, but there was the challenge roster. I'm going to give them all the shout-outs that they can get. But overall, this team has really leveled up. I think showing performances a lot more close than what we initially expected when the roster was announced. Now that it's all coming together, and with players like Pioshik, it's not that weird that they're a little bit relying on momentum. And for Life, a lot better than expected against T1, but still falling a little short.
Yeah, definitely falling a little bit short. That was one of the matchups they absolutely were heavily preparing for the week, and they had some really good drafting, better than what we expected at least. So hopefully they can bring that into this matchup as well, as we do have the points of the match ready to go. We can hop into those. 9 members of DRX Challengers achieves 4-win streak. As DRX exits Crisis, they reach for their 5th consecutive win.
And would be able to pick themselves up a 3rd place if they are winning here today. And honestly, I'm really happy we got a picture of all of them after their performance last time around. For Hanwha, as pointed out here, Hanwha have actually been performing way better than we initially expected through the split. I think it's mainly been due to specifically Karis and On Fleek. I think both of them have worked expertly and have been, in the case of On Fleek, a great leading man for the team, and in case of Karis, just a really stable mid laner with a great diversity in terms of what he's able to play.
Yeah, it's definitely shaping together pretty well for them. A one-man army Deft faces former team, as he has a 46-4 world's best Jinx record. Deft versus Tom and Zeri, Quadra, Samdi. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to see too much of the Tom and Jerry lane down there in the bottom lane. Or will we just see it banned away, as Zeri has obviously been seeing a lot more attention in these drafts.
I feel like it should indeed be a ban, but will not be surprised if it is again an attempt at getting early prioritization for Deft. He has been, in my opinion, the most stable player on the entire roster, looking like truly one of the strongest AD carries even within the league. Even when the team was failing, I think he was a very stable point. And looking at them right now, going from 0-3 to 4 wins, says a lot of good things. And for Hanwha, there's a lot of individual matches that go well, but over the course of series, we do see that they run into too many issues, and that even when they win or lose, they're relatively consistent, which I guess is good, but they don't really get a grip in the games where they're behind early.
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels like they have played a bunch of their series have gone to a Game 3, it feels like, or they've gone down 0-2. So we'll see what they can do there. But this is DRX, as it is going to be their standard roster coming out here, of course. Everybody's all better and ready to play the game. And, you know, I'm sure that the DRX Challengers players will get their time to shine in the future. But outside of a couple of days ago, I'm not sure when the next time we are going to see them will be.
Showed a great performance, but not quite enough to replace any of the players here. And I don't think that that is a really big surprise, even with the roster struggling a little bit. And for Hanwha, no surprises there.
Yep, same roster to up there in the top lane. And yeah, don't think we're going to be seeing Willer anytime soon, because On Fleek has been on a pretty nice roll here in the LCK. We weren't sure what to expect from his reintroduction into the LCK, but he has been one of their really highly mechanically skilled junglers, I would say. One of the best that we do have, and he has been carrying this team pretty well alongside the rest of them.
Really been leading the charge in a lot of situations, and that's really big for a roster that doesn't really have any super big carry players, doesn't have an incredible wealth of experience like some of our other rosters, right? They're really looking for the swift and snappy decision-making. And in the games that they win, I do think that, as mentioned previously, it will often come for on fleek, finding a good angle, finding an engage, and then making sure that the rest of his team is right behind him. And I think that Karis has done basically a kind of a Chovy light cosplay, but I already said earlier, Deft possibly looking like one of the best AD carries, although that's really hard to say with Yushi, Doctor, Ruler and whatnot. But if you look at the stats, then you're like, oh yeah, that's a claim that makes sense, actually.
Yeah, he has been performing really, really well. That is for sure. Has the highest DPM of any AD carry so far. Really high damage per gold as well. And it's just really good stuff so far. Whereas on the other side, Samti, he's not really putting up the numbers in terms of the stats, but I feel like he has been doing pretty well. So kind of interesting to see where it all falls with the stats here. You see that his last win was on the Zeri, or yep, that his last win was on Zeri.
My expectation is that Zeri is 100% going to get banned away. Unless, of course, we are going to see a first pick on blue side. Champion provides simply too much, and you need to kind of wrap your entire draft around it if you want to have a consistent chance of countering it. And might as well ban it. Not something that you generally want to deal with, and DRX will be on blue side here. No surprises, every single team has preferred that, getting first pick access. There are so many picks right now that are nice and blindable, and a lot of teams that can leverage the counter pick opportunities that red side provides.
Yeah, it's very true, and we'll have to wait and see what these two teams do prioritize as we're getting all the angles here. I love the work of our cameramen. As here we go, we are jumping into game number 1. DRX on the blue side. Just no Zeri, I think, is a good starting point. Will we see Veigar again, which we did see in the first series? Spoiler alert if you missed that one. Wouldn't be too surprising, but Lava did say that he put a lot of practice into it, so perhaps these mid laners wouldn't feel comfortable to just pick it up.
Also think a pick that needs the right opportunity. As we saw, playing Xin Zhao into that was a horrible experience that I wouldn't wish. Maybe that was what kind of broke Dread. You know, like that was just too much for him to handle, which, as you say, I kind of get that. And on blue side here, the Zeri ban. I think understandable if you don't want to go for the type of Zeri strategy yourself. I do think that the champion is insanely strong, but Deft on Ophelia specifically has looked so good that you can just say, yeah, first pick that, which is what I expect to have happen here. Although the Caitlyn being open might mean that instead you just kind of feel forced into going that, and Hololive can answer with a Karma and some other shenanigans. But wow, no, gonna pick up the Karma instead, prioritizing it over the Caitlyn. And it does help in terms of mitigating the shove that the champion can have.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the way that they do go for it here. Hololive, I don't think they will hesitate at jumping at the chance to pick up this duo in the bottom side, at least the Caitlyn. Or do you choose away the Jinx? Maybe just a little bit of mind games there from Dudu, who is, of course, going to pick the Caitlyn for his team.
And when faced with the greatest Jinx player in the world, with also Jinx being in meta in general and just being a really strong pick that is in high priority, I think that as DRX, you look at that and you're like, okay, well, you're gonna leave it up. That's completely fine. Wouldn't mind that in the slightest. Pioshik hovering his namesake, but highly doubt that that is actually going to get locked in. Expecting the Jinx here. Aphelios is an option, but I personally feel like into the Caitlyn that is somewhat of a risk, as you can get bullied out of the lane early on. And Jhin, I think, is a lot safer. Obviously, the Jinx has a lot of scaling potential, but this Karma Jhin lane, as we saw last time around, in the laning phase, not going to be a problem. I think there was a lot of executions error from Nongshim that led to the Caitlyn and the Lux winning. But in terms of lane, it was very even.
Yeah, just kind of hang back. You push back the lane and try to get some help from your jungler, which will no doubt be seeing some help from both these junglers. As the Jace is going to be banned out here. Saw a lot of action with the Greaves in the last series, a lot of action with Hullbreaker recently, with top laners in general. what is going to be the ever-shifting top meta in this game?
Do have the Gwen, which to me is the big one still open. And if you're banning Jace, then I think you need to ban Gwen as DRX. Really clear signaling, and that's going to be the R4 pickup here. Jace, one of the very few champions that actually has a consistent place, but so does Akali, and that was banned away by DRX, so they are also, I think, locking themselves into that now. And yeah, the Lissandra ban gonna mean if the Gwen does get banned, it's a LeBlanc, so instead they ban the LeBlanc. But now a Gwen pickup here would make the most sense to me, but no, they're gonna give that over. Really interesting, because I feel like a lot of the picks that are good into the Gwen have all been banned away.
Yeah, pretty interesting that they do go for this. I mean, there are a lot of things you can play into the Victor in the mid lane, whereas you're giving up the potential best blind pick that's available here. I liked the respect ban against Kars with the Akali. That felt pretty good. As Gwen does get picked up to the surprise of not Chronicle.
I mean, the crazy thing is, like, it's not only a ban against Kars, but it's also if you end up locking in the Gwen, which they are able to do so here, is Akali is one of the few picks that also does well into the champion in terms of top lane matchups. Now the final pick here, we saw the Syndra hover. I think that is okay. I think that especially with comp as mobile and with as much potential for long range follow-up of bubbles, this is a really nice comp from DRX. A little bit hard to play, and I know that you in particular have been outspoken about the Jax pickup, and I gotta say, in a situation like this, I'm also not the biggest fan of it. I feel like there is a lack of real enablers on your own team. You only have a Lux, which is okay, but it's not a Lulu, it's not a Yuumi, not a pick that can really help you pop off. And then DRX's range is going to be such a nuisance for a comp with limited engage from Hanwha.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, Dudu was the one that had the Yuumi on his back, where he just he kind of went insane and did very well on the pick. That was up against T1 on Wednesday. But as you mentioned, it's not really quite the same spot. Like, yes, you can go up against the Gwen. You can hop into the mist and get a stun down, a counter strike, and maybe that goes well for you. I feel like it would be pretty decent into the Viego as well. So in terms of handling those two, it can be nice, but I'm not sure how it will do overall for the team. As we're getting Zoe back as well. By the way, we haven't really seen too much Zoe, and Zeka will be bringing it back here.
Zeka on Zoe, and both comps have a really limited amount of engage, which is going to mean that having first move onto an objective is going to be really big. Between bubbles and between Caitlyn traps and Lux bindings, there is a lot of threat if you are the second one coming somewhere, trying to move into an objective. For Hanwha, a lot of skirmishing power, 2v2, 3v3. For DRX, that range advantage going into the mid to late game is going to be huge for them.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get there comfortably. I feel like someone tried to do a cheer and then they immediately got shut down.
No. Which I think makes complete sense.
Yeah.
People making sure here, sitting around with, or standing around with signs, kindly asking you.
Use your hands for the clapping, not your mouths for the talking.
Honestly, you know, the shouts would be great, but the fact that the clapping and the people are already there just makes such a big difference.
Yeah, you can feel the energy just with all of these people here in the stadium. As we're going to take a look at No Gathering Storms.
No.
And a lot of biscuits. 6 biscuits.
We
this game.
Really like cookies in the LCK.
We do.
We are big enjoyers of cookies.
Do you know how to bake cookies?
Yeah. I mean, decently. I'm not really a baker. I'm more of a cook than a baker. I feel like they're very different fields. Yeah, it's like, you know, poke versus split push, I think.
Okay.
Where I'd say that poke is the baking, because I think you need to play it out very methodical and be very precise, you know, with your proportions. Don't overstep. And then maybe team fighting is something. I don't know. Need to give this analogy some more thought as we see trading.
Yeah, I like what Def did and Beryl immediately right from the beginning. They're like, we are pushing this wave. We are the pushers, actually.
Not you. That's the power that the Karma provides, and there's a reason why the champion has been so high priority within the LCK. Both players desperately trying to get the level 2 first. Will be Vista and Samdi, but already going to be able to leverage that into anything.
Finding dodged, really nice Inspire from Beryl to give him the movement speed. And then once those two abilities are down, you can kind of just run at them, right? So very, very well played from Deft and Beryl so far, I'd have to say.
Yeah, really nicely done. That's also, we saw this in the previous series as well, the reason why both the fleet footwork, which of course synergizes very well with Jin in general, but also the boots early on make such a big difference, and then Beryl helping even more. And if you don't land the skill shots, this lane loses a lot of power, as Zach, obviously a very good Zoe player, already picking up the heal.
It's really good work.
It did really well, yeah.
He's probably practiced his Zoe RNG a lot over the break, you would have to imagine. That's one thing, guys. If you want to pick up Zoe, make sure to practice your RNG skills. And make sure that you roll some good summoners and items.
It's really important, yeah.
Otherwise, it's not going to be as effective as if you didn't practice that. Karma's really annoying to deal with for this duo.
Yeah. And I think that we saw the Jinx hover, right? And it might not even have been just a hover to kind of say, hey, Deft, we know you're really good at this champion. But it might have been a legitimate thought, because a lot of the power of the Caitlyn Lux lane does come from the early pressure that's able to have into a lot of matchups. Now, of course, as we saw last game as well, it's not reliant on it. You can perfectly play it into mid to late game scenarios. Caitlyn skills very well. Lux provides still a lot of support, so it's not the end of the world.
What about the Trough Chronicler?
It's not been. It's not as pronounced, I think, as it's been.
Tell us about the Trough.
Yeah, I feel like you want to talk about the Trough a lot. You know, I'd rather go back to the analogies. Hit me, Veldes.
Well, you see, Caitlyn is famous for having a power trough.
If she doesn't find a lead.
She's very good early. She's very good late. In the middle of the game, much like Tristana, which we don't really see too often anymore.
No.
You're kind of just chilling in the middle of the game. And you're kind of hoping that you got that early lead with your early pressure. As the flash came in from Beryl, he's really getting aggressive here. They are dominating this lane so hard. And they're going to force the flash out of Samdi as well. Only Deft remains with a summoner after that extremely aggressive trade that ends up in their favor.
And that's Bloodbath. Call your junglers. Set up something, because you want to try and punish this. No summoners available besides an Ignite for the Hanwha Life bot lane. Deft having a little bit more flexibility. Both junglers also pathing towards that bot side. And there we saw the power of that Jin. Really nicely done by Beryl, extending the play with his flash and then forcing the flash from Vista. And then Samdi, after getting caught by the Deadly Flourish, you gotta try and stay away from that fourth shot, because it's gonna do unreal amounts of damage to you as Dudu gonna just walk in and counter-strike, as Jax does.
He had a lot of ranged minions. Kingen did well to back away, then snip, snip. And then just try to dash, try to limit the amount of damage that you're taking. This is the way these trades are going to look a lot. As Dudu does hit level 6, can definitely change the amount of damage that he can output from those trades.
Still going to be a big lead in terms of CS here for Kingen if he can manage the wave well. Should be feeling pretty comfortable there. And we talked a little bit already about the early game shoving power that the Hanwha Life bot lane has. I think in terms of 2v2, it is the mid jungle that looks a lot better for DRX. Zoe, Viego, really nicely layer. If you hit a stun or you hit a bubble, you can basically 100 to 0, get the quick reset. Then looking at top side, I'm pretty sure that Jax is going to feel very happy playing into 2 auto attackers, and not really going to be too bothered by either of them.
Yeah.
So for DRX, I think you're looking towards the bot side of the map as OnFleek goes in.
He's going in, but it looks like that was picked up by Pioshik, yes. We do get the confirmation. 6-game winning streak here for Viego. We do see that owner from T1 has been enjoying it the most. The biggest Viego enjoyer out of the LCK so far, at least in terms of wins. He is Picked up 3 of those. And yeah, Piosik's going to pick that up and go back to farming his jungle. Not really a ton of focus shown to the bottom lane other than kind of hovering around the mid to bottom river. But other than that, that's given a lot of freedom for those bottom laners to trade it back and forth.
Wow, okay. Didn't expect it to be that lopsided, and I think it does showcase that even though you can mitigate the impact of the lane well, especially once some items started coming through, we're starting to see this now here for Deft and Barrel as well. It does become difficult to maintain a decent amount of wave clear against the level of shove that Caitlyn Locke's bot lane has. And I wonder whether this game is going to go a similar way. I still think that either of these compositions has a lot going for them in terms of raw scaling, and definitely give the edge to Hanwha because of the combination of the Jax and the Victor. So if nothing happens, they should be feeling rather comfortable. But I think DRX, a single bubble can change the game. You can try and get Pyosik fed, you can try and get Zeka fed. As long as someone is going to be enabled by this Karma, it becomes really hard for Hanwha Life, because their composition from behind is not fun to play.
There's a lot of skirmish potential, a lot of chase potential, and you would definitely love to be the predator rather than the prey, you know? The one who chases. And yeah, you have a lot of tools to handle that, a lot of catch potential with Zoe and Jhin as well, and then you just get Viego and Gwen on top. It's a nice, fun time. But they do need to get to a specific spot in the game to make that happen. Looks like Pyosik is stealing away the blue as we speak. So he's going to be able to take that down on Fleek. Not really in a position to spot that happening.
And the decision here is to go for invade as opposed to, very nice, going for a aggressive play. There is still a small window, right? The flashes are not available, but instead, DRX says we'll take the easy lead that we can get for ourselves without any issues whatsoever, and just take a couple of jungle camps that Piosik's able to steal away, and a Drake, which I think is something you're going to be perfectly happy with as DRX.
Okay, Needle's coming out here, as is the ult from the Jax. He flashes in, and the stun is there, and one more hit will do it. Dudu gonna pick up a solo kill, 1v1 on top of the King and Gwen. So we do have Zeka coming in, but he's able to land the bubble. Zeka still searching for a Jax, but Jax is very far out of here, and that will just be a straight up solo kill.
And if you have Riftmaker, that might look completely different, but instead, Kingen gets engaged on by Dudu, goes for the 1v1, and now that matchup might play out the way that we've been expecting it to, right? There's a reason why people have been gravitating towards this Jax. Of course, the Counter-Strike really good against the auto resets that Gwen always looks for with her E and trying to stack the Q passive. But if you start getting ahead early, then Jax can feel incredibly oppressive. And if he gets another kill, this is going to be an incredibly bad time. Now, Kingen, of course, going to always have the utility that the Gwen has with her W and ultimate, but overall, really nicely done by Dudu and providing some much-needed pressure for his team.
다음은 싸워볼게.
Going for the fight.
잡은 것 같은데?
I think I got him. Got him. As we go straight into another fight, this time we got junglers 2v2 as On Fleek lines up the kick and Pyosik not able to do much. Even throwing out the Heartbreaker, not going to be enough damage to take any of them out. And it's a second kill now handed over to Dudu.
And like I said, I don't think that's a 2v2 you ever want to go for. I don't know what the circumstances were, but the moment you realize that On Fleek is there as DRX, the main goal is to try and get out there as fast as you can, because now that side lane matchup has become unbearably hard for Kingen. And I feel really comfortable here as Hanwha Life, 2 kills on your Jax. And sure, just the luck's not going to provide him with as much support as some other enchanters might do, but at the same time, if he gets an early lead, he can really clean house. And as we said earlier, Veldas, if this DRX can fall behind, it's really hard to really do a lot.
Pyosik sees him.
Yeah.
And they say, okay, let's fight.
It's just never going to work, especially not with you focusing your damage on top of the Jax, right? Like, it's just a really bad 2v2 where so much of your damage gets mitigated.
And they're getting caught here just for free in the mid lane. They pick up Barrel, and And they get the slow here onto Zeka, not having a binding available, doesn't look like, as he's a little bit too far back there. Laser, second part nearly picked him up, but again, it's just great pressure. You get the kill. You also have the Rift Herald to drop down here mid. Hama Life really taking off here with this lead.
Just doing really well. Not going to be able to do a lot about this charge coming through. And that means that the gold lead for Hanwha is rapidly rising. And as we mentioned earlier, you get an early lead, you're able to get the easy shove, get control of the jungle. And it becomes a much harder time for DRX. Hitting Zoe Bubbles without vision, gonna be not nearly as easy. And oh, yeah, with a bubble not hitting, you should just immediately abort. Instead, Fist up with a really nice roam timer, matching Barrel. That's the end of it.
Clean flash into binding. Doesn't look like Barrel had any idea. Not able to flash into that one, just goes down. And they have returned down to the bottom side. Both 80 carries picking up a Gale Force at this point in time. Looks like Barrel and Deft still getting the aggressive upper hand down here in this 2v2, but you've given so much over to Hama Life in the top side of the map already. I mean, look at the gold lead there. We had it up there for a second. It was 1,200 in the lead for the Jax over the Gwen already. And that is huge.
And I don't think that's going to get better as DRX maybe try and get a second Drake. Try and find another avenue into this game. Stacking Drakes can be a really good win condition. If you can get a Hextech Drake or a Infernal Drake, then a lot of your problems down the line might become less of an issue.
Needles are out. Ghost is popped. We have Pioshik here this time around. He doesn't have his flash, though, for the engage. Can Dudu get out of here is the question. Perfect timing on the Counter-Strike, and he's able to hop easily to a ward. This guy with his Divine Thunder already, and he's even healing up with his Corrupting Pot. Like, he is just a rock in this top lane now.
He's having a really good time. Again, with two champions as Samdi.
Okay, but if you stay... he's going to take more damage than he did to Samdi. Like, if you stand still against the Lux, you're not going to have a good time.
Fortunately for Deft, giving up a large part of his health, but should be inconsequential besides the Drake that I think was going to go over to Hanwha, although Pioshik and Zeka are moving.
Few lands here.
Don't want to risk it.
Yep. Conflict's trying to just hold total control of this part of the map right now.
Yeah, I think at this point, don't stop trying to make bot lane or top lane happen, right? Like, it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen?
It's not going to happen. Like, honestly, if you fall behind in this matchup, then just try and get as much CS as you possibly can, because every second that Viego spends on top side is a second where he's not either farming or applying pressure to the relevant lanes, which are mid and bot, right?
Yeah.
Viego, as much as Gwen, is relying on weaving in a lot of extra autos, and you just don't do that as well against the Jax, especially with the item lead he already has. Sundra gives him so much sustain.
Deft is doing a really good job trading 1v1 in the bottom side. This is going to give them some great priority to feel even better about the streak. We do have Zeka backing. He doesn't have teleport. So if they wanted to go for it, now they don't have a mid laner. Whereas Karis is teleporting into the mid lane as we speak. So doesn't seem like DRX were all on the same page about taking this dragon. Maybe that's not what they wanted to do at this point.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to make sure they secure some control of the area around the pit, because they need to get mid prio anyway before they can reliably do that. But with the pressure that Deft has had in this bot lane, they are definitely the first ones to move.
Oh, he's going under turret. I don't know about this, Dudu. Maybe a little bit too far as he flashes. He doesn't get over the wall. He's trying to jump to the ward. Looks like he did on the minimap as we have a fight here in the mid lane. Pioshik is going to escape just barely, and they feed a kill into the hands of Deft at the end of it all.
It's all a bait. You might have thought that you would have been able to kill Pioshik as Karis.
Oh my, he's got to have some... he's dodged everything but the flash. Mantra Q is going to be enough as Barrel puts an end to the silliness.
Limited amount of outplay that you can possibly find at some point. Your boots don't work no more. Your legs are getting tired. And then it's the flash Q on Karma. But with the amount of time that was saved there, Barrel says, no, I'm fine. No worries. I have my shield. Will still not lead to a Drake for DRX. And that is something that is a really big win, I think, for Hanwha, even with the kills going over to DRX. Also, Dudu, don't risk that, please. You are in a great position. You don't need to dive the Gwen 1v1.
There's no reason to do
It's okay. She has Rift Maker. Just don't do that. And honestly, you can get away with a lot in this matchup at this point.
Well, we're going to see this happen as well, as we did see him flash over the wall. Looks like he was dead, basically, but OnFleek came to help him out.
Yeah, but then OnFleek here with the re-engage, trying to get the kill into a multi-man group, and with the gravity field, Radakaris was also already looking pretty nice. As I honestly, at that point, I'm like, he should get out there, right? Like, he's done the work, he's earned it, let him go. But Beryl says, no, I'm not gonna let him go. As this is the point in the game where your Karma Q still does damage. That is not going to last, so enjoy it while it's there. And look at that. That is a big, big boon for DRX.
Infernal Soul is coming up next, and they already have 2 Drakes, so it's not like a lot of the games we saw earlier today where the other team was able to pick up 1, and it's kind of hard to get your soul, and we didn't see a lot of souls in the last series. They're going to have a much better time as the bubble will land. A little bit of trouble here is Karis. He will just barely avoid that. As this is what dudes should just do. You know, just wait, you know, farm it out. You're fine, you have that big lead. Just wait and see what happens here in that top side and continue bullying as much as possible without diving the turret.
OnFleek gets a cheeky steal, and for Zeka, the loss of walls is always a little bit unfortunate as the Zoe on the Infernal Rift, but the actual soul is so insane on her that you're still going to feel very happy. As OnFleek's hiding. They know!
How do they know? They knew he was in here because the blue is gone, and I guess they didn't see him leave as the kick comes in, and he hit the blast plant. What did he do? I guess he was trying to bounce himself the other way. Either way, kind of a funny scenario there as the flash totally misses this time. He's in a bit of trouble, but Beryl takes way too much damage. Deft, though, able to lock down the enemy support as well.
And Deft has reinforcements.
All right, opening it up. That's a 3rd shot to hit. 4th shot will hit. And it looks like he is done and dusted. Zeka going to scoop up the free kill.
Very, very dead, unfortunately, for Samdi, as that looks a bit premature when Beryl starts it up. Yes, he dies, but it's all for the greater good. Knows that after that play that they found on OnFleek, yes, he survived. He has to get out. Is not that fine.
Swifties coming in clutch again.
No big for that.
Yeah,
it's completely fine.
Yeah. Just like Lava in the same series, or the last series, rather. Game 3.
Hey! Blue buff transfer. It's complete.
Nice.
Nice. A blue buff for a blue buff. And the next fight for Hanwha is one that we need to talk about up front, because it's incredibly important that they'll win this. The moment that there's an Infernal Soul point on the map, you're in real big trouble. As taking a look at this, Beryl starting up that play. Yes, he goes down, but with the Prio in mid lane, this play is always going to work out in your favor, right? Even with, especially with Deft being able to provide so much support. A little bit late on actually escorting the creeps, but it doesn't really matter. And kills on Zoe are very, very valuable for this composition. As Beryl, he, wow, plays very aggressively on Karma.
I like it. It's a cool style. As I think OnFleek may have shown his face there. Not 100% sure. There was a ping. One ping. Wasn't a question mark or anything. As now they question mark the Tribrush. Seems that they have a good idea that Lee Sin could be here.
Oh.
Okay, they're going to lock down the enemy Caitlyn Samdi. Just going to back away from that one OnFleek, not wanting any part of that either.
And as I was saying, the next fight is incredibly big, because if it is a win for DRX, if they're actually able to get this Drake, then the rest of the game becomes so much harder for Hanwha Life. Look at the item breakpoints. If Deft gets a Collector by that second fight, the amount of damage that he's going to be able to do is going to be very unfun for everyone involved, really, that isn't him. As if you look at Hanwha Life, they do have a lot of power, but that does involve rotating Doodoo over. And it's really going to be him that has to do the heavy lifting because the rest of his team is considerably far behind. And if they're not early to the move, as a nice ultimate death from somebody to deny Daft, might actually be really nice because that does mean that DRX will be a little bit slower on this rotation towards the Dragon Pit than they might otherwise want to be, as mid lane Prio has picked up a Hanwha Life. But look for Doodoo. Doodoo needs to find a flank. He needs to get into the backline on top of Deft. And even then, Flash, Heal, and Collector, as well as Gale Force, all at the ready here for Deft.
Yeah, and he's got a really fed mid laner to back him up as well. I mean, this is a
Shadow Flame as well, yeah.
Extremely strong DRX at this point in time. I mean, the item breakpoints are gigantic, but also DRX are playing this out very well so far. With this total control over the bottom side, except that Scuttle Crab. Koshik even coming out, doing a little bit of poke himself. As, yeah, they don't quite have all of the walls, but they have enough, at least, over on this side. But as you mentioned, Doodoo is here now. They're going to start up the Drake. King denying even more vision. It doesn't look like Hanwha Life are in a position to even contest this Drake, so they're just going to push down mid and give it over.
Beautiful setup here.
They open up with the Jin, as you see a laser shine through, but that is about it. DRX thinking about chasing. Koshik dodging everything, and look at this, Kars on the downside, the bottom side of this fight. He is going to have to throw out the Chaos Storm to try to peel for himself. Another bubble going to come in. Zonfleek is spotted, but nobody will go down in the trade.
Honestly, so well played by DRX. Yes, they give the mid lane turret, but they shove an entire wave on bot side. You're winning there. They're able to get the Drake, zone them out completely. They keep sieging. Need to be respectful here. You don't need to fight here. You got the objective. You got such a big lead. Don't throw it away over a skirmish in mid. K-ramming a little here, Valdez.
Yeah, they don't even have their mid turret for DRX, so there is some map positioning that is lost from that. But Zeko was having a bit of fun. Looks like the fun is over. He has now gone to the top lane, King into the bottom lane. DRX are pretty comfortable at this point in time. They don't have a big gold lead, but in terms of the Dragons being on soul points here, you gotta like their chances. We'll have to see what kind of items Samdi and Kars are able to pick up before this next Dragon fight.
Seal just finished for Deft, and yeah, he was so strong. I think that Hanwha Life was put in a really awkward position because they really wanted to fight over that, but as we saw, they were later to the play, then they got hit by a single bubble, and then by the time that they were actually ready to move into River, the entirety of the DRX was already at the ready and on the Baron. And with these two compositions, both of it which with really limited engage, with a lot of poke, a lot of pick potential, first move decides basically everything. And while I think that individually, Hanwha Life have really shown here again that they are a team that you need to respect, right? This is still, even if it's one of the weaker teams within the LCK, a team that if you give them a lead, they can, at least in terms of individual play, really push it. Doodoo really comes to mind there on us. What at this point I assume is a great comfort pick because he's looked really good. First time it was with Yumi, but this time it was just him, so I'm willing to give him a little more credit. But when it comes to actual movement on the map, this is where we'd expect DRX to have so much more, because you have Barrel, you have Deft, and you have players that just seem to know where to be a little bit better.
Yeah.
And Hanwha Life is not able to match that.
That bottom lane advantage that they have with Deft is it's enhanced because they have a Karma who shields him, inspires the Jin, and also presses the Shurellius. So you've all of a sudden got this Jin who's barreling down without a fear in the world, without a care in the world. As long as he dodges the binding, there's not really a lot of catch or hard engage on the side of Hanwha Life Esports outside of On Fleet getting a huge kick. And so he can just run free in front line. And that's not a fun spot for Hanwha Life, as even under the turret, they're getting poked out. All the needles come out and immediately execute Vista. And Zeka's just having a field day above them.
They didn't even have a wave.
Yeah.
It was just King and tanking the turret with Barrel's assistance, and you see the siege of this comp is disgusting. DRX, there is a limit on this, and we now see King getting sent over, but still not the greatest of trades unless they can find more kills here.
Hey, Pioshik not able to land that one. as OnFleek did hop away. They're still just poking underneath this turret as the stopwatch does come out. The Q going to be missed as this rally is once again used, this time to get them away.
If at any point there was a flank ward for Dudu, they would have gotten demolished. Like, that was a little bit stressful, I think, if you're a DRX fan. They did get the mid lane turret, and as we all know, that is going to be a really big boon to a composition that is looking to move as deep into the enemy jungle as possible to deny vision. But unfortunately for Hanwha Life, yes, they have a gold lead. So in the strictest sense of the word, they are ahead. But when we look at how the game has played out thus far, that gold lead is basically exclusively on a Jax, who, yes, is really strong in to 2v2 and in the 1v1, as we've seen countless times. That's not how the game is played.
Yep. No wave here, as you mentioned, cleared out entirely by Vista, but then he steps up to try to defend this turret, and
yes,
he is met with a lot.
I like this. First move.
A lot more than he thought he would be met with. As we do have Hanwha Life in position here. This feels like a lot of just matching positioning in this game, a lot of standoffs towards the mid lane in this one, although not so many kills. Zeka's been having a lot of fun of it, though, as even the lockdown from Deft comes in. Not sure if they know about this flank that is coming in. Looks like Hanwha Life are considering getting into this pit. As over the wall goes OnFleek, he's on a ward, and he's just waiting. That is way too late to get in there. Infernal Soul given over to DRX, basically for free. Hanwha Life not positioned to challenge it, and they get away with only losing Zeka.
And you'll take that any time, as long as you can match the Baron. Attempt that is definitely going to come out from Hanwha Life here. And even if you give up the Baron, honestly, as DRX, who cares? You get Infernal Soul on your Zoe and on your Jhin. These shots are going to hurt so much. Same for Kingen, as nice teleport to the captive audience there, King. Very cute. Only slightly behind AJ for flag, as here they go, but I don't know. This is a Jhin with Infernal Soul.
They are really forcing this one. Again, no Zeka, but still a ton of poke that could come out. The enemy jungler also still alive. Pioshik is hanging around, Kingan's getting in there, and it looks like DRX are just gonna take it away and totally wipe the floor of Hanwha Life Esports. A desperate Baron attempt goes into absolute disaster, and DRX smack them with their Infernal Soul.
It was a desperate play that you had to go for as Hanwha Life. The only chance you had at the game at that point was, well, Hail Mary Baron it, because with the Infernal Soul gone, they just don't hit him ever. That just does, as I say that. Sorry about that.
Chronicler's been a big cursor this entire week so far.
It's fine.
Anything he says does not come true, as, yep, OnFleek just a little bit of, well, this game is over. Didn't even look like tilt. It almost looked like he was having fun. Because he knows that now it's pretty much done. At this point in time, he gave it a decent try, but it didn't look like they had much vision in the pit. Not sure, maybe they didn't have a good look at the health, and it was just all way too late.
This is, again, I think, where the inexperience of Hanwha kind of shines through. This Baron call, you don't really have any other option. Like, yeah, it's really, really risky.
Walked in.
I know. Clearly doesn't work out. He did actually do a really good job. I don't know. We don't get to see his vision, but like he walks in and out of vision very nicely. As yeah,
that is
Gwen gaming with Infernal Soul right there.
We won. Oh, he said, "I won the smite fight."
Oh,
that's definitely more specific.
He did.
There has been a lot of smite fights in today's games. That's what you like to see. OnFleek's going to get in there, and Zeka's just absolutely dead. What about the rest of the team, though? That's the question. As Kingen is here, and he has needles available. He's just waiting, as he's just going to get sniped down by Deft. It almost feels like both of these guys are going for some fun gaming at this point in time. Maybe we can get Fiesta back in this one. Just
he's still here in spirit, Veldas.
He really set the tone, you know?
He did.
Set the tone of this day.
And yeah, for DRX, unfortunate position from Zeka. But they know it doesn't matter. It's just the It just doesn't.
Nearly sniped there too. Kingen is in the back, just throwing multiple needles into them, and he's just going to die. Guys,
Valdez?
the game isn't over if you play it safe from there. It's normally what we're talking about is everybody's failing their flashes now. Barrel's flash makes sense, but it does not matter as they're going to chase him down. Karis will survive, and Pioshik gets over the wall.
Where's Fiesta? We need
He's here.
him back.
He's right there. Don't you see him? Like,
he's the 11th man on the rift.
He's on your screens right now.
Oh, yeah. I love how everyone on DRX is just like memeing up, and Def's just like, guys, trying to win the game here.
Yeah.
Like, can we not, please? I'm kind of over it. Like, I'm fed. I won lane. I haven't died yet. And I think the pick on Zeka here is unfortunate, and especially without having stopwatch.
Brought to you by Blast Plant, by the way.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And then this is still fine, but then clearly Kingen doesn't have to do what he's about to, and he does anyway. I think that this is fine. And this is where the bad clicks start. Yeah, it's like good click, bad click, horrible click. As he gets taken down, and then they're still fine because they're really bad.
I just caught the reference.
Yeah, yeah,
it's a good one.
It's a really good clip. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, I do recommend. But yeah, Karis then just a little low, but he's not gonna ever go down in this situation. And this is DRX toying with their food, but as we have been talking about this, Elder is here in 45 seconds. And if DRX flip this, lose the Elder, I will...
Lose the game?
No, they're not going to lose the game, because like they'll just lose a couple of turrets. But I based on what we've seen...
Never say never.
Look at the damage! They will be fine.
So...
Just play it clean.
The way that Hama Life wins this is not...
No. Valdez. No.
It's by Def dying immediately. I think if Def lives for any amount of time, he is so unbelievably fed. Him and Kingen are really like the big carries right now because Gwen has gotten to the late game. Okay, who's flanking who here on fleet? Like, come on. Let's be real with ourselves. You're not flanking anyone right now. It's Deft who is flanking you. Karis nearly dies. So, yeah, okay, he's got a Zhonya's and a flash, but immediately he's going to get stunned down. By the way, Zeka is also chasing Dudu out of the pit, and he'll be fine with just a Sombi kill. Okay, that's it. Wrap it up, guys. The Fiesta's over. Sorry. We've seen enough.
No flip. I'm loving it. Yes. Clean game. Well, I don't know about that, but there's gameplay.
Clean 1-0, nothing to see here.
Honestly, I do feel like this was a game that was small advantage being accrued upon small advantage. DRX in the early game looking a little bit rough. Couple of kills going over. Yeah. And then, all in all, 4 Drakes to 0, and with this comp, that's all you need.
That's all you need. Def's like, wait, I'd like an extra kill. He was only 8-0-6. Not sure who's going to pick up the player of the game, though, on the backs of this one. DRX, they smash here in the first game. It didn't happen right away, though. It was like a very slow, creaking, old wooden door that you had to pull open. But then once it was open, it was open. And they were all able to jump on through.
And then they went back, and then they closed the door on themselves again for no reason.
Son-mother duo, big Deft fans. Here's another Deft fan. This is the one-man Deft army with multiple different alpaca faces. Gotta love it.
I think that Deft and Barrel, to me, are the big standouts for this game. The two of them playing exceptionally well. Barrel giving his life a bunch of times just to make sure that the trusty alpaca is able to generate the leads that he did. And for Hanwha Life, I think this is kind of a hard game because with their draft, they put themselves in a little bit of an awkward spot. And I think that in a game like tonight, you might also go, guys, I don't think that DRX is playing that cleanly. If you have an easier comp that can play a little bit better from behind, something front to back, you know, I always go back to it, but it's because it's dependable, because it works really well. because, as you pointed out, this wasn't really kind of game where it was the early lead into complete blowout. There were moments.
Look at the gold graph.
Exactly.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I do think that the gold graph is a little bit of a red herring because there was a lot of advantage being accrued in terms of map control and Drakes. But still, as you can see in terms of like role itemization, Home Alive really wasn't that far behind. But that difference in terms of AD carry damage, I think really is the telling story for this game.
Yep, Samdi didn't look like he ever got out of that trough that we were talking about before.
The Caitlyn trough.
The Caitlyn trough of eternity. Guys, we are going to go to a quick break. After that, we will have the analyst chairs sitting on their wonderful stools. But we'll be back after this break.
그냥. 여기 볼래 여기 볼래. 보자. 빅토르 반피. 빅토르 뒤에. 빅토르 노플이야. 깨들. 잭스 어디 있어? 잭스 끝까지 도망갔어 얘. 바텀으로 하면 끝난 거 아니야?
미드 가도 끝나. 미드 가도 끝나.
게임 끝났어. 아 집중해.
나 아직 힐 있고.
내놔 별풍선 내놔. 잭스 노플이야 잭스 노플.
아이 쏘리 미드에서 공을 너무 못 썼다.
괜찮아요 저 잡았어. 형 군대 가야겠네.
그러니까 가야겠다.
리신 풀 있을만해. 약간만 따로 있자. 굿 나이스. 굿. 나 만트라 쉴드 있어.
리신 펄 있어.
괜찮아요 못 막아. 이제 다음 경기 잘해보자. 아 집중해봐.
Keep your head warm.
Only 26K!
Patch on some patches.
Patches sold separately. Marketing.
Why do you have like two top lanes? Are you you're top lane for both teams?
sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer. Can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Rug Space. I am Atlas, this is Wolf, and we're here to break down what was, essentially, the Deft experience brought to you by DRX. Absolutely fantastic stuff, but the draft didn't necessarily look like it was all going to be DRX favored.
No, it definitely didn't, because you had, obviously, the Caitlyn in a winning lane. You had the Jax, which was a nice counter pick there to the Gwen. And then Zoe, you know, you feel like pretty good about this with the draft. You and I were feeling pretty good about it, but it's also Zeka. We're not sure how he's going to perform. He performed very well, hit a lot of those sleeps when he needed to. But yeah, it was definitely the Deft show. This is another one of those games where, okay, got the Caitlyn Lux lane, and then the enemy AD carry is so much better than you that he just wins it anyways. It's almost to spite you, and this is a Deft moment.
It was definitely a Deft moment, but I was a little bit worried in the draft purely because I've been commentating Deft for quite a few years now, ever since like 2015, I think it was, so 17 years, something like that. And Jhin is by far his worst AD carry outside of Draven. Draven, he's only played 2 games. Jhin, though, he's only at like a 35% win rate or something like that. LCK total is 1-4, but in general, he's played 13 games and is sitting at like a just under a 40% win rate.
Yeah, it's not a great pick for him, so it was pretty surprising to see him come out and do very well.
Yeah.
You know, just recently he did an interview with Ashley from Horizon, and he said, like, feels like now that I've got these players under my belt, especially that rookie game he had earlier this week, he's playing so aggressively. He's not taking any chances defensively, right? He's taking all the chances aggressively. He's actually flashing forward. He's looking for aggressive picks and kills. And it feels like Deft is unchained. Like, he's very adamant that this is my last year. Like, this is it. I'm going to the military after this. So, just like Khan last year, this is going to be my final year, so I really want to leave a mark. And that he is.
Yeah. he's definitely doing a fantastic job. But this game didn't necessarily start off super well because we saw finally the Jax counter pick actually do something. Let's just throw a bone over to Dudu in how he played this top lane because the early stage of the lane, he just dominated.
He really did, and it's a very volatile matchup between the Gwen and the Jax, and when you get ahead like this, it makes it very difficult for the loser to come behind, the loser in this case being Kingin, as in this 2v2 as well, he's just not able to do much. Unfortunately, Gwen's missed, even though he gives you some resistances, isn't really going to help you out against melee champions diving on top of you in this 2v2. So 2 kills going over to Dudu felt like, okay, side laning, the conversation is over. You're going to have to be about sitting back and farming and team fights, team fights, team fights. So from that moment on, I felt like Hanwha Esports have a real grip on how the late game is going to go in terms of side laning. But they lost control of the game actually in that very mid game, so it didn't work out that way.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a shame as well that they weren't able to translate any of that pressure that they pick up on the top side of the map with Dudu being able to get an advantage and turn that into dragons, because it was actually DRX that was able to get every single one of them. And it felt like Hanwha just ran out of steam, like they weren't able to make those proactive plays, set up around these objectives. And when you've got a Zoe that has that initiative advantage, it makes it very, very difficult. And let's go into exactly what happened in our next replay, as this is the Infernal Soul.
This is Infernal Soul, and Hanwha Esports are in no position to contest this. They try to force a fight after it's already taken. They're so slow on the setup here, and this is just the story of how the entire mid game went every objective fight. So after they give this up, they hope, okay, we can run over here and win the Baron race, but you only got one pick, and the Baron is going to do so much of your health bars and damage while you're taking it very slowly here. The DRX come over, finish you off, and actually are able to just finish the game. Like, that was a really poor call in terms of how late they rotated to the Drake, but then also to desperately try to go to Baron. These are calls you don't have to make if you set up for vision correctly, if you're on these objectives as they spawn. Hanwha Esports were, even with this leading Jax, one step behind.
Yeah, and they did find themselves some advantages. You saw the flat line that was the gold graph, but it is time for the alpaca of the game, as we will bring Deft up onto your screen.
Another 13 for 13 has got to be, right?
It has to be, right? Like, obviously we don't get spoilers for these, but this was the most obvious player of the game ever, and that'll be our third 13 out of 13 that we've had today, if it is actually going to be the case.
He dominated lane, he fought team fights super well, he was able to use his ultimate to actually set up for objectives as well because he did so much damage, and he was never afraid to be aggressive as Jin once he got ahead. And, you know, moments like this too, where he's able to do this so accurately that Samji just doesn't have a chance. There's no way he gets out of here. And Deft survives so well too through the mid game. Unfleek is like, I think I got this. Nope.
And Unfleek did this as well towards the end of the game. He's like, I found the 80 carry, gets the kickback, and then dies to like 2 bullets.
Also, Jin does so well when you're indecisive, like Hanwha Esports was. This is actually just insane.
Yeah. It's a grenade. It's 3 bullets. I tell a lie.
Deft also just takes an extra ace in the hole as well.
Actually, I'm not gonna lie. It was Deft and Beryl, so I guess that's allowed. We heard Chronicler talking about the fact that Beryl also had a very good time. So, I think that we will forgive it. But 13 out of 13 would have been nice for the third time today. But ladies and gentlemen, we have game number 2 ready. So here is Valdez and Chronicler for the call.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf. As, in fact, Chronicler told me right before the results were shown that there would be one media support vote. And he was right. There was another support vote on top of that, which did come from the Korean caster desk. Yeah. No. I don't think anyone saw that coming. As Deft, he's a 13 out of 13 in our hearts. But that's okay, as they get the win, you know, regardless of who gets the votes. It was a very dominant game when the door was blown off the hinges, basically. As Hanwha Life will choose blue side. Not a surprise there either.
As blue side has been the strongest side by a fairly large margin, or at the very least the side preferred by both teams, for very good reasons, as we saw in the previous game. I'm worried though that what we saw in the bot lane isn't gonna go anywhere. As Atlas pointed out, it's not like Deft is this insane Jin play. Like, he's pretty middling as far as Deft can be, middling on a champion. And I don't want to think about what happens if he actually gets a good matchup. Right, because it's pointed out repeatedly, the Jin Karma is just probably the best answer into a Caitlyn Lux lane. It does well. It loses the shove a little bit, as we saw around once a couple of levels are in, but outside of that, you're never really too worried. And the Jax counter pick, it worked well in lane, but then outside of that, he really ran into that issue that Jax does, which is your Jax. You're not a champion.
Now you're getting it, Chronicler. Now you see where I'm coming from.
I think Jax is fine again, and this is similar to like my feelings on Olaf, where just have something that actually makes him a real threat, right, in team fights. Because this is the reason why,
like a better champ.
Camille, yeah, basically, that's the it's the reason why Camille, I think, has often been right now she's not super high prior, but has been regarded as one of the champions that while she split pushes well, she can also actually team fight, find backline access, set up for the rest of the team. I think Tryndamere has found a similar position where people have gotten a lot better at piloting him in team fights and are able to actually still group. But with Jax, it's just always going to remain a little awkward, as that is a very nice Jinx ban, and that's an Aphelios first pick if I've ever seen
No,
one.
it's Corki.
Oh, he's open.
You forgot about Corki.
Oh, no.
So, for Game 3, do you think they're going to choose blue side, or...?
I've seen Corki lose enough times at this point to know that it is possible, Valdez.
Well, that makes one believer.
Just pick something with mid lane pressure and play around it, and I'll be okay with it. I can believe. That's a very scary Pioshik. Kind of threw me off there.
It was very detailed.
Yeah, but like it's like a horror.
Yeah, it's like horror Pioshik.
Yeah,
I like it. It's
but
cool,
was he
cool art
scared?
style.
It was scary.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, he was scared and scary. By the way, DRX, okay, we're playing Diana Yasuo, and you know what? That's one way.
That'll do it.
To make sure that you can get on top of a Corki, but I gotta see it piloted before I make any claims. They gave over the Karma too, so that can be very dangerous.
That's fine. Just lock in the Zac top, get an Alistair in there, find a way. No, I think that the main thing for DRX is that they, I honestly would love something like on even for Kingen, just something that can make sure that you can actually get on top of this team. Because the Humble Life composition already has so much disengage, so much range, that you just need to press all of the buttons that you possibly could have available to try and get something going. I'm liking these bans a lot because it is all ways to reduce on-fleek's early impact, which against the Diana, you are definitely going to have a lot of space.
Xin Zhao already banned too, which makes it even more powerful because it's like, well, what are you going to play now?
Viego? But Viego...
Shaco?
What?
Yeah. Shaco.
And then what?
You just put on early pressure and you laugh at him.
You do laugh a lot at Shaco. You also laugh at Shaco. I'd love to see the champion, but I don't know how to
see it.
I don't see it, Valdez. But I'm willing to believe.
We won't see it, but
what?
It's a thing.
Maybe Shaco support comes back at some point into hard engage comps. It can be done.
Rel.
Oh, that's
like
that's a barrel special, but that is sacking your laning phase if I've ever seen it.
Do it.
That's
No.
Still knock up. It's still
true. I mean,
it's still fine. I don't mind it. I think that
I'm a big fan of Rel for barrel.
He is a really good
He's great.
player. Yeah.
But we might just have Samdi do the same thing that Def did in Game 1 if he does pick it.
Yeah. And for Hanwha Life, I wonder what direction they want to go into, as big Poppy Gragas is a perfectly fine round out here. I think that you want to deny Gragas Yasuo.
Yeah.
And I think...
maybe they forgot he exists.
They also banned Nah. So like I feel like Gragas pickup makes perfect sense here.
Oh wait, no, that's a champion that gets countered by Okay, there we go.
Yeah, perfect.
There you go.
They
Nice.
found the button. Really happy with that.
He was
Gragas,
like looking around. He's like, wait, Gragas is available. We should pick that.
Because it's perfect. You have a lot of range. The only downside of this composition that obviously if you do lose your core key, especially if Dudu goes for tank Gragas, you have no damage. But your core key. So that actually doesn't matter at all. I personally think that a hard engaged champion is a lot more reliable.
Should have played Malphite.
Honest to God, I think Malphite or Ornn would have made me very happy. But On the contrary, Kingen is going to play Ignite Akali top, and, well, DRX, I think we'll know whether you're going to win or lose relatively early in this game, because if you can get any of these solo laners ahead, if you can find similar leads for Deft, then this is the freest game. And if you don't win in the first 20 minutes, then you have one way in, and that's Pioshik engaging, and that's it. Well, I guess anyone can engage because you have a Lulu ult, so that's nice. You know, Kingen can go in if he hits a Shuriken.
That's why it should have been a Rel.
Into Poppy, Gragas, Corki. No biggie.
Yeah.
Just find a way into the back line. It's no problem.
Just make it happen.
Just
flash.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somehow. I don't know how.
Okay. Well, these drafts are very self-explanatory, I feel.
Yeah.
There's a lot of protection and a lot of long-range attacking.
This one?
On this side, yeah. On the other side is we all go in.
Oh, I thought you were going to say solo queue promos.
Yeah.
Also that.
That would need like a brand support, though.
I can see it.
That would be too perfect.
I can see it. I think the DRX comp is going to live and die by the backline access that they find. If you're a DRX fan, hope for a Hextech Rift. And otherwise, put your faith in Pioshik to find the place.
Put your faith in the moonlight.
That sounds like a really cool song.
Faith in the moonlight.
Faith in the moonlight. I feel like that could be
well,
it. Maybe it already exists.
We have,
if not,
Dancing in the Moonlight.
Well, yeah, but that's not Faith in the Moonlight.
True. Is it better?
Well, I'm not gonna say any song is better than Dancing in the Moonlight.
Well, not as a song, but as a title.
Well, I go back to my earlier point. I'm not going to say anything. I really like Dancing in the Moonlight, but I do think Faith in the Moonlight is great. You know? Something there.
This is a question I've asked Wolf many times, but what percentage of the chat do you think knows the song Dancing in the Moonlight?
That's a really good question. I want to say 60%. Maybe we can pull it, you know? We can
60%.
ask the people. Maybe less. Maybe it's 50%. But I do feel like it's a very well-known song, and because it's relatively old, like I'd expect it to have spread further. And it has.
You have a lot of faith.
It has a place in popular culture.
Faith in the Moonlight. That's what you have chronically.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'm sure that one day we will figure out how many people know Dancing in the Moonlight in Twitch chat. One day the technology will be there.
Yeah, I feel like any actual polls that were held would just be immediately trolled. So.
No, I have faith in the people on the
I
internet.
do not.
Yeah, of course I do. If you ask genuinely and you've trust in people, you will be rewarded.
Maybe on Chronicler's stream.
Then again, I've put a lot of trust in Rises and Renekton's. That's really worked out, and I keep getting hurt. And I don't know why, Valdez.
Well, we got our hopes up the last series we just had, as Zeka's having a fun time. We do have the win rates at the bottom lanes. So far, Felios Lulu is having a more fun time in 2022 Spring compared to Jin Karma.
Well, we saw the one Jin Karma win.
Yeah.
It was very dominating, as Zeka is definitely playing this the way you want.
Yeah.
And, of course, the big thing here is just wait until anyone on DRX is 6, really, and the shenanigans for them will start. Kara's, though, with Exhaust, Flash, Valkyrie, going to have a lot of built-in safety, one for bone plating as well, to mitigate the attempt of any all-ins. And I think you're going to be looking to try and get Pioshik as far ahead as possible. And that is something where there might be possibilities for OnFlake. He should be having an advantage, obviously not in terms of clear speed. Guyana, really good at just shredding through the jungle. But if he can find some early windows, the setup in his lanes is okay, but honestly not that amazing, right? Like top side is good, but mid is a unmitigated disaster in terms of playmaking. So you're gonna look either top or mid, or top or bot rather. As I say that, Yoshi, I don't think he really wants to gank.
Yasuo is very troll into Corki. I used to be a 2-trick Corki Orianna player. Made it to Diamond 4 in Korea, and Yasuo was one of my very frequent bans if I was going to play Corki. As we're going to take a look at this.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh
잠깐만.
yeah.
Oh
나 초기화됐다.
no.
이거 아닌데?
Well, that explains a lot.
He's not very happy. More so embarrassed.
No, but that is legitimately, I can't overstate how unfortunate that is, because otherwise you might have found an ability to get the stack wave on bot, try and dive, at the very least force some summoners, right? You might have been able to double scuttle, might have been able to find ganking opportunities, and instead, one of the places where you have an unmitigated advantage over the Diana, one of your windows is just completely gone. Now Pioshik is just going to be able to do a double round clear, hit 6 as soon as humanly possible, and then, like, of course, still needs to respect, but the setup for him in every lane.
He missed the count.
Yeah.
Because of the wind wall. It's not a fun time.
A lot of bad memories for you here, Phil.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Seka is playing it perfectly, pretty much. And you know, we've been calling for this, right? In the beginning, when we saw the Corki, we just said, like, you know, there are ways to handle this. There are ways to put on pressure, but none of the teams did it, so we kind of just gave up hope, and then we just said, well, this is pretty much over. Because now on Fleek is going to be bullied off of his big wolf too. It's just more advantages. 44 CS to 32 right now in favor of Pioshik. As the bottom lane is going well so far for Samdi and Vista. So that's one thing they got going.
Or on Fleek, this is it. If they smell it, they feel it. As I say that though.
Wait.
Hold up. If he can get a kill here. Oh, he doesn't know.
Yeah, I mean, flash and heal available for Deft. He could still stick around and just try to zone them off the wave, and they haven't totally gone back, actually.
They don't know. But Deft is down. So they're going to crash this.
Very sneaky.
Yeah,
play.
really nicely done by Deft. Like, also didn't know, I think, like that a question mark speaking. I was like, what? He was there?
The whole time?
No, again, I want to highlight, like, you're on Fleek, right? You mess up your early clear, and that already tilts you, because you know this is a match where you need to do stuff early. And then you think you have an opportunity for maybe a dive, your bot lane gets a really nice trade, shoves in the wave, gets the crash, and then you look for the play, and then you're like, oh, well, he backed, or I didn't get 4 sums, whatever. And then he walks back and gets the wave, and you just sit there, and you're behind like 15 CS on the Diana that is now level 6, and it is, if On Fleek like makes good plays this game, I'm honoring him for till I will vote for him.
Yeah.
If it is possible, because man.
King Innie's going in here. The cask totally misses, and the intro shuriken gets in there as he's not willing to use the ult for the kill, and rather will use it to get out, thinking he didn't quite have the damage. Either way, he still has his teleport, can get back to the lane if he wants to.
Should be fine if that cask hit. That might have been a completely different play, but now, oh man, yeah, that is the early Drake going over.
You know, he used to do that really tricky play that Deftus did a lot is Faker, actually. It's just a really good idea. You pretend you back to, you go off the screen, essentially. I mean, this was like next level because he was so far back in the lane, and then he came back just in time for the cannon, so he really didn't miss much at all.
Well,
it's just a great play.
It also shows that he was probably aware that On Fleek was hiding there, right? Like, that's the crazy thing, and if he kept waiting there, which would have been the bad play, he would have actually been rewarded. So just a really nice read from Deft, and it's those moments that are really going to hurt Hanwha Life that I think, even with as much scaling as there has, weirdly enough, think that you would have felt really good if you were able to get Pioshik behind early. As this is an ult advantage here for Deft.
Yeah, he's looking for it too. You can see him getting in there. Not quite able to force things. Red White's good in close combat scenarios, of course. You want to get in there. But yeah, they're able to back off. And yeah, I mean, that's like the difference between a new but mechanically skilled AD carry. Someone like Vital, like we just saw in the last series, and someone like Deft. You know, those little plays like that, they can make all the difference. But enough about that, as We do have the Rift Herald. I think it was started up there by On Fleek.
Yeah, and then he got spotted. Decided the better of it.
Zeka knows that he should be around, but Zeka, being the Yasuo savant that he is, does not care. Only forward. No, he's going to back away.
There's only one way the blade, and that's forward, you know? The blade doesn't look backwards, Felders.
He has faith in the moonlight, you know? He's got ㅅ2022 by his side.
Okay, come on, ㅅ2022. Make your way over.
Okay, now they know that something is afoot.
3v3.
Okay, nice package, but he was really at the end of his package there, so he's using that to just zone rather than engage. But now Zeka and ㅅ2022 gonna get in here, but ㅅ2022 against the wall gets burst down, and Zeka, he's flying around here, but he doesn't do much else. Not gonna go for the last breath as Kingen is desperately trying to dissuade them from going in there. He's trying to take out On Fleek, but he's not gonna go in for that one once again. And Humalife will be able to pick up this first Herald.
Honor for On Fleek. He does it. He finds the play. And that's going to feel really, really good. Without the Diana available, this composition loses so much of its power, especially with Beryl on his way, but not quite there. Couldn't reasonably be expected to be a part of that fight either. That creates a situation in which now the Rift Herald and the early Gold League might go to Hanwha Life. And while I like the DRX composition, also, again, if they get into the mid to late game on even footing, it will still be a very, very scary situation, and it is just straight up flash smash into the wall. And for ㅅ2022, that is unfortunate, but for the rest of his team, it's even worse. Zeka and Kingen, yeah, they get out. Zeka tries to throw a last-minute tornado. If that hits, then maybe you can go in on Dudu and on Fleek. The rest of your team is rotating, but into a curtain call, and with the state of the rest of the game as it is, don't want to go for that ever, I think, and just give up the Herald already at a deficit. And if Hanwha Life, with this scaling composition, get a lead, it'll be a really, really tough one for DRX to come back in. But, again, they also are always just a single ultimate away from winning the game. So that would scare me as Hanwha Life.
Yeah, it's very true. Vista is really playing with his food here, trying to get some money. Steal it there. Not gonna happen. Zeka, you know, he's still slightly ahead, mostly just in farm, because you can be very obnoxious with your wind wall and with the pressure you can put on, especially very early on onto the Corki.
Just heal the frustration in your
yeah.
game.
It's just very good. Just a very good way to use that matchup. And I feel like he's been playing this one very safely, you know? Looks like we're going to be seeing the tank Akali build this time around.
I think is fine, especially considering him having another AP threat in the Diana. So you are not the sole AP source. In that scenario, I'm always a much bigger fan of just going for the full burst so you can get the big pop-off moments. But in this scenario, with plenty of damage to assist you, and if you can get into the backline even with the tanky build, we've seen Akali can still absolutely wreck. Now this second Drake, this is a big one. DRX can get access to this, and they want to fight. Again, they want to be the one starting, but there are a lot of mitigating factors. There's obviously Karma, but specifically the Statfist presence. Oh, Dudu.
Gonna dodge that cask really easily. He gets on in there, but again, a very tanky Dudu, as well as very tanky Kingen. So nobody's really doing damage up on the top side, even though the trade was obviously won by Kingen.
No, if you look at base damages, then it's going to be fine against some squishier backlines, and once the chem tech comes through, you get that proc, and you get the addition of the Demonic Embrace. That's when the damage starts to come through. But Hanwha, we got to talk about these dragons, although I guess it's Cloud Soul, so never mind, we don't got to talk about dragons. It doesn't matter, actually.
You can ask Cloud Atlas about that one.
I retract my earlier statement.
Maybe on Sunday when he's casting.
Dragons are irrelevant.
We don't have the technology to understand that one. And I mean, press your ults, and I guess the movement speed is nice, but other Drakes would have just been better. But either way, Zeka just being very cheeky and stealing away some of the chickens. It's actually one of the nice things about LoL Park is you can get some chicken now.
Really good as well. Like, actually extremely enjoyable, because it's really fresh. you know. Just sit there on the analyst desk. Some chicken in between the break.
Sure.
It's very nice. Big quality of life patch for Law Park, I gotta say.
It's cool.
Yeah. Really appreciate it.
And of course, that is brought to you by BBT. Hashtag ad. No, I didn't mean for it to be that, but we really went in onto it, and they are the ones actually sponsoring the Korean side of the LCK. So
yeah.
There you go.
I'm glad you mentioned it, so I, can just talk about the chicken as opposed to where it's from. I'm glad I got you besides me, Valdez.
Yeah.
As the pace in this game approaches a slower,
a glacial,
delicate pace. There's no awkwardness in this game, Valdez.
Yeah.
No engaged supports. There's no Janna.
No Janna is very sad. We saw it like, what, once?
I like Janna support. Like
yeah,
Janna
that's what I mean.
Well, yeah, I mean, Janna support, I'm a big fan. I was worried for a second that you were talking about Janna top.
We don't need to see that, though. That's
no.
We can live without that. But Janna bottom, Janna in the support role, I'm fine with that.
Oh, I like it a lot. I think it would have been really good here if the Karma was banned, then especially later on in a rotation. Imagine having a Janna with this as well when you have Corki. And just, you have Corki.
Yes.
I feel like I need to...
That actually
to add
happened
more.
here. Again, in the LCK.
Yeah.
They banned away the Caitlyn instead. Even after they just crushed it. It is what it is. As here comes On Fleek. We're looking for a play right now into Zeka. He's just going to flash away from that one. His combo not quite there. Due to not quite able to get on in there to keep the combo going. So flash for a flash. Not the biggest deal in the world.
I do think that is a much bigger boon. That's a good trade that you'll take as Zeka, because he is not really going to be as reliant on his flash. But Pioshik is not going to be able to make this, or rather, On Fleek is not going to be able to make the same plays that we saw him make earlier on, right? Where you can kind of snap second, get someone into the wall. Hex Flash allows you to surprise people, but not really do it on command. And as there still has only been a single kill this game, which was the one
yes.
at Herald.
Glacial.
Yes. Still maintaining that pace.
Deft is like, you're trying to gank me, I'm trying to gank you. Nearly kills Samdi there, as Beryl just got to get in front. A little bit dicey there. It looks like at the end of the day, Deft will just barely live. Pioshik going to drop this in mid lane, trying to unlock the Yasuo. Get him on the map, make some plays, especially for this next Drake.
Cool, really nice cross-map play. As they see Pioshik show on bot, they dive, that Deft happily survives. And then picking up the first turret blood. And I am worried, Valdez, because I think that this might be one of those games where the Corki doesn't really get to scale. Because DRX is gonna, again, cruise towards a soul here. As looking at the state right now, I don't think that you have any of the necessary items available. You can if you find a really early pick, like on the previous Herald fight, but that should be a lot harder now with On Fleek not having the flash available. And if the entirety of DRX, is not too late, I say, as the backs come through a little bit later than I'd ideally like, they can make their way over and finding either a knock-up from Beryl on top of Kingen or Pioshik just hitting an ultimate. It's going to mean disaster. As I say that, Beryl takes a huge chunk of damage, so maybe Karas can make the Corki magic work.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have his 2-item spike, but he does have a package right now. As Dudu's coming in here, and he is going to miss the body slam, but he gets on top of Deft as the Wild Growth desperately trying to keep him alive, but there is the package. Pioshik trying to make something more of it. Kingen looking to enter, but a little bit too little too late. Still shuriken his way to safety. So a nice little pick onto a couple of them, as now Hanwha Life will have an entry into the Dragon.
And that's a really big win for Hanwha Life, buying yourself a lot more time. Perfect for the type of composition that you're running. And I need to see a replay, because how did that combo not work? We saw Pioshik use his ultimate, and Zeka not able to capitalize on top of that. And in addition to that, you need to know where Dudu is. Need to maintain a little bit more control of that vision, because this was a really important fight for you as DRX. And instead, yeah, you pick up some jungle camps. It's okay, I guess. As yeah, there it is. Doesn't even need to actually hit the slam. Just finds the cask, and then too much damage, way too much being available here.
Zeka just said, I'm not going in.
Yeah.
I mean, there were multiple knockouts, and then he was like, no, we lost this fight, it's over, sorry.
And I get that on a certain level, but also if that happens again, that is really unfortunate if you are rooting for DRX to take the win here. Because twice now we've seen this combo be attempted and haven't actually seen it yet. And the reason why we keep talking about it is because, yes, the Yasuo is very fat for the CS advantage, but also if he doesn't actually do a lot, then it doesn't really matter.
On Fleek is going extremely deep as there we go again. Pyosik trying to flash in and burst him down, but no Yasuo here, no follow-up damage as Deft throws out the Moonlight Vigil now. He is going to push them away, but not before Life pick up this very juicy mid-turret for themselves.
He was still looking at only a single item for Deft. Later in the game, his ultimates become a lot more threatening, but here, they are completely fine. And there you also see Pyosik. Yes, he has a CS lead, but still not in the greatest of spots. Hasn't really hit the damage that he needs to do. And I wonder whether this is going to change. DRX, they need to start getting these kills, right? They start to need getting a little bit of a lead so that if they do find backline access with Kingen, if Pyosik can hit a multi-man ultimate, the damage will actually matter. Because otherwise, what you're looking at is hoping that Deft will carry in about 10 to 15 minutes, which honestly, as far as game plans go, I think it's not the worst one. But it's also not great if you look at the enemy composition, because they should not be in range for Deft to do exactly that.
That's very true. It's going to be chilling around mid here, it looks like. A lot of Baron vision control, but On Fleek is always on the patrol. And now we do have Muramana and the Ludens completed for Karis. No package just yet, but he's fine to just go around and terrorize everybody, basically.
It's all about the Corki. That's and we've said this a lot, but in this comp and in this type of place, that's even more so, right? It's literally, can Karis carry? Because Sam D is fine, but I don't really think this is the type of situation where as Jhin you're going to do anything besides just throw out a curtain call, because actually being in range to get a lot done in these fights is going to be incredibly hard. And then the rest, it's Poppy, it's Gragas. They're not going to have the damage that you're going to need. So Karis is basically, which should be a really great win condition, because looking at the peel that he has available to him, between the explosive cask, body slam, and the steadfast presence, and the karma is really hard to deal with. But the one thing that DRX do have is side lane advantage, right? And that is something that we haven't really seen them utilize yet. There's still a lot of turrets standing, and I think that I might want to look towards that, especially with double teleport on Zeka and Kingen, and try and put a little bit more pressure there, because if you just keep trying to team fight and it keeps not working, keep getting caught off guard by the hard engage from Hanwha Life, then it's not going to be a great game. Corki eventually is somewhat of a problem, as we have all established.
Yeah, he's a very large problem. Seems like DRX, they thought this would be enough to handle him.
It still can be.
It still can be. I'm not saying that it can't be.
Oh, that's looking good. I like flanks.
Yeah.
Not these, but just flanks in general.
Yeah, I mean...
Not this flank specifically, you know?
Flanks are generally good, actually. Especially in RTS, they're like really, really good.
True.
In MOBAs, they're usually good. Not always.
Well, I feel like even today we saw some examples of flanks not quite working out, Valdez.
What about Morgan's flank? That was a good flank.
He had a good flank. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially on a champion that is somewhat reliant on them, and then we often see them just being played in very straight front to back-esque situations in which not really a lot that the opponent can do. But look at this. Look at these spikes being hit by DRX. You got Chemtank and Demonic. You got Pioshik now with a stopwatch as well. And honestly, if they decide to instead go for Baron, I'd be completely okay with that as well.
Yeah.
I don't mind that at all. They have a lot of damage between the Yasuo and the Aphelios. Defto not quite having the Bloodthirster available just yet. Also not the best weapons.
Still going to go for
Baron.
it. Yep. Here we go. Some vision being caught out here by Karis. And Karis has the package. He's trying to check in the back, and he spots King in. As everybody on the side of Halma Life will pull off of the Cloud Drake, come over here to the Baron. Definitely the right call, especially because it's just a second Cloud Drake. It's really not anything at this point in the game. DRX as a 5, looking to push top as well as just pull Halma Life into this river.
Problem is they don't have teleport, and the coverage of wards from Halma Life is actually really, really good as Deft finds Dudu, but Dudu's very tanky. And again, Deft is sitting on basically just a guild force. Doesn't have BT, doesn't have any man.
Are we just going to trade?
Yes.
It's not going to be a base race, but we are definitely going to have a trade of turrets. As maybe a game of chicken here. Looks like Samdi and Onfleek were just on pushing Duty into the arms of Kingen, and then now Dudu will catch the wave here from Deft. So just a trade of turrets. This again puts Halma Life in a position to take the Drake, and it doesn't look like DRX want to threaten Baron anymore.
I don't think they can, and this is something that DRX have been doing exceptionally well throughout this game. Or Halma Life rather, is keeping control of the vision. Whereas DRX got caught off guard earlier on by Dudu, finding a flank seemingly out of nowhere, getting straight onto Deft on the and the enemy backline. Thus far, Halma Life have been extremely diligent about scattering the jungle with wards, and that means that DRX, if they go for a Baron attempt, are forced to clear those out, deal with them, and that means that they buy a lot of time for themselves. Now again, in the grand scheme of things, this Drake not going to be extremely relevant. Would have put DRX on Soul Point, but considering it is a Cloud Drake, it's not going to be the end of the world. And DRX say, well, we're here anyway, might as well.
And immediately we do have a Scryer's Trinket being thrown down. And again, this is without package now. Karis does not have the ability to get in there. The first big one going to miss as Deft is out of the pit, but the Poppy is in as the damage goes down, but Pioshik is able to secure it with that smite just at the last second. Karis not the best spot as not able to go down though. He's still in the back poking, but Kingen is a terrorizer on the back line. Look at all of those low health bars from the side of Halma Life. They're still sticking around. Not sure about that. Deft will immediately take the life of one. As down goes Karis, Samdi tries to trade. He will be able to take down Deft. And a very messy after Baron fight, but DRX did get the Baron.
And that's the key thing, they got the Baron. And we were talking about combos, we were talking about flanks. As it turns out, it's Deft who's the flanker in that fight, as he is able to pick himself up a nice amount of gold. And that was, again, it's a straight up flip. Onfleek is in the pit, doesn't actually get it, and we again see the issue, like Deft gets thrown out. Again, 50-50. Goes
97.
Yep. Pioshik finds, again, an ultimate that just doesn't do a whole lot. But fortunately for him, Deft has found a way into the enemy backline. And then here, Kingen is able to get his second shuriken on Vista, but because he gets out and now the re-engage comes through, it's a really, I think if Deft just, you know, runs off here, then he's fine. But Samdi identifying that Deft flashed to get that earlier kill, immediately picks him off. And we also see the value of Tank Akali there. It's something we haven't really talked about yet, but the fact that Kingen was able to stay so healthy throughout the entirety of the fight, providing a lot of value for the rest of his team. And now with the Baron buff, DRX can work on building this gold lead.
Yeah, it's a smallish one for where we're at in the game, but it still counts. And of course the Baron helps them out a lot in terms of what they're going to be able to do in the push. Their siege basically consists of Deft and I suppose some tornadoes. And that's about it. So the Baron definitely going to help out with that unless they, of course, want to go for a dive, which you could look for if you get the Akali behind, you get a tornado in, or Moonfall comes in, stuff like this. You can look for the dives. Many different ways for DRX to push their buttons as in goes on Flake, tries to get down Zeka, but Zeka is like, you don't really do damage, mate. As ㅣ2022 is going to get comboed now by Dudu, but that is going to be Barrel on the helping side to make sure that he does survive.
Key thing here is that while all this is happening, say 5 versus 4, that's why Unfleek tried to go for that play. A shove in the side lane is still coming through. Leave Deft alone with his turret for just a little bit. He's going to be able to chew through it quickly. Here's the flank.
Here's that flank. The Moonfall gets 3, and that is the combo. We finally get it here. And look at how good it is. This is why we wanted to see it. Finally, we get it. And it works out. They dive the turret, they dive behind the turret, and the engage was just perfect from ㅣ2022.
Only takes 29 minutes, but Corki died by the hands of the combo designed to fell him. And now DRX going to be able to shove in with relative impunity without the Corki discomposition. Runs into huge issues, and the relatively low range doesn't really matter. Would like to see them back off here and make sure that they get the Drake as opposed to maybe greeting and getting picked off by Corki package, which they do. Makes me very happy. Get those resets in, as this is the key thing again for ㅣ2022. It needs to be on Karis, and he finds Karis, and that's the end of it, really. As soon as the Corki is found, he will get blown up, doesn't really ever get into a position there to deal DPS anymore.
That one swipe of the Severin in Corki's face, so satisfying after all these weeks.
Well, battle's not won yet, Valdez. That's
doesn't matter. Corki died. Yeah, it looks like Homalife should be able to pick up this Drake. It doesn't seem like DRX want to threaten this too much. I mean, they're coming in now, but the Drake will be Homalife's. So they get that, and DRX say, well, you're just going to disengage, so not going to force it. Now that's like 3 Cloud Drakes in the hands of Homalife.
And what I would really like to see here is now DRX, all of you, move into that Baron quadrant. Make sure that the entire top side is littered with wards, so that you can, in about a minute and a half, start up that Baron, get it for free, and take care of the one issue that you so nicely pointed out, Valdez, which is the complete lack of siege that this composition is available. Because once that mitigation, or once that problem rather is mitigated, then it becomes really easy for DRX. Well, not really easy, they're still playing into Corki, but Corki is 2.8k gold behind, which is, I think, kind of a cathartic experience.
Yes.
For all of us who have been tortured by the Yordle.
Corki's just not a very nice guy. He makes dirty jokes. It's just in general, I don't know. It's just not my style. No Chronicler.
Yeah.
It's not my style. Not my tempo.
Who is your favorite champion again, Valdez? Ziggs?
No.
That's Oriana.
I do play Ziggs. Yeah.
And Oriana is really cool character. Very cool backstory as
here we go. On Fleek, he's just going for it. He finds enemy Yasuo, he goes for enemy Yasuo, but the engage is not great. As now we do have the Moonlight Vigil. It is down, but this is a really nice flank coming on in. Hangin is being very annoying on the backside, forcing them to back away. Already the damage is being done. ㅣ2022 still looking for that engage though. As the tornado not gonna land, Kara's still available, and he nearly one-shots Barrel, who's gonna flash out of range of the Jhin, and nobody dies.
Really
all
nicely,
5 members.
Yeah, wow. Really nicely done by Carvis there, able to stay alive throughout all of that. But the problem here, of course, is that first move is there for DRX.
Oh, look at how much damage there is.
Yeah, I don't know.
No vision until now.
It's all about on fleek. They can get the Baron rather. Is it enough to get away though?
Too little, too late. But here comes on Fleek, and he's just gonna throw Yasuo to safety. Okay. But they do get a couple of kills. I mean, that is something worth, and you see that they're now barreling down mid lane, trying to pick up at least an inhibitor here.
Yeah, that's your wave gone. Might still be able to get the inhib, because you just respect her as DRX. All you need to do is wait out the death timers. If you give up your inhib, completely fine. You can utilize the Baron later on. Just need to make sure that right now you do not get picked off, because Homalife is in your base, and the game might just end here if you make a misstep that is a little bit too big. But at the same time, see that Homalife also doesn't want to risk it, and gold lead keeps growing for DRX. As it's a nice engage, but Zeka still has Wind Wall and also has a Wild Growth, so not really a lot happens. Deft also going for the Gravitum on the front, or for the Infernum rather on the front line. Don't think that was the call, especially if you're not able to get the big crits, then the Infernum just doesn't really provide you with that much. And then look at that, that's Corki. That was Corki right there. It's been a while since we've seen that happen, but it is definitely still a thing that exists in our League of Legends.
And Zeka didn't have Last Breath for the first fight, but he has it here. But again, he's just gone. So once he's gone, it's like, okay, well, Barrel's gonna die, and we get the cask on to Deft. So he goes down as well. And at that point, DRX, of course, not looking to Last Breath anything. So totally fine with that. We do have the Cloud Drake coming up here in about a minute.
I best believe this game is going to Elder Flip Valdez.
Oh, yeah, I mean.
Thought it was implied.
Either Hamalife gets it and we spawn the Elder, or DRX gets a couple. You see that aggressively they will posture for the mid inhibitor. So that's very nice there for DRX. A big boon for them at this point. Make sure they can match the pressure in the mid lane. And with this Baron buff, again, 45 seconds left. They're still trying to make the most of it. But pretty much non-existent siege means that might be in a little bit of trouble as Pyosik just dies. Okay. Dude who's really putting on a performance with some of these casks here. As Windwall comes up at the perfect time. Gonna dodge or block another one there as Kingen. He was just behind enemy lines the entire time. As now they do not have Pyosik.
And that might be solved, which is actually a pretty big problem, as one might have guessed. I don't think it's the end of the world because it's Cloud, but in a comp with as much mobility as Hamalife has, the 4 Cloud Drakes are actually going to provide a lot of value, right, in terms of how you can respond. I'm starting to get a sinking feeling, Valdez. I feel like maybe we weren't ready for what Corki was going to provide as, you cannot keep getting hit by that.
Remember in the draft when I saw the Corki first pick and I said, I wonder what side DRX will pick for game 3? I was ready. I don't know if this will mean that the Corki is going to pick up the win, but it's an incredibly powerful pick that our teams just don't seem to respect.
It puts the fear in our hearts.
Yeah.
But fortunately for everyone involved, that Cloud Soul didn't matter at all. Baron doesn't matter. We know in the LCK, there's only one buff that ends it, or I mean, at least after 3 times we'll end the game. And that's Elder. 5 more minutes, Elders.
Elder Dragon.
Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. And I know you don't want to hear this, but I can already see it happen. We wait 5 more minutes. A Corki rocket steals the Elder, then hits the DRX backline, and then we break the record for longest game in the subsequent game where Corki gets through again.
Okay. So the longest game so far has been 55 minutes and 26 seconds.
It's no problem.
No problem.
I'm not talking about
Corki.
just for no. I'm not talking about this game. Just for the record, I'm talking about the inevitable next game.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see.
I mean, this one also lasts like 15 more minutes, surely.
I don't know. I mean, last couple of times that we've had fights, it's kind of been one time where it was a response and Zeka didn't have Last Breath. And then the second time where Pyosik just got caught out. So if DRX just has all of their buttons and they're the ones engaging, we still kind of like they're in shape. Okay.
You were saying?
No, I'm just going to stop saying that now. my opinion has changed, actually, in the span of a split second. Sorry about
As
that.
the Corki missile flew towards him, Veldis saw everything, saw all his mistakes.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
My life flashed before my eyes. And I'm not even in the game.
Hanging. Just gonna go for a little bit of a shove here. Well, Baron it's still insanely fast here. On flank, look how speedy he is.
He's a fast little Yordle.
Oh no. For who? No, it's not no. It's everyone's fine. 10 seconds. You know, I'm so happy that we get along well. Like, imagine especially in the LCK where these games are so long. The amount of time that we spend with each other, I feel like, is so much more than in any other league, you know?
It's great. No, it's awesome.
No, it's really nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I personally enjoy it a lot, but...
Yeah, I like it too, as long as Corki isn't around. That guy generally just sours my feelings. But other than him, yeah, it's generally a good experience.
Why couldn't you be the cool Yordle? Why couldn't you be Veigar?
I know.
That's all we ask for.
Imagine if he just played Veigar here. It would have been such an interesting and fun game.
It would have been. Man, why'd you have to go that?
Well, you were the one who said it first.
Well, yeah, but I didn't really think about it. I was just saying stuff.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Def's not really in a great spot as Beryl is also caught out. On Fleek does have to flash, and I think as DRX you'll take that. No flash on the Poppy compared to no flash on the Beryl.
It's happening again, Valdez! No!
If he had package, Def was dead there. So at least he didn't have package, I suppose.
I thought we were free. I thought it was gone.
Kingan's like, wait, I thought we were fighting. It's like behind enemy line so far. He's like, I thought I could just flank him. I thought that was our game plan. Good smite there from On Fleek. He's going to secure the Baron for his team, when really the securing smite was the Corki rocket. But we'll give it to him.
I just need to have faith in the moonfall, and everything will be all right. Come on, Pioshik! Faith in the moonfall.
Yeah, I mean, we have the Moonfall, we have Moonlight Vigil. It's nighttime here in Korea. What else?
I don't know.
We have Wolf on the casting team. He you know, Wolves.
He howls.
Yeah. It's like kind of related to a werewolf where they like moons and stuff. I don't know. I haven't read the lore in a long time.
I haven't read the lore on werewolves.
Yeah, I don't know.
What do you mean?
I threw out that book. It was
was
getting old. I don't know. I forget. I don't know. There's just a lot of things related to moons. I am just not sure. You know, maybe maybe Corki will lose. How will life? They say we have Baron, so if you are not going to fight us, we're Deft is down here in the bottom lane alone. And he'll back now. Pioshik's like threatening a fight at the same time.
Don't let them have Elder. I mean, I don't know if that's an option, completely honest. Like, the point of the game where your combo is a guaranteed win has passed, and now it is just hope that fuels the composition of DRX and Corki non-enjoyers all across the world. Okay, Kingan, you have one mission.
He's been on this mission for a long time.
I know, but he's still on it, okay? The mission has not been completed yet. Oh.
Look at him, he's still on this mission.
Wait, Elder for Nexus?
Karis is like, let's go, 1v4. I got this. Okay. Pioshik is going to get the engage onto something, but Karis is still alive. They're trying to get onto that back line, but the damage is there. As Zanyas is procced and Kingan is going to be taken out. Open up the curtain call because we're looking to put an end to this game. As down will go Pioshik, 1,359. Nice kill there onto the Gragas. Deft. You know, again, he's the one guy that has range. He's on Fleek. Looks to get in there. The rest of the team now pushing mid, trying to end this game, while Vista and On Fleek try to stop the backs. They might just be successful at that. Beryl coming in here, trying to give away his life, trying to delay this one. As Vista has done a good job, as has On Fleek, of stopping them from getting into the base, and we will go to a game number 6 for the day, as Corki gets yet another win under his belt. Not even the Diana Yasuo was enough to put an end to him.
Corki Gaming, Velvet!
Wow, Karis, you played so well.
Yeah. You know who I voted for?
Karis.
No. Yeah, no, I voted for Corki. I wanted to vote for Unfleek because I think that he had a great recuperation from a tilting start. And Corki did it again. What another game. of League of Legends.
He did.
Right here in the LCK. And the reason why we make so many jokes about it, I think, is also because it kind of does a disservice in a way to Chorus. Because I think that this guy has been one of the big surprises for me. Of course, I always shill for challenger players, right? And he won challengers, but considering his lackluster debut last year in the LCK, I think that it is very noteworthy to see a player that has been so consistent overall. And in this game, got caught once on that bot side, but outside of that, played Corky the way you're supposed to, which worked. He said.
It worked. It did work indeed. As we're going to take a look at the damage here, Corky did the most damage in this game. Deft with a close second. I feel like he was playing really well as well. Yeah. Unfortunately, it didn't matter.
And it's Pioshi and Zeka, right? Like, they're the ones who had to make it work. That final engage was on Poppy.
Yeah.
He hit one person with the Moonfall, and it was Poppy. And that is the issue, and that is why I think that and it's not even specifically King, and I think that this Akali needed to be another champion. Akali did nothing this game. Why was there not another source of knock-up?
People say he's still on a mission to this day.
He's trying.
He's still trying to flank that mission. It just never ended. Unfortunately, Akali, maybe one day, will enter the fight. But guys, we're going to go to a break and come back with the analyst chairs to get their take on that game.
해줄게. 다이나. 야쏘.
다이나 봐도 다이나.
아갈리. 뒤에. 동작 빼봐. 아갈리.
할 수 있어. 빼볼게.
가보자.
가볼래? 가보자. 룰루부터.
천천히 앞라인. 야, 앞에 높을. 가봐. 앞에 높을. 가봐.
앞에.
가서 빨렸고. 얘들아, 미드 가봐.
한명
집중할게. 내가 썰하는 가볼게.
여기. 레드.
네, 쉽지 않은데? 나랑 같이 가자, 형.
그냥 가봐. 에이, 룰루 하나.
가자. 놀러 갔어.
포탑. 시간만 끌면 돼.
야, 내가 생각할게.
타워 쳐봐.
칠 수 있어.
이거 해봐.
해봐.
타워 쳐봐. 타워. 끝내.
해봐.
나이스. 타워 쳐. 빨리 끝내줘, 그냥.
끝내줘, 제발.
야, 끝내.
해야 돼.
나이스.
The Olaf nowhere in sight. Rascal's positioning is so good, though. You can't really fight this as Live Sandbox because there's a flash cannon who's got ult available right on the edge. They got a split. They do, as that is a Hex Flash to get Cuz out of there as Arya dashing forward. Moonlight Vigil lands onto 5 instantly. 3 blow up. And Rascal now has to try and get this work done by himself, aiming.
area. He's trying to burst him down, and Ruler still hasn't been able to get one auto attack off.
Rascal is trying to win the game in mid right now as well. He's trying to get through a turret, so this is not all for naught here for KT if they don't get these kills, because they're still getting damage done on the map, but they can still back off to a Baron.
Yeah. There's Rascal! And there it is! Here comes Rascal, and that's going to be the end of the two carries! They both go down, and Peanut somehow lives again.
이거 리신 와볼래? 리신 와봐. 기다려. 나 앞에 찾을 수 있어. 앞에 봐줄 수 있어. 호응 돼? 오케이.
And Jonas Strong is trolling him.
Yeah, if he doesn't step on that, then suddenly Nongshim have free reign.
Uh-oh, Ghost could be in a bit of trouble.
Behind that
Opens,
turret.
there we go. It's gonna hit him and take him down.
He had flash. I think he could have gotten behind that turret.
Landed on Dom 1 as Faker. Canyon has no friends in the area whatsoever. Final spark as Carry is going to get cataclysmed as now Canyon. He's managed to put them into the hole, and there goes Showmaker. Manages to grab one. There's two. The front line is now dead outside of Faker, I guess.
들켰어? 나 숨었어. 나 보여.
너 안무빙 해줘야 될 듯?
이거 그냥 너 뺄게.
카르마 노플. 아, 해볼게.
Going to be able to lock that one down immediately. It's answered. First Turret Blood, like you say, provides the answer as Shadow Surge comes down, and Faker is going to come on in onto Showmaker. Goodbye, as it's Carrier that locks down the kill. Another hook to come through as well, as Bertle has to flash to get out of the way, but Faker's got the reset. Of course he does.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our glorious analytical rug and chairs. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and that was DRX pretty horribly miscoordinating their composition.
This one was a really tough one to watch. I will just say it straight up. They gave over Corki and Karma, and then they went all in on this Diana Yasuo draft. They're in first phase, they can pick up the Yasuo early. Feels like, okay, it's a pretty good matchup into the Corki. You can deny a lot of farm early, and you have so much explosive team fight power. But then they didn't do anything or fight anywhere, or commit to team fights properly, and yeah.
There were a lot of bad things. I think it actually started immediately after the second ban phase. Because immediately after that, they had this beautiful opportunity. The Gnar was already banned away. Obviously, Harmalife Esports were looking for a Gragas pick because Gnar is the most common pick into the Gragas. Gragas is also, just as a secret, really good with Yasuo. Like, really, really good. Has more knockups than Akali does, I'm pretty sure. They lock in the Lulu instead for the laning power, and you can sort of understand that, but they could have still locked in Lulu later if they wanted to, right? Like, that was always an option. They can put Gragas in the top side of the map if they're okay with the matchup. The beauty is Gragas was flexible between support and top. There was, like, it was the best Gragas opportunity ever.
It was such an easy call, and then Dudu ended up being the most successful part on this Gragas of Harmalife Esports' weathering of the storm, because they spent about 25 to 30 minutes of that game down 2,000 to 4,000 gold. They won the game down 2,000 plus gold. We're gonna take a look at some of the stats here as well for the matchups that DRX had that were the leader, right? This is after this game. Before this, it's a 3-0.
Exactly. Yasuo has been a fantastic pick into Corki. We've been calling for this so many times, and you put that on top of the fact that we've seen Diana bans all over the place. Diana has been fantastic. Diana Yasuo has been a combination that we've seen many times. In fact, we have the stats for that now as well that have taken a bit of a hit here, and now that it is only a 50-50 between the two. It was 3-2. Certainly some of our better Diana Yasuos have found more success elsewhere as well, outside of just our domestic league, because of course it was played by Damwon Kia at Worlds last year. But this just wasn't it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, I guess we should just go ahead and jump into our first highlight, which is Dudu having the flank. And this is, I think, so picturesque for this game, is through the mid game, it felt like Harmalife Esports were playing the hard engage composition that wants to engage and wants to team fight, because it was so passive from DRX. We didn't see an ult from Zeka for 2/3 of the game.
It was 27 minutes, I think, that his first last breath went.
And then in fights like this, you're just waiting for something to happen as the comp that needs to be the aggressor, and it's Dudu who actually finds a flank angle, not the Akali, not the Diana that Pioshik's on that needs to be engaging. It's the backside Gragas from behind your turret that actually wins a team fight.
Yeah. And Feral also hovered the Rel, and I actually thought, like, that sort of like crash down magnet storm combo as well to pile in on top, get as many, knock up circles as you can possibly get, to lock down your targets and really get something going. Like, they do need engage options to make this work. And then the last two picks are Akali Lulu. I'm molding about the draft yet again, but like, I don't know, it just really didn't do it for me. Let's have a look at the final fight here as Dudu once again just really getting the work done.
Yeah, Dudu carried so much of this game, and obviously you can see Karas at this stage, 41 minutes in, is doing a massive amount of damage. Pioshik here goes in for the engage. There's so much peel here from Dudu. He's blocking.
Also, it lands only onto on-fleek, right?
Yeah. And like, Pioshik had a rough game. He went 0-5 early on, was not doing proper damage. Had a great power farm lead, right? Especially with the error that on-fleek made when he was trying to double buff, or rather double camp there. And so much of this game too for Deft was like very clean, but just so slow to fight for objectives in the early game, and a comp that really needs to snowball and had all the right tools to snowball, minus the Gragas, of course, and Akali can help clean things up, but...
And even then, like, I felt like Kingen almost had like solo kill opportunities on the top side of the map, and then bails from them as well. It was just really weird. It was a very strange
It was very strange.
Thankfully, we have a game number 3, and we also have a player of the game, or should I say a Dudu of the game. This has
got to be, right?
An absolute Dudu Dunga of a situation. He picks the Gragas. That is the first point. And after that, just nails everything. The disengage was fantastic, keeping his team alive, and also just murdering Deft time and time again.
He had so many good casts this game, but he also peeled very well. And we didn't talk about it. We're being pretty hard on DRX, but I think the fact that Gragas exists on the other side Also makes it very unappealing to engage with a lot of these champions because a body slam can really mess up your combo, can ruin where you are. His positioning was so good. Like, the fact that a Gragas exists is one thing against your comp, and then because he played it so well and was able to secure so many of these setups and kills, like this one, I mean, it was such an easy vote for me. Like, he was the hero of this game.
Yep.
Not so much for the quirky voters over there.
Wow.
That's an illegal move here in the LCK, actually. China
I'm
and
pretty
EM.
sure Chronicler knows better than that. All right, well, at least now we have an opportunity to hear what he has to say for himself. I don't think there's any saving that, though.
What do you have to say for yourself?
Yeah, let's hand it back to Valdez and the Sinner there on the desk.
Hello, yes, it's me, Valdez, and the Sinner here on the desk. Thank you, Atlas and Wolf, for that. Chronicler, you have anything to say for yourself?
I love Corky. I'm really happy he was in the game. I thought it was great that he shot rockets and then they one-tapped people. So I just want to show my appreciation for the champion.
Well, at least you're honest.
Yeah. It was a protest vote. And I stand by that. I think that as the desk pointed out very, very, very great detail, it was both the great play from Duty, but also just the fact that that draft from DRX going for the Lulu over the Gragas, when it was so obvious and everything pointed towards a Gragas pickup, and it's so good with your comp, and it's so bad. You have to play into it. Like, just stat first presence, you can play around that, but stat first presence and a cask and a body slam, it's not happening. And DRX here on blue side really needs to adjust if they want to be able to get themselves a win here, because Hanwha Life have shown that they won't go down without a fight.
Absolutely. Well, the Game 1 bans that we saw were Xinjiao, Yuumi, Zeri here on blue side for DRX, and of course Hanwha Life, the big brain players that they are, they did ban away the Corki on red side. We'll see them do that again right here. Corki, or rather Karma, also did get banned away. As to the surprise of 0 people, this pick is going to be taken off the board now, thankfully. Don't have to cast another Corki game.
Thank you. Appreciate that a lot.
Yeah. The Karma, though, it's shown a lot more respect, and it's interesting because I feel like it's definitely first pickable on blue side, but seems like that's not what they want to go for this time around.
This is looking like an Aphelios first pick. Caitlyn Ban should be coming through here shortly. And that might be the angle that Def is looking for. I stand by my dislike of the Aphelios first pick. I know that Def is a great player, even on Gumayushi. We have seen moments, but this is actually something that didn't even get a chance to talk about. But for the first time, Zeri makes it through. And honestly, get that Yuumi in there and have faith in Deft. I think that's the right call after what we saw in the previous game. And especially in game number 1, Hanwha Life, though, can look for maybe the Thresh here as well. Great combo, although I'm expecting a Lee Sin pick up here to get some early pressure for on Fleek.
Why not just pick a bottom lane that would work well with the Yuumi and then just take it away? Because it feels pretty... I mean, it feels kind of... I don't want to say obvious, but expected that we could see it here on the side of DRX picked, but will be the Lee Sin here first.
I think the Yuumi pickup is really, really nice. Anything that can provide... Oh. I don't know where this insistence on the Akali keeps coming from. Had a very limited amount of fun in the previous game, and I'm worrying, especially into a Nautilus, pick up a Poppy here, and you have exactly the same situation for Hanwha Life. Just walking into what should be the freest Poppy. You can also go for a mid laner here, but yeah, I think you lock this in. I don't know about this one, DRX.
Yeah, I don't know
where the priority on the Akali is coming from when the Poppy is open, and when you just had this exact issue.
And they didn't even pick the Yuumi, which has been, you know, Tom and Zeri, like that has a nickname for a reason. And if DRX lose this next game, I mean, we're going to look back at the 2 drafts from these 2 games and just be scratching our heads. I mean, DRX are on a 4-game winning streak. I think coming into this one, we could have said they are the favorites, although could have been seen as close, especially with Hanwha Life taking a couple of games off of big teams. But this, I don't know, we're just kind of left wanting by some of these drafts here.
Really are. And on the flip side, to spin it in a positive light, loving Hanwha Life. Feel like they have a much better grasp of how to build their compositions. As now, feeling like a Victor pick, as it always does, has been somewhat ignored here. But yeah, that's no shocker there. And again, Hanwha Life can go into the Gragas direction. If DRX pick up the Gragas, you can easily get yourself something more sustainable. Would be liking an Enchanter support here, but if they go for like Lulu and like a Blight Gnar or a Grave or something again, then I don't know. Well, the Lulu is fine. This is okay, but please, okay. I was getting real worried that we were gonna have exactly the same situation. Now Dudu can of course pick up the Gnar. That is a matchup that is punishable, but this Gragas, I feel a lot better about. And now there is Engage for the team, there's the front line, there's tankiness, and there's still the Lulu to enable the Zeri.
Yeah. Able to pick up one enabler.
Yeah. Is it a Lulu impression?
I guess so.
No,
Purposefully or not. Graves is going to be the selection here. And I think with all of the Hull Breaker play that we're seeing nowadays, I don't actually mind it. You have range on the Gragas. You can begin to push in and do that annoying stuff that we've seen all these Graves do with the Hull Breaker. Kind of like it. It's not a another frontliner to kind of enable the Victor and the Jinx with all of their range. With a mini Gnar could have been nice, but will just be the Graves.
And these comps, I would probably give a slight edge to the composition of Hanwha Life. I think that they have great 2v2s, great 3v3s, and it plays front to back extremely nicely as well. Has a lot of range. Because the DRX comp, again, you are playing 3 melee characters into Victor and Jinx. Victor and Poppy and Jinx. Like I don't love that. So Deft, show us what you got. This is your game. You have Zeri, you have a Lulu. Because outside of that, if you don't find early game pressure, then I don't know how you're going to get this one from Hanwha Life Esports. They have been looking really good when they can get a draft that suits them. And DRX, as you pointed out, Valdez, left us again a little bit wanting.
They definitely did. Hanwha Life, a little bit more standard. I think a better understanding of the meta. You know, maybe a little bit less just picking for comfort. I wouldn't really blame Pyosik if he feels very comfortable on Lee Sin after going, what was it, like 0-6 on Diana? Maybe
he's fine.
Yeah, maybe he's like, you know, I just want to go back to this. But then the Akali pick to follow it up was, you know, question mark ping, of course. And it is going to be in the mid lane for Zeka, of course, as we do see that here up against the Victor.
Liking the opening here from Sunday as well, identifying that the main issue for the Zeri has been the early laning phase, where she is really safe, but she also isn't the strongest, so we'll be able to try and get through that lane with building a lead by default by picking up the early call.
I love the thumbs up, just like, hey dude, we're coming in. Like,
hello.
You can't stop us. We will ward your red buff. And OnFleek responds by running over to the blue buff, which is probably where he was going to start anyway. Maybe not. Either way, he's going to go over there now.
And this is something that Deft and Barrow have been doing very consistently, which is taking early control of the lane, right? Trying to, as much as they can, fight for the level 2. And get a lead, and that is something that I don't think has really changed as good as Somebody's game was in the previous one.
Beryl just took a minion.
Yeah. That's
nice.
a Lulu's minion.
Yeah.
As long as it's not a cannon.
We'll see.
That's what leads to a summoner disconnected, and you feeling very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Of course, Zaka going to get shoved in early on in this matchup. Just trying.
Missed laser.
Yeah, he's gone for Conqueror as well, so like he's clearly confident in himself to be able to pilot this early on with just the Doran Blade and the second wind.
Yeah.
Not needing the movement speed and a little bit extra sustain that Fleet gives you.
Zeka gets to have a lot of fun today, you know? started off with the Zoe, which, you know, not necessarily that meta nowadays. We see a lot of Victor, Orianna, you know, other picks like this, control mages. And then Yasuo and now Akali. As we'll see if it works out here in this gank of Karis as the slow looking to come in here, and he will flash the Q just to make sure that he doesn't lose too much health and lose control of the lane.
And with that, going to provide a nice window for either an all-in from Zeka at level 6 or a possible revisit. That is something that I don't think Pioshik has really been on top of today. Been a lot of windows and not really been able to get the adequate level of pressure as Kingen going for the tier here first as well. It is a clear sign. All of these things point to one thing, Valdez. In for another long game.
Elder flip.
Elder. It's actually
that's what I thought you were going to say.
That's what you need as an LCK caster, is a really good instinct of, is this game going to go to the flip on Elder? Yes or no? With this one, I'm saying no.
Wow.
I know.
Interesting.
Because I think we're going to go the maximum amount of Drakes into a team fight being one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you consider the last game, we didn't actually flip it over Elder.
We didn't, no.
There was a fight around the Elder Drake, and then one team won due to some nasty rockets. But other than that, it wasn't technically a true Elder flip. We have had a lot of Baron flips in today's games, but not too many Elder flips.
The Baron has been way worse, yeah. Baron has been certainly questionable. Zeka going to get his first back in here. And overall, very uneventful early game here. First action is expected to take place around, I suspect, the Herald. Don't think that either team, if one of your opponents has a good run, a good play on the Dragon that they're really going to mind, just a simple Ocean Drake is not going to be the end of the world. But looking at the fight on 6, that is where we have to see DRX really utilize this mid-jungle 2v2. A lot of damage there available, but trying to play that into a Poppy becomes infinitely harder. And if Hanwha Life can play a little bit slower, can really utilize the front line they have available, I think that it's going to be really hard for DRX to consistently get everyone on this comp where they need to be, because that is something that, again, I want to highlight. Yes, there's a lot of damage, but there's also 3 melee characters into a Victor and a Poppy. And all of them have dashes.
Yeah. I mean, it's part of the reason why, you know, we were molding a little bit over in the first series the Victor Lichbane pickup, because it really matters where you can do the damage. As this is a fantastic bait. Deft and Beryl seemingly having no idea that On Fleek was here, and Deft says, well, I'm just dead, so just leave me to die, Beryl. First blood handed over to Samdi on the Jinx. That is a fantastic start here for Hanwha Life.
Attempting to get the crash there, ending in disaster. Really nice timing there, found by On Fleek. And yeah, I don't think that this ever really leads to anything. Deft now making his way back. Also unfortunate. A little bit trolled by Alcove Gaming there, trying to skate over. Wouldn't have mattered. Would have died either way, but unfortunate nonetheless. And that will lead to a situation in which we will see early advantage going over to Samdi on the Jinx. And again, this laning phase for Zeri, hard enough as is, without you getting early deficits.
You know what I think we should do for next season is 2 alcoves. So, like, each team has their own alcove, and then Zeri can dash between the 2 of them. That way we make her a little bit more viable.
You're right, Valdez. Who will think of Zeri's viability?
I know it's a matter of
I can't
contention
believe I
now.
hadn't thought about that.
Yeah. Maybe next season.
Yeah, I feel like even without this hook, even with double summoners, like, the chances of Death making out of the line are very, very slim. As, again, yeah, just if Pioshik is hovering there, if he's a little bit closer, then maybe that works out in some situations. But now it just doesn't. Kara still doesn't have flash, so Zeka wants to go, but On Fleek's just gonna show his face, help the shove for the Victor, and then make his way towards the bot side.
Deft doing a good job just farming it out. He will fall even farther behind because he didn't go for the cull start that we saw on the side of Samdi. So it's just that extra bit of gold being handed over to the Jinx rather than the Zeri, which actually will make a pretty nice difference for the big game. Onflake's going to get it started in here. Let's get it started in here on this dragon. It's going to take the Ocean Drake. Doesn't look like, I mean, we do see Pyoshik slowly making his way over to this one, but mid laner is coming on in. This is Karis getting there first, and the response not quick enough from Beryl and Deft to stop them. So that's just an Ocean Drake into the pockets as Samdi gonna be kicked on over and immediately polymorph. That's a really nice combo to take him out, and Vista will survive.
Unfortunate there is that the kill goes to Beryl. Of all the people that it could have gone to the Lee, the Zeri, it went to Lulu. Which is not great if you are looking to stumble the game, but at least it will deny a small amount of CS here to Samdi, although it is a cannon wave, so loss wouldn't be too bad. Vista can also catch the wave there, so gonna mitigate the sacrifice that his bot laner has to make. Nicely done though by Pyoshik, following up on that Q, and if we don't see the early Herald going the way of DRX, I am starting to worry we have a very similar situation as to what we have in the previous game, and what has plagued so many of, I think, our more middle-of-the-table teams in the LCK, and the reason why we have been having so many longer, drawn-out games, just a lack of confidence, as this is exactly what we need.
Yeah.
That one hurts.
Fantastic dodge on the hook. Not going to be stopped there as Lee Sin. And he's able to set that one up for the alley-oop of Lulu, who will experience wild growth with her gold. And yeah, nice little pick. We do have the Rift Herald on the map, and it just feels like OnFleek on Vision is hanging out here. A lot of pings around, you know, where Zeka is, where on, or rather Pyoshik is. But so far, it just feels like OnFleek's taking these objectives without much of a fight. I mean, OnFleek's not, or Pyoshik's not here. He's looking for a play down on the bottom side as Def takes aggro here. He's going to have to back out of this one with his heal. Beryl also taking a huge amount of damage, nearly dies. And now Pyoshik is like, well, this isn't the dive I came down here for, and OnFleek gets a free Rift Herald.
I don't know, Valdez. I'd love to tell you, and
break it down.
I understand, right, the instinct to make a cross-map play when this is happening, but why not wait when Pyoshik is on his way and you know OnFleek is doing the Herald on top? There's no reason. You don't need to go in. You are Lulu and Zeri, right? Like, you haven't finished your first item yet. You're not really a champion that traditionally does exceptionally well on these type of dives. You don't really have to set up. You only have polymorph, which is okay, but Samdi has double sums. If Lee's there, it's an entirely different equation, but instead they pull the trigger a little bit early. Hullbreaker is now done, and the Herald hasn't even dropped yet. That is something that I think once it comes down is going to make the lead bigger. The one upside for this is, of course, that at least DRX, they're a little bit ahead in plates on that bot side, but that can be instantly mitigated. And again, Samdi has a kill, and Deft does not.
Yeah, a kill and a call. Deft is going for a bit of a ride there, but just being annoying, just trying to zone him off the wave. Push can come down here as well. Pyoshik is in the vicinity. He's going to miss that Q. Don't think he would have done much to the Poppy anyway, as there is no dragon coming up just yet. We're just looking for where OnFleek is going to put down this Rift Herald. Looks like he is definitely favoring the bottom side.
Makes complete sense, as on top side, Dudu not sure about going for the cookies in this matchup. Don't really feel like it's necessary there, and especially not with the Hullbreaker rush into a tank Gragas. And for DRX, I think this next Drake is not even for the state of the game, but for just the mindset of these players, a really big objective. Feels like they've just been on the losing/receiving end of a whole lot of pain for the larger part of the series thus far. You see the Triforce finish now.
Look at this turret already. I mean, this is a free turret. And Zeka is here. On fleek, though, is a Poppy. And it's just going to have to go back to the top lane. They're not going to be able to stop the Rift Herald from breaking this turret, so that is a ton more gold into the pockets of both Dudu and On fleek. Just getting them even further ahead.
Especially seeing moments like that, you know, you picked the Akali knowing that this was going to happen, reasonably at least. This was going to be the situation at hand, and of course a little bit of Zeri shenanigans there. Now the Drake available here, and yes, you can wait for scaling. It's not like you have a team that doesn't like going to the mid to late game. But outside of Deft, like, I don't feel like you can feel particularly great about it throughout the entirety of it. And Seka, you already mentioned earlier, he must be having a lot of fun. He was great on the Zoe game, although he got caught a couple of times. He was basically invisible on the Astro game, although I hold that wasn't really his fault. It was a very limited amount of setup, and Yoshi was unable to find the angles, also in part to draft. And then in this game, playing the Akali, but again, into a Nautilus, into a Victor, into a Poppy. Must not be the greatest of experiences, and if you give over this Drake and Humble Life can start stacking them early, it's looking really good for them.
Well, it does look like DRX does want to deny this, so a couple of teleports. Kingen is here instead of Zeka because Zeka has teleport and Kingen does not. And so absolutely it looks like they're looking to set this one up. There's a teleport ward there on the right side. We just passed the 14-minute mark. Both these guys looking for the teleports to come on in. Pyosha gonna dodge the helicopter. And now DRX on top of this dragon, but it will be taken down by Lulu of everybody, but DRX at least able to secure it. Humble Life not able to push them away.
Really nicely done. Good response from DRX. Humble Life not wanting to take the risk. There's a hook, but they want to go for that.
Yeah. Does hit him with the cask. But dude just says, well, I have Hull Breaker. Lull Breaker.
Even without the passive, still more than strong enough. And then Vista falls to flash due to the cask, so that's a nice trade for Kingen. And again, Atlas, come on, man. Could you not give us a different Drake? I would have really appreciated it here for the 6th game of the day. Would have made me very happy.
You know, I really wanted to see a Hextech Rift.
It would have been so
But I talked about it with Cloud Atlas before the match, and he said he was going to, you know, not bring in the Cloud Drake, but I see that he's lied to me now, and I see how it is.
How
Thanks, Atlas. Yeah, I just feel betrayed, you know? There's not much else to it. I hope he can apologize after the game, because you know,
it's gonna be alright, fellas. We'll be
okay. Thank you.
I'm sure he.
Chronicler. I know I can trust you.
Yeah. Well, I did just vote for Corky, so.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
But it was a protest vote, so it was okay. It was a statement.
A protest vote?
Protest. My English isn't that bad, is it?
I thought you were trying to say something else there. Like,
it is slowly deteriorating, so like that would actually make sense.
Yeah, you know, as the night goes on, that generally does happen.
Well, I can still speak Dutch, you know, in case of emergency. It's no problem.
No, why did that sound like Russian there?
That's not. That's an authentic Dutch accent.
Oh, sorry. I guess you would know.
Yeah. That's how a Minister President sounds. As being set up around the 2nd Herald here. And
they know that Zeri isn't here, so if Humble Life really wanted to make a big push for this, they could have.
A little poke. That kill on Barrel coming up huge. That Glitter Lens did marginally more damage than it otherwise
missed the Rift
would have.
Herald there.
I know. Doesn't matter. Rift Herald isn't being taken.
Yeah. A little bit of a check.
This is definitely a black leader game, by the way, for Deft.
Yeah.
He's going for Titanic second, but 100% pick that up at some point. You're going to feel extremely good about it. Into the Nautilus, into the Graves, into the Poppy. He's going to shred through all those health bars a little bit easier. Although I guess the amount of extra AD on your team is minimal. Yoshi will still really appreciate that. That's important as well. Zoning comes through, Zeka on the flank.
Not able to hit the enemy jungler, but he still gets it. On Fleek, rather, able to smite that one down. Now he's being bounced around in the back as Kingen and Zeka keep the rest of the team happy and distracted as Kingen will go down. That's another kill over to Samdi, who is now excited. I think if you're DRX, you just back out of this one now.
Really nicely done from Hanwha Life, and I hope we get a replay because that was a beautiful example of the amount of zoning that is available here, and that's making it so hard for DRX to play this game. Because Zeka actually had an opening to the backline and still couldn't really do anything. And with the Herald also going over, that was an unfortunate scenario for DRX. But again, I don't feel too bad about them. This is they're putting themselves in a bad position with the use of, or rather not using the Poppy, and locking in the Kali instead. And if you're wondering, am I still a little upset about that? Yes. Yes, I am.
Thanks for the update, Chronicler. We appreciate it.
As we here see, immediately makes it come through. And this is actually a really nice cast, right? Yeah. But then there is Vista. Immediately can use the ultimate. There is Karis that puts down a really nice gravity field. And even with the Poppy getting blown up immediately, see that the amount of CC available makes it really hard for these carries on DRX to do more. But if Kingen can keep finding those casks and splitting up these fights, it will create a great playing ground for Deft. He doesn't really have the items yet to really start shredding through teams, but he's definitely going to be able to do so later on.
Okay, Rift Herald drop down. This is the second one, no plates or anything like that, but you can see that Hanwha Life are making a big try here for the mid turrets. They have some really nice siege. Very different from what we saw last time. Great engage comes in here from On Fleek, and the damage in CC is just there. Wild Growth is not enough. As Kingen is trying to get in there. Nice cast once again. Do they have the damage? On Fleek going to give himself up so that the rest of the team can get out. So 1-for-1 trade of junglers. But the turret is taken out by Hanwha Life.
And there is first move towards the Drake for DRX here, but Hanwha Life definitely don't want to give them up Vista. He's leading the charge, has flash available.
Yeah, you can see he is hunting. He is on the hunt right now, as much as a Nautilus can be. Doesn't necessarily want to hit Kingen, but it's just being a front line for now. They're going to set up for this. No junglers at all, and Dudu's going to just knock it down. His only competition was Beryl, as Zeka goes back to his Shroud, and then he Zonya's, and actually will get away with that maneuver. Samdi in a very funky spot here. He is going to heal and get out alive.
And that is really nicely piloted by Samdi, I think, overall, able to just position so safely with the rest of his team standing guard there. And On Fleek, clearly the sacrificial lamb here, being given up repeatedly. Kingen able to get him, but not really able to get many other people. And without the cask available and without Kingen's flash, it's really hard for DRX to get a lot going on the re-engage. As gonna take another look at this, Pioshik. That's a Lee Sin kick there that you don't have to take under any circumstances. Never really going to do anything towards that Herald. And then it is the double flank coming through here from Kingen and Zek. Again, these casts from Kingen have been great, able to split up the fight. But unfortunately for the rest of DRX, there is still plenty of CC and tankiness available. These gravity fields are a nuisance. Vista is a CC monster. And with no smite available, lead again being extended here by Hanwha Life, who might actually be looking at a reverse sweep here, Valdez.
Yeah, it's kind of looking like that for now, but we'll have to wait and see how this game does develop. We're going to see the Void Staff here pretty early on from Karis. Not sure that there's quite that much MR for him to really go for it this early on.
No, there's not.
But that's okay. We do have...
the Shedding Flame angle was so... At least it's not Lichbane, Valdez.
Yeah, at least it's not Lichbane.
We'll take it for sure.
Although, against this comp, I mean, you're going to have an Akali potentially, a Gragas, a Lee Sin, you know, maybe. Lichbane would have been okay, but
yeah,
I'm just not a big fan in general.
No, I feel like the Lichbane is similar to going for like a more aggressive build on Corki, right? Where if you actually play two front-to-back comps, that's when it really gets a lot of value. We can weave in a lot. Against the DRX comp, I think it will still be hard, but At least it's not that, but yeah, the void value here is really negligible. As it scales into later in the game, it will still be nice, but I'm not going to feel particularly great about that one. But it doesn't really matter, right? Dudu is monstrously fed, and as long as Sam-D survives, any fight is winnable here for Hanwha Life, so then it becomes a question of can Deft carry, or can Pioshik, Zeka and Kingen get onto the enemy backline and actually get something done? That second part in particular has been not really happening thus far.
Yeah, a couple of games of that for sure. We do have the Titanic Hydra picked up here for Deft, so hitting that 2-item power spike. We'll be looking for potentially the Black Cleaver, as you mentioned, up next. We'll see what he does end up going for here. I really like the rapid fire cannon for Sam-D. Just make sure you have as much range as possible against all of those threats on the enemy team. Dudu is, he is one strong man at this point in time. Level 14 already.
I feel like with Graves, we kind of like, you know, Graves, he's not a cool kid anymore. He's trying to be edgy with his whole I'm an outlaw kind of deal. But then Tryndamere appeared, and Tryndamere just kind of pummeled him every single time. But now with Hullbreaker, Akshan too. But now with Hullbreaker, he's a new man. He's really found himself again, and we see him in the games more often. And I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you know,
it's fine. It's perfectly. Yeah, he's a okay champion. You know,
he's good.
I mean he's good, but how much do you like having him in the game? I was like, it's okay. It's no Veigar, but
not a Veigar, not a Singed support.
No,
we can't have those every day.
But at least
that's what makes them special.
At least it's not a Corki.
At least it's not a Corki. Anything's better than that. As looks like we're hanging around here for the next Cloud Drake. Could also be explained as a K-Ram. You guys may have heard this term before. As Karis is doing his thing. He did pick up the crown first. And definitely a good idea. I mean, there's a lot of things that can potentially proc it, but it's just one step that you have to take before you even fight. You know, proto belts, or you know, even a cask or a barrel or some poke from Deft. You know, and if you can't hit them, that means that your engage is going to be significantly not as good. And definitely something to note. Okay, Deft is able to proc it. That's actually very nice before this fight does begin. Even a little bit of poke damage there as Zeka is in a very sneaky spot over the wall as well.
Not getting found out just yet. And this is an okay angle. I like this from DRX, coming in from multiple angles.
Oh, really nice engage, but the cast not quite there. Not going to knock anyone into the back, and Pioshik goes flying. So it's going to come back in now. DRX do have control over the pit, but that's a lot of engage taken away from the side of the Gragas. Specifically, Zeka going to use that second bit of his ultimate to get over the wall, as Pioshik just going to take down the Drake and back away. These are Cloud Drakes, thanks to Cloud Atlas on the casting chairs. And so both teams not really going to go all in on those Drakes.
Feeling good about my 6 Drake prediction, Valdez.
Hey, you said it wouldn't be an Elder Flip.
No, I mean I said 6 Drakes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that can
no, it's going to be the Elder Flip.
Which team gets the
you got to see the lines.
You got to see the lines. I do, at this point in time, start having some difficulty with seeing all the lines.
There are no lines anymore.
There is a limited amount of League of Legends that a person can consume in a day.
Yeah?
I mean, I've tried.
Wow, that's just rude.
Many a time, as I'm sure everyone watching at home has been on that day where you're playing a little bit of solo queue and it's not going very well, and you're like, I gotta play till I get a win. And then before you know it, you're 7 hours later, 3 divisions lower, and wondering, why did I not?
This comes from the heart.
Why did I not make a better decision at any point today? I could have stopped it, but I didn't.
Yeah, it's okay, Chronicler. You've learned from that experience.
I really have, yeah.
Even though you did experience it and it was terrible and traumatic, you've learned. And you've come out a better person on the other side. It's okay.
I don't think either team is going to fight until the inevitable Drake fight in 3.5 minutes. And that gives us a little bit time to talk about the... oh, by the way, the Lidsbane is coming. Don't you worry. It's getting built now.
What?
Gives us a little bit of time to talk about the setup that you have in terms of side lanes here, right? Because one thing that DRX should have at least moderate advantage with this Akali is the threat of her being inside. But then obviously, Dudu's going to win the one matchup into King, and King is just going to wave clear and be completely fine, but that's also basically it. Shouldn't have any threat whatsoever. And then on the other side, especially if he picks up a stopwatch at some point, like it's really hard with the crown as well for the Akali to actually find a successful all-in on the Victor consistently. And are there ways? Sure. Do I expect either team to really go for that here? Maybe. Lucy on fleek, but will get spotted.
Okay, Dudu will respect with his own flash. Did have a nice little rotation down, and also on fleek. Will be denied any play onto the Akali up on the top side. Pyosik nearby as well. And once again, we return to the mid lane, where we will clear the wave.
Here we are once again, as the entirety of Hanwha Life pathing towards this. And looking at the spikes, we have seen Cole not sold yet, but already completely finished 3 items for Sam D. Incredibly strong here on the Jinx. And if the rest of the team plays it well and keeps him safe, they should still feel very confident. But on the flip side, there is Zeri, and we know Deft. I think he's still 1 item away from truly hitting that point that we've seen in the past where Zeri just starts taking over the entire game. So no rewards here from Hanwha Life, actually doing a great job of keeping tabs. He's sure they don't know where Zeka is right now, and as I say that, he walks into another ward. But they will still have a general idea consistently, right?
Yeah.
They'll be pretty aware of where he is, and they can just play bodyguard, making sure that Sam D befalls no harm.
Yeah, DRX pretty confident to start up the Baron. It means that they want Hanwha Life to be forced into an engage. The depth charge will be forced here. Dudu is keeping tabs on the top 2 guys. And all of these hits have not been hitting, but that's a fantastic engage coming in from On Fleek. Nearly going to take out Deft, as he will just barely go down to the shield. That does get thrown on in, and that means that Hanwha Life now can start up this Baron.
That's a Captain America cosplay if I've ever seen one. On Fleek throws the buckler. And now Baron going down, but do mind you, Pyosik is still alive and kicking, looking for the steal here.
Yeah, Dudu trying to keep tabs onto him, and the damage that On Fleek is taking is significant. Zeka, another big cast does come in, as everybody gets split up, and down will go Sam D. This Baron doesn't matter anymore. Beryl is going to be taken out. Pyosik is being chunked down, and the rest of the DRX team not able to capitalize on the low health bars.
And they do peace out here. Good choice. No smite available, and you don't want to take the risk against these Fed members of DRX. And it is On Fleek that starts it off, right? Vista unable. Doesn't hit the hook. Gets himself into awkward position, immediately has to ult. But here you see the value that Cars provides with this Victor. And then, unfortunately for Deft, not going to be able to really lifesteal. The Zeri build not excelling in that regard. On Fleek doesn't look at the cool explosion that he created for himself. And then again, it's Kingen that starts this one up here. As Zeka goes in, trying to provide as much vision as they possibly can. Really nice flash from King. Obviously, that body slam gets stopped by a explosive cast, and he immediately followed from the rest of his team. Then never comes through, and I'm pretty sure this is just a Baron for Hanwha. Instead, it's a stalemate with, I think, on the flip side of that, Hanwha Life actually picking up the 3rd Drake, which means the next one, inevitably, is going to go to DRX. That was legit.
Wait, but that would make 7 Drakes total when somebody gets the soul.
Well, no, we don't get the soul. The game is over before that.
Oh, you think DRX is going to get a Drake and then
Hanwha Life kills them?
The game is going to end?
No, it's not actually going to happen. It's probably going to be an Elder Flip after all. Which
you should have known. I mean, you're the guy. You know all about the Elder Flips.
Yeah. I feel like Fiesta still hasn't left.
No, he's still here.
Yeah.
I mean, that is very clear. Somebody escort him to the to the house already. I mean, this is getting a little bit out of control. Pyosik goes in. A little bit of Lee Syndrome today. he is experiencing. It's okay, everybody gets there, but a very nice bait onto Karis to get into him, and this is a good angle for Zeka. Gets Zombie down, and a fantastic follow-up here. The body slam picks up a couple, and even Zeka is going to survive. The polymorph is huge, a triple kill now for Deft, as they will follow up onto Vista as he trolls just a little bit. Not sure why he used stopwatch there to delay a couple of seconds, as Deft will pick up the Quadra.
And maybe we don't go to Drake number 6. Maybe DRX just pushed it, but the health bars are low and it's relatively early into the game, so I don't know how much more they're going to get out of this.
Relatively early into the game, 33 minutes in.
Yes.
Just LCK things.
Yeah, as that is the pop-off moment that we've been waiting for since the beginning. And I actually think the first time where we actually see Zeka get the backline axes, the entirety of Homo Life getting baited in a little bit by what seems like initially a questionable engage from Pioshik, but it was all a bait. All worked out in the end, and
yeah,
looking like they might be able to pick up the Baron. Not doing it very fast though, but should be fine with the rest of the cavalry now arriving.
Okay, a rocket in the face. It actually hits the Baron. Of course, somebody next to the Baron, but the explosion nearly gets it low enough. And we're going to take another look at this, how Karis gets caught.
And what's really key here is look at the Akali that's making the way over on the minion, right? Samdi not actually in this fight. And this cask gets Karis in an unfortunate position, but also baits on freaking Vista into trying to help.
Okay.
Oh, but that's fine. That can happen. And because of that, because of them all going aggressively into trying and saving Karis, maybe getting something out of that Victor stopwatch, or Victor rather, that instead somebody is just dead because he doesn't have heal, which definitely will happen at this point in the game. And then Deft finds the cleanup that we have kind of started to associate with Zeri.
Yeah, he has that enabling from the Lulu, as we talked about.
It's such a cool back animation for Nautilus.
Yeah.
Ah.
They really outdid themselves with that one, didn't they?
I'm not being sarcastic. I actually think...
No, neither am I.
But it sounded like you were sarcastic.
No.
No? Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll believe you.
I'm just giving them credit where credit is due.
Black Cleaver done.
It's a great back animation.
No, it is. It just sounded like you weren't being truthful with me about this, and I feel like if there's anything we've learned today is that we need to speak our truth.
Yes.
And talk about our emotions.
Okay, nice little engage onto Kingen, and you can see now with the Lulu gone and the Gragas dead, they're not having a great time. Even Zeka going to lose his time to take down the inhibitor, as they're still hanging around. They have a lot of mobility with those two champions, but at the same time, now with no front line, I think eventually you got to be careful about sticking around here.
Vista has been really on point with his hooks throughout the entirety of the game, besides the one that got him into trouble a little bit earlier on. As the game progresses, I think that Karis is going to have a similar status to somebody, but even Dudu, as we saw earlier as well, has the 4-item spike, right? Infinity Edge and Collector. Doesn't matter the amount of resistances that are being built by DRX here, he's going to eventually be able to get through them. BT, I think, would be really nice for somebody here to try and get a little bit more, try and survive for a little bit longer, but would also not be surprising if just goes for the Guardian Angel as right on time.
Yes, DRX will pick up the Cloud Drake, and nobody will have the Soul just yet. We'll take another look at this. Just kind of lines it up right after that minion does die. So pretty nicely done, as Dudu's going to be caught out. Flash comes in from Pioshik, and they find a Graves alone. And that was pretty far down the lane, right? It didn't seem like, you know, you could see where the lane and the wave is. It's already down there in the middle. But just able to find him there in the middle.
Yeah. Does get taken down. But also there's no objective, and there's no Baron buff. So in the grand scheme of things, these kills are simply inconsequential. However, what's not is Zeka continuously shot. I think he's been doing a great job continuously applying pressure on this Akali. It's more about the impact in team fights where we could draw some questions, but thus far, still been able to threaten that backline consistency. Is Deft. That's that Black Cleaver that we've been waiting for. And make the rest of his team very happy.
Poor On Fleek wishes he could do something. But Zeka now with this much AP, he just chunks the turrets. So he will be able to take that one down. They're going to need probably Dudu to handle that side lane. As now we'll take a look at this.
And just a really, really nice hook, right? As you point out, the minion dies, fist that goes in, and then the combo comes down. They do use a lot, as yeah, Dudu just shoving the wave in and then dying. Not a lot more to be said about that. The rest of his team on the way, but never really weren't gonna be able to help him. And if you wanna shove out that wave, then you at the very least need a bodyguard or two, which he didn't have a buddy, Valdez. Need a buddy for safety.
Yeah, you need a buddy. But Zeri owns this land, just like Teemo. So you got to be careful. She's really fast. Get right on top of you.
So, who gets the soul?
I'm going to say DRX.
Okay.
I think the game has truly swung into their favor at this point.
I agree. I do like that. However, I think Hanwha Life get the Elder.
Okay.
Counterpoint.
What analysis backs up that statement?
The gut feeling of having watched a lot of Challenger most and LCK mostly.
Okay.
I can't quantify these feelings of this. They are merely my suspicions. And DRX choking out the vision here, making sure that they mitigate the control that Hanwha Life have, and with Baron coming up in about 15-16 seconds this late in the game, it's gonna get shredded in seconds. Look at Samdi. He is everything here. Wave getting closed out.
Okay, yeah, they're really closing in on them like a crocodile. Really nice hook comes in, and down will go Pyosik. Dudu, though, taking a ton of damage. Steph is still alive, and look at this, he's just raining hell down on everybody. Dudu gets taken down. There's no front line anymore, and Deft has done it. He has hit the tipping point, and so have DRX. They absolutely wipe the floor with them here at 39.5 minutes.
And this is why we don't see Zeri make it through pick and ban. 6 Drakes, no Elder, no Baron.
How did you know?
Lead. I don't know. I don't
He
know.
has a lot of experience, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't want to talk about it. But truly an explosive ending here. And there we see the issue. If you can't get on top of Zeri, she will 1v9, especially when played by Deft. And in the end, it's going to be enough for DRX.
The Deft win condition, it helps them twice tonight. And that is going to be the win. GG DRX. Take the 2-1 victory, and they win their 5th series in a row. Nearly get chopped down there by Hanwha Life in some very questionable drafts, but they get the job done, and Deft, you can see it in his face. His shoulders are tired. He wants to go home and take a rest.
Unfortunately for him, I'm pretty sure he's going to have to do the POG interview alone. So
yeah,
we'll have to work for that one. And if we look at the form of Hanwha Life, or of DRX rather here today, Deft, straight A's, 10 out of 10, beautifully played. Drafts definitely need a review. Yes, they were able to get the win in this one, but it honestly felt like it was just off the back of Hanwha Life again running into some issues in terms of how they set up some of the fights, how they over-indexed and didn't protect somebody as much as they should have. And then also Deft just 1v9ing on Zeri, which is why I'm pretty sure
that helps, yeah.
It definitely does. It definitely does. And then for Pyosik in particular, thought he might have refound the form that we've seen of him in the past. Not the case. Kingen, though, I think he had a great day as well. And that is, from a player that had such a rough summer, I think a really, really heartwarming thing to see here today.
Yeah, you can see that there's no celebrations to be had. Maybe Pyosik can give us one. No, he'll give us the bow.
Yeah.
And at this point, you know, I think that's enough. I think he's had enough for the bow today. He looks very happy, though.
He does. Understandably, like you said, they were 0-3, and now they're 5-3. Just a really, really nice swing back here from Team DRX. And then for Hanwha, I feel like we keep saying this every time that they lose, but better than expected. Again, team that has a lot of elements that don't always come together, but their drafts today were pretty well done. So Dudu slowly growing, slowly becoming a better player. Obviously, Karis having a solid performance as per usual as well.
It's great to see them walking off here. Mowgli's still looking like a player, which is pretty fun to see. We're going to take another look at this last team fight and how it really broke out. And, you know, it starts with this pick on the Pyosik, and yes, they killed the Lee Sin, but that's not your main target.
Key thing here, I think, is Vista using the depth charge. Because if he has depth charge, Deft can't do this. And that is the thing, and honestly, Pyosik was actually bait there. Like,
yeah.
Unironically, because they throw so many into him, yeah, you kill him. That's kind of whatever. It's a Lee Sin at 40 minutes into the game. And that's what I was talking about earlier. I think that is some of the inexperience of these Hanwha Live members shining through. And Deft will use all the available space you give him if you give him a champion that is literally the speed of lightning as she darts around. And it all started with him getting... I mean, it wasn't a pun. It was just like, she's actually electric, right? Like, that's just the...
Thought it was a pun.
No. I wouldn't do that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, started off with him getting picked, and there were some good moments here on the side of Hanwha Life. You know, On Fleek getting bounced around, but he got the Rift Herald. He was able to get Samdi into a good spot. Didn't feel like Samdi and Karis were able to do too much with the lead that they had and the farm that they had in this game. See, this time Def does get picked off as well.
And here it all looked so good. Felt like Hanwha Live were in control, but then there were a couple of key moments where simply got outplayed. Zeka really weaving in and out here. Really nice flash body slam from King. And then they're able to, at the very least, delay them, right? And it was that time that DRX bought that was all just for the Zeri master plan. And this, again, is another example of Hanwha Live going in really deep on, again, it's just the lead. It doesn't really matter that much in the grand scheme of things. And I think that this was really the turning point for the game, where somebody got taken down, Zeka got the backline access, and then this gold influx meant that Deft got so much further ahead, and the rest of Hanwha Life was unable to really find any successful fight afterwards.
Yeah. Couple of quadra kills in this game for Deft, by the way, if you're keeping score. Fight. I think we can fight. We should fight.
처음에나 내가 말했잖아. 누가 한 명이 누군가 물리면 이긴다니까.
I told you once you get raids, we're gonna win.
누군가 물리면 이긴다고.
내가 걸리면 제리가 다 딸 것 같아.
Oh, you get the engage, rather.
Get the engage, I guess.
Yeah, it counts.
It does.
저번에 그 자르반
Oh.
인정? 번영? 몰라.
Do love me some DRX Valdes.
DRX 코로나 게임 다 승리했다. 아니 이게 챔프냐고.
Is this really a champ?
코로나 걸리면 게임이
Like, is this really fair?
아,
That's what he said.
아니 눈이 건조해. 자꾸
My eyes are.
다 했는데
다 맞는 중. 아니 노틸만 잡던지. 아니 아니 노틸만 잡던지 5초.
아 오케이 노틸만 잡아.
Wait 5 seconds.
네.
오케이 나이스.
No waiting there. They wanted to end it. And yeah, another graph that maybe we won't see too much of in the future. I know that there have been a lot of people very outspoken that Zeri should not be getting through bans and should not be getting to the red side. I've seen LS post about it on Twitter. There's a lot of people, and we're seeing it more and more, the more games we see of this Zeri, that she can get really insane, especially as the game goes along. And that's exactly what happened there at the end. Helps that Deft got so many kills and had a lot of fun in that one.
Played really well. I think that Deft today, A+, rest of the team did well. Maybe look at those drafts another time, because I feel like that second game could have also just been won had you taken Gragas.
My hair is, it's It's revolted.
It's been a while.
It's revolted. We just, that's what happens when we get to Game 6, guys. But I hope you enjoyed the cast today. We're going to throw it over to Atlas and Wolf to close us out here on the analyst chairs. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Valdez, and I believe that was double Cloud Souls that caused your hair to cause a bit of a ruckus there. And I do want to say I need to defend myself because Valdez said that I promised no Cloud Souls or something like that. That is absolutely ridiculous. I am all for every Cloud Soul.
Chronicle voted for a Corki, so
I mean, yeah. So there's just
we're all a little dishonest. We're all a little dishonest today, aren't we?
Okay, we can stop stalling. We have to talk about this game. It was definitely slow going at the beginning, and honestly, I felt the fatigue, right? I think everyone's a bit tired here. It's like midnight or something like that. These players have been playing through really long games, and you kind of felt it here in this one.
Yeah, I mean, the draft here is pretty stock standard with the Zeri coming through. I think there's a lot of opinions right now in Korea about whether Zeri is really first pick material on blue side. We've seen a lot of teams forego it completely. We've seen a lot of teams snatched up every time. It's really a matter of opinion for a lot of teams right now. But Def didn't really get to do anything with the champion because DRX were so muted in the mid game until that final fight where he was able to pop off. And that has been so much the story of Zeri here this week of LCK. Nothing happens until she has that 35-minute pentakill, and then it's over. And I think that's kind of what DRX ended up winning with, more than some great engages from King in the mid game that kept them alive through some of those very, very, I don't want to call them Drake fights, but like some 10 players somewhat near a Drake and then it went down.
Things sort of happened around a dragon pit, something like that. I do want to talk about the value of the Poppy though. I felt like a lot of what DRX wanted to do was just thwarted by that one pick. They had Lee Sin, Gragas, Akali, Zeri. It's only Beryl that doesn't care, but I mean the Poppy kills Beryl on the Lulu, right? Like, I think that leaving that Poppy available was a bit of a problem here. They could have potentially picked that one away, but also don't show that you're going every dash champion ever, maybe. Before whilst leaving it available, it's a weird choice, and we saw that did stop them from getting much done as we have a look at our first highlight here as well.
Yeah. Pyoshik in this game was often the berry that I use to make sure I get the back hit on the Pokemon I'm trying to catch. Because in a lot of this game, he was actually the first person to die because he was trying to make a play or trying to pop the Rift Herald, like what was the case here. He tried to get that eye hit. And then he dies instantly, but he baits his opponent's team into an overextension, so that was a trade of jungles that went into the next fight, which delayed the Drake fight. There are a few moments for Pyoshik throughout this series where he was bait, and Chronicler actually said it straight up at the end of the cast. There were so many moments where, okay, Wild Growth on the Lee Sin, he still dies, but then everyone ignores Deft. All the CC is used on this Wild Growth Lee Sin. And that was another one of those moments where the trade happened.
And I mean, that's what Zeri's really good at, right? And this is something that Chronicle was talking about. Her tidy up abilities are just insane. We saw that in the last fight. That definitely happened. But also, we saw it a little bit earlier here in our next highlight as well, where Deft had another opportunity to pop off. But this was another one of these moments where it's Pyoshik doing something really weird that you wouldn't really expect, trying to safeguard out of a steadfast presence, but then it was kind of okay in the end, because as you were saying, Kingen actually had a great mid-game.
Yeah, I'll just spoil it right now. I voted for Kingen for POG. I thought he had a fantastic game on the Gragas. It's been a very Gragas-focused best of 3. Had the follow-up body slam here. It was very, very nice. This is the first real team fight where Deft is able to actually get the big kills, right, and start to pop off and get those final bits of the items online. And, this was the first quadra kill, right, the first big moment for Zeri, but it wasn't the last one, believe it or not. That was because DRX didn't have really any structures down at this point in time. That was not the quadra to end the game. They still had to wait, fight out another Drake fight.
Yeah, and it was very slow going as well, as we had trades of dragons, trades of objectives, things like that. There was that Baron fight that did actually work out in DRX's favor, which is definitely good news for them. They were able to control at least the Baron side of the map quite effectively, but otherwise it felt like there was a lot of lethargy going on in this particular game. So we hop into our final team fight here that we are going to check out. And this was, of course, Deft basically taking the bull by the horns.
Yeah, I mean, so Pyoshik once again is caught, and as Chronicler definitely pointed out, he used a depth charge here on a Wild Growth Lee Sin, And there's no other way anymore for Zeri to be locked down. Like, Deft is running around this team fight with impunity. He has the cleaver speed boost. He's Zeri, he's fully charged. His ult hit multiple people. And now he's just going to literally 1v5 this team fight after there's no one else to lock him down. Like, Poppy goes in to be like, I got him! No, it's his second quadra kill of the game.
Yeah, really nicely done. So 2 quadra kills, 1 game, definitely fantastic stuff. Let's see whether it's enough to get the Alpaca another POG. Solo POG for Deft, and it is actually going to be the way. I do respect the King and shout out, but sometimes you see double quadra kill and you click the bot lane button.
Yeah, I think this was, when I locked in my Kingen vote, I knew I was going to be probably in the minority. I just thought that without Kingen winning a lot of those mid-game fights, including some of the ones you'll see in this highlight reel, that DRX actually stumble too many times and fall so far behind that they just end up losing control of the game, and Deft never gets to have these moments.
Yeah.
I think there's even an argument to be made, as weird as it sounds, for Pioshik actually absorbing a lot of the aggro here.
I think like tactical inting is never something we give.
I don't ever, it's another dishonest vote, right? I'm not going to do it, but some might. I wouldn't surprise me if a media or a China vote goes that way.
Yep.
Deft is the easy choice here because his positioning was good, his ults were good, and he did press Q real fast.
Yeah, he pressed Q real good. This is like vintage, like Deft Ezreal style.
This is footage of Deft right before he says, "Is this even a champion in League of Legends?"
Yes,
that literally happened. I'm not even kidding.
And also in that moment, it was Pioshik saying, "See, look, we just have to engage." His engage, of course, was getting hooked and then getting ulted by the Lulu. Very interesting stuff. But Deft now moving up to 500 points alongside Gumyushi, Dread, Doran. Definitely in good company there. So really impressive stuff from Deft. He had a great day today. 10 out of 13. The other votes, actually, you're the only one for top lane, which is odd.
And some mid votes too.
Yeah, I mean, Zeka didn't die, so maybe that's what it was. But thankfully, we have an Alpaca on side to have a conversation, and we're going to hear how DRX felt about that game.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Season for the POD Interpret Translation, joined by the solo POD of DRX, Deft. Congratulations. DRX is indeed on a hot streak. You guys are 5-match winning streak and also on the 3rd place right now. Well, I mean, today we actually made a lot of mistakes early on, so I thought it was a little bit risky, but our teammates did a fantastic job. I think I got carried for sure, but I don't know how I ended up picking up the POGs. You guys dropped 3 matches in a row, but now you guys are on a perfect run, 5-0 so far. So how's the team's atmosphere right now? I don't really know whether it's like super good, but right now, yeah, we don't really feel like we don't have the feeling of losing anymore, you know. I think we are very much feeling confident right now. And I can tell that DRX is definitely having a lot more confidence based on their play style. And game number 1, you locked in Jean. It was a self-counter, to be honest, you know. Caitlyn was 7-2 against Jean, but you decided to play that into Caitlyn. So how do you kind of think of this matchup down on the bottom lane? I mean, we are having a lot of Caitlyn Lux versus Jin Karma matchup on the bottom lane. I think it all relies on the proficiency. And as long as you're really good at that champion, you can still win that matchup against Caitlyn. And also, thanks to my support, you know, during the laning phase, he was lending a lot of his Q skills, so I was able to get the lead. I mean, once Lux hits the binding, you know, you can always lose the matchup, so it all depends on how the things unfold. And then game 2, you guys let Corki through and decided to play Yasuo-Diana duo, but that didn't work well. I mean, we have so many OP picks right now, so we had to just let one through, and we decided to, you know, play against Corki because that's what we practiced beforehand. But in, you know, some skirmishes and battles, you know, we didn't play that well. So, however, if we can get rid of the mistakes later on, I hope we can try this one more time. Game 2 and 3, DRX played Akali back-to-back. How do you rate this champion right now? Akali right now, it all depends on how you play and execute this champion. Our top and mid laners are really good at it, so based on DRX, you know, Akali is really strong. And then we had a fantastic game on Zeri, game number 3, and at the end of the game, you were the one saying that is that really a champion? So how do you think of Zeri right now? Yeah, I've also I actually didn't try Zeri much in scrims or in solo queue, but while I was playing today, I was like, yeah, this champion is for sure so strong. However, the opponents decided to lock in a lot of counter pick into Yuumi, so you guys couldn't just lock that in. I mean, you cannot always get the perfect draft, you know, you cannot always get the OP picks. So once you get Zeri, it means that, you know, you are losing some of the picks and getting some of the picks removed for sure. But still, without Yuumi, Zeri is very powerful. So when does Zeri hits the power spike? I have no idea too. Somehow she's so strong at some points, you know, maybe after like 2 or 3 items. For sure after 2 items, maybe. And also, game number 3 was not an easy kind of a game for DRX. It was actually Honda Life having the lead early on. So when was the moment you guys turned the corner? I think Pyosik was like luring the opponents. He was like attracting the opponents to get engaged. And then but after we got Victor and got the Baron, I thought we were having some of the lead. I think everyone else did a fantastic job as well. All 4 players on our team. Once again, congratulations on the solo POG as well. And you've been getting POG for 4 matches in a row. A lot of people are saying that this is your second golden timed pick of your career. So do you also feel the same way? I mean, I just do whatever I want to do right now. But my teammates are doing a fantastic job, so I'm getting more attention. So I just want to say thank you to my teammates, and it's really good. And I guess that's also part of having a great teamwork with Burrow, right? Yeah, but not only Burrow, but also the entire, you know, staff of my team, you know, coaching staff, the teammates. They really helped me just solely focus on playing the game and doing the damage. And your next opponent will be Damwon Kia. It's gonna be your next challenge to get the 6th win in a row. I personally think that Damwon Kia is a very strong team. However, our team is having a very strong momentum, so that's gonna be a really good time for us to check how strong we are. So we're gonna prepare as hard as we can. Lastly, any message over to the fans? Well, at the beginning of the season, we were losing too much. So yeah, I was so embarrassed and felt sorry for my teams. But now that we are on a winning streak, I hope our fans can enjoy watching our matches. And this will be the end of the interview from Daft from DRX. I'm gonna pass it back to Atlas and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the translation. Great to have a chat to Deft, who is humble as always. Let's check out the standings to see what this has done for DRX.
Number 3!
Damn!
They're up there, 5-3 now. Their next opponent is Damwon Kia, who lags behind them just a little bit. If Damwon Kia do win that next match, though, they will, of course, take that number 3 spot back because they have the higher point score. But yeah, DRX really coming into their own. I think that was the toughest and least dominant looking of their 5-win streak, but they took the W in the end, and sometimes that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately for the standings, it absolutely is. Let's check out tomorrow, though, as we do have T1 taking on Gen G. This is, of course, our match of the week. A little bit unfortunate that Gen G will not have their full roster, or at least that's what we assume. But still, T1 on an absolute tear at the moment. Let's see whether they can keep that win streak alive.
Yeah, that's a very exciting one. Of course, Live Sandbox playing decently well today as well. Maybe they can make something happen. Or not today, they did not play today. But
no,
they will.
not yet.
Not yet. They're in my head. but they played decently well this week, is what I was trying to say, and their drafting has looked a lot better. So hopefully, they make that second series a little bit more close than you might expect.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course, Dalmon Kia coming off another victory as well, another Rise win. At the same time, we'll see whether we see more Rise. But for now, we are going to go to bed because it's extraordinarily
very late. It's late.
And we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls that build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I